But how all of this stuff is able to look so mystical and things like that is so many layers upon layers upon layers of intention, appealing to levels of limitless motivation, all been planned and put into motion by a group of people who logistically and literally and symbolically present themselves as people who live in the future. But it all just comes down to being able to know all the levels of intent beforehand from people who are unaware. That's all it is. It's not as intricate as the things it creates. It's just happening on such a large scale. It's very impressive to behold. For example, to know what's happening with me right now is just a product of me choosing to look at it a certain way and innovating and adapting. To know certain things are happening is really difficult. But to also know that there's a fucking program, a computer program running in your mind simultaneously as you ascertain what to say using the framework that you are limited to create a narrative, not by your choice, not voluntarily, but still motivated by yourself, your true self. And to also know that levels of connotation are simply a product of indoctrination as far as it being applied to words people say and people hearing them. Just because I say accept all things, that is controversial from the very beginning of my way of doing things. From the very first step, accept all things, man. It's some people, just because of their indoctrination, in my opinion, they just immediately look at it in a negative way. Like, how are you going to accept all things? Nothing's ever going to get done like that. How is that? That's the way my mindset is. It makes me encounter a lot of difficulty in trying to understand people who say that, but I see they mean it when they say that nothing will ever get done if you accept all things. But it still comes back to supporting all this science fiction sounding things that I say. People don't understand that the word conspiracy and the word science fiction were just created to protect a concept with connotation as well. People think certain things because of all these factors that intend for the population to think that way. How can you solve a problem in the first place if you don't accept it as a problem? You see what I mean? Like, people have all this weird shit going on in their head that doesn't seem weird until you actually step back and are able to paint the picture for yourself, or have someone put words together in a certain way that can help you paint that picture in your head, for you to be able to step back and look at it and be like, yeah, how was I looking at this or that way? Now that I see this picture, I accept all things. Somehow it makes people think that you can't solve problems that way. You can only solve problems if you don't accept them. But that's bullshit. Like, that doesn't make sense at all, really. Even with the people who think that way. That's what makes me think that a lot of these people are really just influenced just like me. I know for a fact they are, but I think it's on a larger scale than people account for, because really smart people say really dumb shit for some reason, man. Like, I don't accept this. Let's go do something about it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Of course, but it's like, it makes sense in your mind just like it makes sense to everyone else's mind, because you're thinking you don't accept the results of it. Okay, but you accept that it is a result, and you accept that you don't like those results, and you accept that you've decided to do something about it. I mean, goddamn, like, let's move forward. Like, that's what I'm saying. All this shit is just for to stop progress. If the very first step is creating controversy of my way of doing things, accept all things, you looking at that like, ain't nothing gonna get done then. Hell no, that's not what it means at all, dude. And then you go to the second step. Don't expect anything. Oh, then somebody gonna sneak up on you and pop your ass. That's what I'm saying. Like, all these little fucking things come out of nowhere to talk you out of doing what you're supposed to do that'll work, man. I don't just write shit down for no fucking reason. It took me a long time to come up with that shit. they try to flip it around from the get-go in my head when I look at it and I try to analyze it, because I voluntarily try to pick it apart. And those are the things I come across, so I know they come across other people's minds when they don't want to look at it in a good way. So it's accept all things, don't expect anything. But people try to flip it around and say don't accept anything and expect all things. But all that does is lead to a level of paranoia and disappointment. Flip it back around. Trust me, it works better the other fucking way. Because you ain't doing nothing but the opposite of the better way to do it. You flip it around, it's really detrimental, man. There's no progression there. All the neutrality is the ironic part about it. How effective it is doesn't make a lot of sense, I'll admit. But it is what it is. Things that are affected by gravity more, for example, tend to have a stronger current flow through them. Like water, it's still, but all it takes is a change in the terrain to change its position or its speed, and it becomes a catalyst at that point for whatever it needs to be. It has a lot of functionalities. Running water does. But the water itself is neutral. There's more power in neutrality than people account for, man. It doesn't make any sense for people not to account for it, though, because it's not about intelligence. None of this shit is about being fucking smart, man. It's about being aware of certain things, being aware that everything's set up in a way to manipulate you from conceptualizing things and comprehending what's going on, and from thinking analogically, more importantly. They really are, in my opinion, threatened from analogical thinking, because they unknowingly use it as a weapon by double speaking around people, for instance. That's just little stems off of analogical thinking take place that are threatened from people understanding the root of those operations and activities. But as I said, man, this connotation thing, it's a real issue. All these words having negative emotions floating around them all the fucking time, it really puts a damper on analyzing things and moving forward in a different way. It's all to make everything stay the same. Everybody looks at things like one way or another. People don't account for functionality as much as they account for action, in other words. Everything's set up off of the power of everything else. So how much more neutral could that be? I mean, the whole thing is supposed to stay neutral so it can be controlled. And that's why all this stuff comes up in my mind that's against it. But I try to stay responsible and know that it is the best thing to do. It's not the way my indoctrination supports it, though, as far as what's conjured up in my mind and other people's minds about being neutral, because they think that nothing can get done that way. But it's about your perception more than your actions. Prevention of judgment. There's a right time and a right place for everything, and we're unknowingly in the wrong time, in the wrong place at all times, most of the time. But I can stand back and talk about how there's a lack of regulation, but there is regulation in place, believe me, because if everything has to be replicated, for example, there's more than enough regulation in the universe for it to continue to be so intricate and function one way forever. And if they have to mimic that in order to function within the realms of the boundaries, they damn well better have some regulation going on. And they implement a lot of fear in that regulation, and it is more than strict. But when it leaks out into society, it can be tweaked, this, that, and the other, for things to be more politically correct and make me feel better and other people. But the reality of the situation is there's plenty of fucking regulation. I mean, you could set a motherfucker on fire if he don't do right. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's regulation, big time. And they only regulate the people involved. So the motivation creates a lot of spiteful intentions because of lack of understanding of the people who aren't under that type of fucking suppression. They hear an asshole like me talking and they want to cut my fucking head off because of what they have to go through that I don't have to go through, just because of the regulation that I'm complaining about not having enough of. I mean, how the hell could someone not get mad when they're being regulated so strictly by their suppression? And then I talk about, or other people talk about, how they ain't shit when they deal with shit that we couldn't even imagine. Yeah, I mean, without stepping back and looking at the bigger picture and seeing that you're in an emotional state of mind when you're talking that way, you're never going to get anywhere by improving yourself. You got to be able to look at things the right way before you start taking off, man. It's even harder for them to do that, in other words. It's not just appealing to the masses. It's harnessing individuals in such a way to where they will do what they're told. There's a transition from rebellious to mischievous that is more forced than you would think. That transition period from rebellious to mischievous, the larger that gap is, man, the harder time they have, man. This shit ain't no game. Everybody's going through it, man. But it's divide and conquer. You got to make this group mad at that group because this group's going through this and that group's not going through as much as the other group. And as long as people are doing that, everybody knows that you're not going to look at the bigger picture, and more importantly, who's doing the same things to both sides. It's just looking like only this group goes through that and that group. We're all going through the same shit, man. Trust me. It's just the frequency of it. I just want everybody to be mad at each other. But yeah, everything's everything if you understand one thing fully. And that is more than a large factor resulting in the way things happen. For example, as I said earlier, you think you have more routes than you really do. It's just all the avenues appeal to the masses in such a way to where it's not as likely as you would think to come into situations that make you realize that you don't have as many options as you thought. It's a lot like these programs that have all these acronyms that sound like names that people assimilate their brains into unknowingly. They make that appeal to the masses as well, to make you think you have choices, even when you are subconsciously making them. Because there's all these different things that are supposed to snap you back into your five senses, for example. Because that's a stepping stone in the EEGs or whatever is needed to entrain your brain back into the system. It's all about keeping people from thinking too analogically. That's the whole thing. And it's a shame because very few people would even start thinking analogically if they broke out and started staying their self for a long enough period of time. But they make the difficulty of doing that so high for a reason. And that reason is thinking analogically, in my opinion, because once you break your brain away from the entrainment long enough to decide to start thinking analogically, that decision's been made and it's part of you, and you'll be thinking analogically as the program's running. And I don't think it's as effective that way. I really don't. Especially seeing as how the legal system runs in such a way to where it's based on the interpretation of certain words, dispensation of certain knowledge, and things of that nature. But yeah, it is really not anything people can do about it. And that is unfortunate. And I don't want to be a pessimist or create any defeatist attitudes in myself or other people. But how the hell can you do something about things that you have to tangibly acquire? And they're thousands of miles away from you on the other side of the planet and thousands of miles in the sky away from you simultaneously. And if that's the only avenue that you can do something about it, then you're not going to do anything about it. And then after you do that, you have to contend with what was there before then. Because believe it or not, all those satellites in the sky and shit are a smaller representation and version of what the larger thing was before it. And the larger thing before it was also a smaller representation and version of something larger as well. So as I said, if the only route to change any of this is to tangibly acquire these things, you're never going to do anything about it. And if this dates back tens of thousands of years to where the pyramids are a smaller representation and version of it, how the hell does anyone in this country think that we could change it just by telling everybody what the smaller version of what was made tens of thousands of years ago that people believe is impossible, and they think it's aliens that did that? It's just, and I can't even finish a sentence without it affecting me. And people want to say it's because I don't eat well or whatever. It's not. It really isn't, dude. It's just a product of everything else. Like, it's no different with the people who say that either. Like, what is making them do it is, it's really fucked up, dude. Because when you get past it, it's still yourself that's your enemy then. Because that's the way, the natural way of it, things are anyway. You're your own worst enemy, just like an animal. That's hard enough to contend with within itself, in other words. And that's even with what we're unaware of that was created so long ago, because that's still pyramid related. That's just my opinion, though. It just comes down to the synchronization and the universal law and the prevention awareness programs. That's how I label it. Awareness prevention and prevention awareness happening on such of a scale that it applies to so many psychological things. Like, you can't just have the realization and acceptance of the facts and knowing that there's nothing you can do to change it and still not try. Because in you trying to change it by informing the public and possibly doing so on an impressive scale and appearing to have morphed society or the world or achieved your means, in other words, it still has an effect that you aren't aware of. And those things need to be done simply because you are thinking that way. And it's hard to just be okay with that and think that you're who you are and all that, but it can be done. It's just difficult. But you have to take your pride all the way out of it, man, because this picture is really fucking large. This scope is zoomed as far out as the capacity will allow. It is not going to be as zoomed out in about a week or maybe after I wake up tomorrow. I'll tell you that. But people's consciousness becomes that of a program of other people being tuned into that same program. And there's several of them, and they have different acronyms that sound like names when you say them without saying the letters separately. And there's several of them. And if you really look into them, you will really look around you and see those people doing those things and not doing those things at other times. And you really do see that they are either voluntarily doing that or that program has done what they need it to do very pervasively. You have to, as I said, operate certain ways or perceive to have to operate certain ways. So with that in mind, you have to really look into deciphering the matrix or other things to find the names of these things. A lot of these things, as far as external problems, they really do have more of an effect on your aging process than people would presume. And that's a big factor as far as me concluding a lot of things as far as chronologically looking at this situation that I'm in. A lot of people age very quickly when certain things are happening to them. And the term science fiction is one of those words, man. It's like all about the introduction, in other words, how you present things or how things are presented. Because you got to look at the word fiction and the word science. Those compound words, there's a lot of angles you can play with the compound words, is what I've noticed. Because you get into intellectual property. When you delve further and further into the definition, then you have literary property, then you have corporate fiction, then you have calendars, and then you have the future being the present to the past, and the past to... Basically what I'm saying, though, is the past is the present to the future. So certain people are looked at as if they are in the past, literally. And when I say literally, I mean literal, as in intellectual property or literary property. To people who consider themselves in the future, if you consider yourself in the present, because the present is the past to the future. And if it's all just a fucking play on words, and everybody wants to live that way, and that's what appeals to the masses, that's what the fuck happens, man. And I'm supposed to be looked at like a dickhead for it happening to me because I can't fix it? Like I volunteered for this shit for real? I mean, I'm just trying to adjust and keep my integrity and not worry about how people perceive that. All I'm trying to do is work and go home and not harm anyone. I would love to have a partner and have kids and be compassionate and empathetic. I love people. I love children. I love women. But I don't want to compromise what I consider to be very important as far as my morals. There's a lot of things going on, in other words, and I feel like I've come to a decision point that I don't want to go any further because both routes lead to places I don't want them to end at, and I'm not sure if it's an impossibility to change those things or not, and that's just where I'm at. It's never really a concern of it not being worth it or thinking it's not going to do anything. It's not that, man. Everything I'm doing is already doing too much is how I look at it. There is a visible, plausible, and documentable effect I'm having on things. It is pretty astounding. As I said, the present is the past to the future, and it's as if people have seen my entire life. And they're trying to prevent certain things from happening, and they can see if that happened as well. Like, people know when I'm gonna die, and they know things that I haven't said yet because I'm considered intellectual property, and I'm constantly battling trying to be an individual and not letting that influence have its grasp on me. I want to convey what I think, and it's not like I'm battling hearing voices or anything. That's what people don't understand, man. This shit is not a game, though. It's happening to everyone. It's just a matter of what I was talking about earlier, as far as there's not as many avenues and freedoms as you think you have here. And certain people come to that realization just from a result of less and less avenues being available to them because of things they do or things other people do to them. And some people, they just don't have to have all those things happen to them for them to realize that too. It's just a matter of there's not as many freedoms and avenues and choices of things that you thought there were. And it does no good bitching about it. I'm simply conceptualizing what's happening on a mass scale because more and more people become accepting of the facts when that realization comes, and they react one way or another to it. And that's the big problem. I have become aware that in my personal situation, I'm not sure what the hell I could do about it, and it seems as though most people know there's nothing I can do about it. And some people are under the impression that people like me can do something to change the world, I think. And I just think that's bullshit. I think everyone's changing the world every fucking day, and they have no goddamn idea that's what they're doing. And that is what's really the priority that should be attended to, as in populated. It's not really a fucking game, bro. Like, all this shit that's happening is not the way you think it is, man. Like, people think it's voices in people's head just because that can happen. But that's not what it is. What it is the environment. And the environment is what you are brought up in and become a product of. And what it has done is it has associated certain concepts with distractions and non-directives versus the comprehension of the concept. And that has been a big factor as far as meriting the decisions of the foundations of organizations that appeal to the masses. And it's not just people having voices in their head. It is everyone is either being them or not being them. And people aren't aware of that. I cannot put this into words, man. It's a lot older than people think as far as it being technology utilizing these tactics on the population. But it goes further than that as well. But when I say it's been happening longer than people think it has, I'm talking thousands of years, not hundreds. I mean, I'm talking about everybody people consider calling satellite technology. That ain't nothing but a digital version of what was happening with analog just as this technology that has been influencing us covertly is the larger version of the analog technology that that's what we don't know. That's what we don't understand, man. Like, we think that we're becoming more and more advanced, but we're just making the most unexplainable things more explainable, obtainable, and tangible. That's all we're doing. In other words, we're minimizing something that is very fucking large and intricate that people have based religions upon, and it's not as old as people think it is after they come to that realization. It's something that came along that people have labeled aliens, but it is just technology, man. And technology is not the right word for it. We just don't have a fucking word for it. It happened after people automated or minimized or tangibly represented what could be done with what we would label magic. That's where I think it all started. Like, some people would say the pyramids, around that time and all that, because nobody can really date when all that stuff happened. And I think that is a product of people externalizing the internal power of their mystical and magical abilities, as what we would label it. I hate the way we have to just use language. We have no other ways of communicating really complicated things. But at this present time, what we're dealing with is a large list of programs that people become assimilated with their minds, man. And one of them's called mind, but that's more of a monitoring thing. It's a lot of them, though. They're all acronyms, but they are names. And I don't want to go too specific with that. And you can find several different sources, not just one, on these facts. And these facts are unique as far as what secures them, because most things are concealed with a level of connotation that is negative. But these things are truly secured just from the intricacies of how they operate, period. Just the way they operate with the human brain and the population creates a genre called science fiction, just because of the sheer intricacies of trying to explain it and the sheer intricacies of how it operates, because you can't explain it any other way other than motion pictures or tonal communication. In other words, you have to emphasize certain words just to attempt to convey what you're trying to come across. And it's really unfortunate, because people with telemetry and anything above that level can really, really hinder the progress of other people coming to the correct conclusion of your perceptions. I do understand that every word has several definitions, though. And I do also know what indoctrination means. And I have been educated in the country that I'm in. And I have nothing against any of it. I have a problem with us not being aware of things as it's happening, such as it happening that way, because it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just an awareness problem that creates perceptions that are the way they are. And it's just the way the word assimilation is introduced to me in high school and in a little bit of education outside of high school. The way I present it, as far as you assimilating to a culture that is not your own, as in you moving to a foreign country. So that's just the way that I look at it, as far as me having difficulty assimilating to society. Just because nonconformity is considered a precursor to mental illness, I'm labeled with some sort of stigma, because I'm not in any kind of organization other than where I am employed at the time. Basically, I just go to work and I go home, and that's that. I'm not on the internet either. So I'm looked at some sort of way, and things happen to me as a result. And it's just like everyone else, when they come to certain realizations, it has an emotional effect. And I don't know if that's intended. I don't know if it's supposed to happen that way, but when you figure things out, it's like you wonder, why is it set up in such a way for it to go down like that? It's really a trip, man. That everybody's first step emotionally, I think, is motivated by, why did they teach me this and it ain't true? And I don't mean like specific lessons. I mean the impression that we all have as far as our country or our society or humans in general or the law operate. Like we think that we can do whatever we want to. Like it's even set up on a development level, consequently, maybe even inadvertently. Like we look forward to being able to be more juvenile. Like we have to behave, in other words, until we become adults. Why the fuck is that? I think that is a big factor as far as people coming to the realization that could really piss them off, as far as what I'm talking about when it comes to why didn't they tell us this? What I'm encountering is why wasn't I exposed to the possibilities of what I'm encountering if I didn't become a part of a group? If that's what's causing a lot of this, which I'm pretty damn sure of. In other words, you are under the impression after you become a young adult that all you have to do is the right thing, you know, and you're going to achieve because of that. But when you realize the right thing is not as broad as you thought, you go one way or another. You become rebellious or you become innovative, and they're not supportive of either one of those routes. You quickly start to realize that things are very, very, very difficult. And then you either continue to innovate or you attempt to assimilate. And if you've gone too far down a route of innovation, you can't really turn back from what I see. Because I'm trying to continue to innovate and I'm also trying to try to assimilate. And it's like a dead end on both of them. Like I can only regress at times in certain places, in other words. Progress is never going to stop for me. But certain routes, dead end, man. Like I really can't do much with it, in other words. And people trying to tell me that. I get that. That's been induced into me. And I pretty much agree with that. You know, I do. That's just reality. Reality isn't everything. It's just what it is. Situational, in other words. Circumstantial. Shit's heavy though, dude. You just think that after young adulthood and adulthood, you can just basically do what you want to do. And generally you can, but that's only because they appeal to the masses in such a way to where it leads them to certain avenues and they're okay with that. And you think that there's so many of those. You think there's limitless potential, literally. Like you think that there is not an end route for one thing. And then you also think there's limitless avenues that you can take after young adulthood and adulthood that are only merited by the mistakes you make or the opportunities that you don't partake in. But that is not true. That is what's difficult. That's where it's motivated from, as far as all the negative behavior that people come to as far as reacting to the truth of the matter. All it takes is you not being able to take a lot of those avenues anymore. All it takes is for you not to want to, and you think you'll be fine, but you won't be. You really won't be, man. Like you literally, depending on who you are, you can't go to work and go home and be fine and everything go the way it's supposed to. And that sounds real simple, but it ain't, man, because most people never realize why. And their life just ain't worth a fuck, and they think it's their fault. And you got other people who just blame everybody for everything and never take responsibility. And a lot of people probably think that's who I am. Hell, I'd rather them think I'm that than the other. I don't give a fuck, you know? That's just the way it goes. A lot of this shit is my fucking fault. But more of it's just a product of who I am. And I could say more of it's a product of what everybody's doing to me. But fuck that. I'm looking at the bigger picture right now, man. And I'm trying not to even be in it. Because goddamn, I know what it is. There's plenty of people who ain't in it. But they want me to get back in that motherfucker so they can look at me like they used to, I guess. I don't know what the fuck it is. That wasn't no used to. I've always been me, man. This shit is really getting fucking difficult. It really is. Because you can't really assimilate if you're not a part of a group. And you can't be a part of a group just by working somewhere. That's pretty much it, man. And I don't mind being a part of a group. I wouldn't oppose that at all. But I don't want to compromise the way I live to do that. And I shouldn't have to. And I don't think that it would affect me adversely if all these other factors weren't affecting other people. In other words, I don't think it's a personal thing at all. I don't think that everybody turned a 180 on me out of a fucking coincidence or one thing I did. I really don't think so. I think they've either been manipulated or they're doing it from a good place in them as far as they don't want to affect me negatively. or they don't want me to affect them negatively so that they'll hurt someone else. It's not a bad thing. In other words, they still got love for me or whatever. Everything's all good there. It's just, yeah, man, it's fucked up. Everything that's going on. Even from my angle of being in a vibration where I can't identify it, which I don't mind staying there. But if I wasn't aware that I was in that vibration, it could potentially harm me a lot. But it's all good, man. I don't need the specifics. I don't need the labels. I understand the concept of what's going on, and that's more important anyway because it's more about how you're operating. It ain't about what they do because what they do is all based on what you do any fucking way. So you got to keep up with what you do in order to do anything. And that's why so little gets done in my life is because it takes so much just to do what I'm doing. And I'm not doing shit but going to work and going home. And how you gonna tell anybody that without them thinking that you got some problems in you? You know what I'm saying? And everybody has problems in them. Goddamn, that's what I'm trying to get at, dude. Like, they just got one of them fingers on you, while their fingers somewhere else. Like on a goddamn counselor or a fucking jail or a surveillance team. They got one finger on you and one finger on that while they talking. They ain't pointing at them at all. They ain't even looking at it like they're going through the same thing, just a different way. You know, they always want to look at it like a negative way as far as the way it would affect progress towards solving the problems that we all fucking have, man. This is really fucked up what's going on. None of this shit should be happening at all. Like, I don't even want to talk about everything I'm seeing right now. Fuck that. It's just bigger. It's so much bigger, dude, because I'm thinking about the things behind every fucking thing that's in my line of sight. And I'm going to continue to think about it. Instead, that's the only way I'm going to be able to help me. Because everything on the outside of me is a representation of what's inside of me, period. And you can go and have that create a grandiose effect or make you become so humble that you become admirable. You know, I mean, either way you want to go with it, but that's what the fuck is going on. That's just what is happening, man. Everything around me is me. And I choose to believe that it's that way with everyone else too. So we are where we are, man. This shit is pretty fucking wild how you can look at things that way and know that it could be bullshit and only do that to function properly when you have certain circumstances around you that create large organizations that appeal to the masses who unfortunately predominantly have issues that have been cultivated or appeased to for so long to where it's not necessarily their fault, but everything's everyone's fault. So you can't really talk that way unless you're just trying to sympathize and sound a little better while you talk. You know, that's all it is, man. It's just a cover your ass kind of thing. It's all selfish. Everything you fucking do, everything I fucking do, everything everyone else does. But everyone says selfish is a bad thing. But it's not, man. That's just part of our indoctrination as well. As I said, every fucking word has several definitions. It's just the introduction to the word or the concept at hand. People don't even know what selfish is, man. They don't even have no fucking self. How you gonna be selfish? Everything you do is for a fucking group. That's the only reason people create that fucking perception is just because of that. It's just because of the mind frame that supports the activities that go on. Why wouldn't you label a person selfish if you had to do something bad to them? I mean, why? In other words, how are you gonna attack a selfish person if you don't look at the word selfish in a bad way? Like, certain words could mean things that we don't even know they mean. Like, certain words could just be created to piss people off by a group of people that created that fucking word. You know what I mean? It's really just a snare. I mean, it really fucking just, it's just a way to get your heartbeat up when you hear another group of people say it. And it was just created for to make that happen. That's all the fuck it is, man. It's just a goddamn figment in our modus operandi that we don't know we're wrapped up in because of us not developing ourselves and developing groups that support some other self that has the realizations that you don't come across yet. It's just a matter of the way they operate after they got that realization. How did it affect their psychology? I don't believe in all that shit as far as people are born this way or that way and all that shit, dude. It's silly, man. It's just the way that you look at things, man. It's just perception. It's all it is. It really is. It's a matter of the circumstances that you encounter and your decisions as far as how you handled or decided to perceive or analyze them at the time. And once those occurrences become memories, it's a matter of how you do the same thing to those memories when you reflect on them and the number of times you choose to reflect on them and do those things. And then it's a matter of changing those things or not, because everything is set up to support a thought. It's always one person's thought, or even if it is a group of people that are enforcing all this stuff, that group of people, it's either somebody behind the scenes or somebody out on the front of things. It's one thought, man. It's just how big do you want to make it and how long you can make the duration of it. It's the most complicated, simple thing that you could ever attempt to explain. But the way I'm seeing all this stuff in my situation is the larger the organization is, the more motivated the small group of individuals or individual was who created it. But the way I'm seeing all this stuff in my situation is the larger the organization is, the more motivated the small group of individuals or individual was who created it. So when you take that into account, you really have to look at the sociology side of things as far as the culture that you're in, or just human nature in general, as far as psychology and numbers and proximity of other individuals being close or far away, and masses of people as well. All that really is taken into account, and it's just the simple fact that the environment that we're in, it creates a lot of disorders, man. It really does. Not just for oppressed people, just the entire population in general, man. Like, we really make things out like we just have to adjust to normal everyday life, and that's not the case, because it just isn't that way, man. Like, it hasn't been that way for, it seems to me, hundreds of years. Hell, just the definition alone. Like I said, they have to tell you the truth, man. They have to. It's a different angle when you accept it. It really is. If things really start to come together, there's not much you can do after that to change the situation. But you do comprehend it better when you see that they do tell you the truth, man. Like, if you look at the definition of assimilation, for example, it tells you that you're adjusting to something that's not your culture. That's not something we should have to do in our country. You see what I'm saying? I'm dealing with an amalgamation being demolished, basically, and I'm not even trying to make it happen. It's just, it's happening, and it's being consequently affected in a negative way. Amalgamation as in two opposing groups of people becoming one group, versus the larger end of the group decimating the smaller end of the group and becoming a certain way, versus changing and becoming larger. They want to either remain the same or grow without certain people. I want to keep in mind to never get confused and think just because someone can talk well, they're smart, because I know that I'm not that smart and I can talk well. I'm trying to learn from myself, in other words. And that's what I have learned about myself, is I can talk well, but I'm not that fucking smart. I'm just as perceptive as my being will allow me to be. And vocabulary helps me out. And I only have the sources that I have, man. But as I said, man, with these large organizations, whether they be private contractors or surveillance or government agencies, or just the entire shebang as far as the United States being a company, you have to appeal to the masses. So even things that have morals instilled into the intentions that are supposed to lead to the end game of the betterment of mankind, they have to do that as well. As far as appealing to the masses, they have to account for all the detrimental aspects of the social engineering on the population. As far as, I don't know how you call it, it's just fucking labels. Narcissistic qualities are depicted as attributes to a lot of angles that you can approach life with, as far as improving your financial situations per se. Or certain people only have skill sets that can apply to certain fields of employment, and a lot of those fields of employment and those two scenarios are very large, and the heads of those organizations have to appeal to the people they employ in such a way that would make them want to stay. And a lot of these people have a lot of fucked up things going on because they enjoy doing them things. And it's like, god damn, man, it's like I said, assimilation. We're assimilating to groups that are against our culture. Whether you want to call it American culture or just humankind behavior. It's just survival tactics being utilized that eventually affect people one way or another way. And then we turn around and use psychology and say it's empathic people and narcissistic people. That's just what we do, though. You know, we just call it shit. Not knowing that the whole language is making fun of the whole goddamn thing anyway. It's fucked up, dude. It really is. And it's not necessarily making fun of it. I think the intention of it is for people to wake up. But it's what happens after that that is debatable, to say the least. And that's what you gotta do a lot of times. You have to say the least very often. Because you have to keep the situation broad enough to cover the scope that you want it to. And, I mean, it's zoomed out pretty fucking far, man, because it can be. And that is what is baffling to me, is you would think that it would be too generalized, but that's how it remains so hidden. It's just, you can look at it as if it's dominating the situation, or you can look at it like it's blending in and having everyone else fucking it up. Or you can say it's a mixture of both. But it's all going on all the time in such a way where you can point out any situation and then point at another situation with both fingers out, like everyone else, and just say this organization is doing the same thing as this larger organization. And it's just all these miniature Ponzi schemes, and spout off about how you have a fucking pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. And it's not impressive, man. It really isn't. It doesn't mean people are smart, in other words. It doesn't mean I'm smart. And I'm not trying to be smart. I'm trying to fucking help me, and I want to help other people. And it seems that is not the right thing to do if I want to help myself. But you can't just live life alone without consequences of that. And you can make it the best you can make it. That's pretty much all you can do. And it doesn't mean it's going to be terrible, but it's just factors, basically, that you contend with, like you would contend not being alone. You have factors doing that as well. It is really hard to believe a lot of the things that are happening, and that is the whole point of them happening the way they happen, is for them to have plausible deniability. And this is even with the whole thing, the whole scale of this, with the whole scope of it zoomed all the way out. It's still that way, all the way down to the specifics. Everything's set up in such a way, man, that you can't really, you can't depict certain things without encountering difficulty of people believing you. This shit is wild, dude. When you come to the realization that you can explain certain situations in certain ways as fiction, and they can be applied to real life big time, man. Like the other day I was wondering what it would be like making a movie where somebody comes to the realization that they're not in the country that they thought they were in. Like they were literally somewhere on the entirely different side of the globe, thinking they were in a country that they weren't in, and everyone else in that country knew they were in that country. For someone to have the perspective to be able to make a movie like that, what frame of reference would they have in their imagination for that? Most of these movies that you see that are really successful, they go back to a lot of ancient stories. A lot of the times they really do. They go back to all kind of different references and things like that if they don't come from the imagination of the individual. which was comprised of all the experiences which made them that individual. You really have to take that into consideration. It would come down to that person is purposely making an analogy because of the knowledge they have and the frame of reference they have, or their psyche created things that made their imagination conjure up that image because of their personal experience. I think me is a mixture of both, having that thought of someone else making a movie out of it, because it's pretty trippy. This is a trippy hypothetical situation to think about, in which a group of people are catatonically living in their mind as another person. Basically a dream in which they live that person's life. And more than just learn things and collect data, they comprehend and interpret that data in such a way that that individual does. It's pretty wild that when they encounter physical pain, that they could feel it if they're going about it from a certain angle, in which the capabilities, in my opinion, merit the decision of you being able to interpret and comprehend the data versus just collecting it and analyzing it. It's like the price you pay. That's just a theory though, but with that in mind, it's not a physical thing. What happens in some certain situation that is very infrequent. My experience only happened one time. I've had other things happen, but this thing was just pretty worrisome as far as wondering if someone else goes through it and someone connects to them as far as their EEG or whatever, and they have a hard time surviving it because they're under the impression that they won't encounter physical harm while doing it. But that's the thing, it's not a physical thing, it's a mental thing that happens to certain individuals in which it physically affects the body, to where, depending on how that individual handles the situation, they could potentially die. So it leads me to wondering if people go into that experience without that approach and don't survive it. It's some scary shit to think about. You just gotta remain calm and maintain and breathe in and breathe out. Like I said, with my experience, it only happened one time, and it was a short duration of time. There's something that I need to put into words that could be more than important to a certain element that could be perceived as an enemy or an ally that I need to convey, but I'm not really sure how to. Partially because it could be non-existent as far as this element even being non-fiction. It could, in other words, just be a figment of my imagination. But I try to cover all bases the best I can, and I try not to let my will be manipulated, as in my will becoming that of someone else's, or not letting myself be strayed away from my will being done. I'm encountering a lot of difficulty certain times before I come to the realization of what vibration I'm in, of making decisions, just due to apprehension and anxieties and superstitious phobias and things of that nature. I have to move around those kind of things and decipher between obstacles or delusions to do what I need to do, or avoid doing something which was a product of me being manipulated. And I'm still debating on the decision to move forward in conveying this message as I'm speaking now, simply because of what I've said in some previous recordings about when a group of people are manipulating you. Doing the right thing could potentially be what they're hinged on in association with their functionalities of pitting you into certain actions that could be detrimental to you or potentially harmful physically. But even with all that in mind, this message that I'm debating on conveying and relaying to a group of people who at this point are going out of their way and against my consent to hear this audio file. With all that in mind, I still want to take note of the fact that what's motivated me to relay this message is compassion, concern, responsibility, and now that I've talked my way to leading to the conclusion of this particular recording is just in case there is a group of people who don't intend to be my enemy and are only doing this to educate themselves for the betterment of their survival or to help those around them. And the way they are doing this happens to be, and that's where the line begins to be crossed as far as should I even go there. But hypothetically, if a person other than me had people living as them by replicating their EEG, in order to do that, they would have to have an extensive amount of remote neural monitoring data in which, if these people hypothetically found an individual who was unfortunately put in a position to be able to be replicated and sold and bought or what have you. Basically, if they were put in the position of being what many people would label targeted, and they did not consider the means of them acquiring their EEG malicious, and their intention was pure, and they did not intend to manipulate or harm that individual. They simply just wanted to learn what that individual knew. It would benefit them to know that certain individuals that are targeted go through a particular experience that I have more than 99% of an overlapping experience with, where they encounter some very troublesome physical circumstances that are highly possible and plausibly caused by an external force using some sort of technology. This physical difficulty could be correlated heavily with respiratory and mental automated cognition per se. And as I was just about to be ensnared by the terrain that I'm walking, I will take that into consideration as a symbol of me treading on thin ice in regards to talking about this. Now, with all that in mind, and that vibration collected and stored, when you encounter, or they encounter, that experience, which that particular individual may or may not have experienced, take heed to what I'm saying right now, and breathe in for 3 to 5 seconds, and breathe out for 3 to 5 seconds, and breathe in for 3 to 5 seconds, and breathe out for 3 to 5 seconds, just for a few minutes or seconds, and continue to do that, and everything will be fine, and everything will start running smooth very shortly, and progress will continue just as it was before, because it's all a product of an external source that is greater than you. But knowledge is power, and everything is all good. Don't worry about it. It's not a forever kind of thing. Another thing that I discovered quite some time ago that I don't think I'll ever forget, but I feel I should mention just in case, is that a common technique that you'll run into is people will try to get some sort of melody or song or catchphrase stuck in your head. So that way, for two reasons. So later on, when they start emitting it into you, you will think it's just stuck in your head. And also for it to get stuck in your head for real, so that way that they can match that wavelength, and they can then share that wavelength with you easier because of that song playing over and over in your head. Quite literally, they can tune into it quicker that way. It's been quite a while since I've even used the word targeted individual or spoke about the struggles of creating a community for targeted individuals, or even just communicating from one targeted individual to another for just therapeutic reasons or social reasons. But I do feel that with there being so many moles in the targeted individual community, and with EEG heterodyning techniques being obviously capable of doing things remotely from all the way across the planet, I wouldn't advise people to talk to each other on Zoom or anything like that as far as lifetime communication, especially via Zoom or anything where you look at each other face to face in real time. Because if they were to be a mole, then they could, even if you had your identity concealed with a mask, they could then heterodyne by using natural language processing or neurolinguistic programming, since you have a visual interface, to acquire your EEG. So a solution to that, I would say, is to just respond to each other with videos the old school way. Like when YouTube came out, first they got rid of the 5-star rating, and then they got rid of the option of replying to a video with a video. So I would, since I have a larger influence than I really want to have, and every suggestion or solution that I have came up with has been eradicated or manipulated, partially as an experiment and as a hope to fix the problem, I would say to respond to each other with videos. Even if you have to communicate back and forth, do it that way. Just write semicolon, then the title of the video, and then whatever you want to title a video. And then when somebody wants to respond back to that, put a and comma, and then another and a semicolon, and just keep on going that way. Because all this other shit, man, you can't risk it with these moles. That's the way I look at it. I would say if anybody decides to get involved, which I don't think I'm going to, if you want to post a video and communicate with the other targeted individuals, do it via videos, responding to other videos. All these live conference calls don't seem like a good idea to me. So run and tell that, take it how you want to, whatever. Hopefully I'm just tripping and I'm the only motherfucker listening to this shit. As I said, I can't help if I'm empathetic. And in order to do something, you gotta plan it.
A lot of everything that I've experienced over the past 10 years comes back to the discovery of the simple notion that for everything that you produce is reproduced. Everything you do is replicated to the point where you see visibly that there's an obligation for it to be done. The smaller your scope or spectrum of activities or social circle becomes, the more direct the correlations begin to be made, to the point where it gets more simple as you clear your line of sight or your judgment more by getting rid of all the emotions that get in the way, to the point where you can observe the situation neutrally to assess what you can, then begin to analyze and judge and label. Then you begin to focus on the dynamics and then correlate those to the concepts of the bigger picture. Things get very specific after a while, in other words. Once you hone in on the perception that the realization creates of everything around you replicating whatever you say or do in some way, shape, or form, naturally, and also in an orchestrated way on a social level from multiple angles and motives. Some of it even coerced through people who just are being regular people, being complacent and orderly. Nothing malicious about it. It all just branches out to other things, though. But when you start to notice the obligation is when usually it's a product of being isolated, but also just from operating differently than the norm, because you have very little narrative or actions of your own to choose from to mimic or re-convey to you or represent to you. But literally everything that I do, I see replicated back to me in some way, shape, form, or fashion, whether it be audio or visual or something that's much more meaningful as far as some sort of synchronization that's hard to describe without creating some sort of story in which you would have to have a time and a place, and it takes about 5 or 10 minutes just to address one situation. It's like that. But yeah, the obligation of people or the importance of people being coerced to convey certain things to you that represent or mimic something that you've done or thought or said. All that stuff is more noticeable over time. I don't know if that's just an inevitability of just noticing that happening or what, but it gets to the point where testing the validity no longer is appeasing or entertaining to you, And it's just something that never goes away. I'm always going to see it, and I would much rather not be seeing all the orchestrated, fabricated things. But as I said, they fear the power of people tuning in to all the synchronicities in general. I believe that's their whole modus operandi for operating the way they do. I've stressed already the importance of knowing that everything's done for multiple reasons, but I felt the need today to remind myself of the value of knowing why you do things. In other words, the intention and actions that are derived from results of things. It's all about keeping in mind there's two different perceptions, one of the public and one of your own. When addressing that, that's the approach to take, is knowing why you do things, whether it be reactionary or intention-based. When a level of controversy or apprehension surrounds certain things, it's helpful to remind yourself of your original intentions, motives, and reactions. The mind is very complicated, and the human psyche is even more complicated. It's very, very individualistic. So when you become self-conscious, it's most likely from a false analysis of yourself, by yourself. That's the difference, in my opinion, between anxiety and being self-conscious. Though both of them are correlated, in order to truly observe yourself, you have to be committed to analyzing yourself. And there's no room for pride while doing that, because that's a big securing factor in negative connotation, interrupting your progression of thoughts. It's easy to mix up self-analysis with analysis of public perception, depending on the level of connotation and controversy surrounding whatever vibration of thinking you may or may not be in. When you are able to neutrally observe the situation, it can be used to your advantage, though, in regards to identifying certain things occurring from external sources or internal sources. From there, you can then assess those things, but only if you're capable of observing what's happening versus analyzing it first, because it's a preventative measure doing it this way in order to not misconstrue it with public opinion or public perception of you, and analyzing yourself instead. Because as I said, the human psyche is really complicated, and if you let the opinion of others or other people's influence over your opinion of yourself affect it, it's detrimental. If reincarnation is in fact real, and it were to become a way of life for thousands of years as common knowledge, it would explain, in my opinion, the unexplained quote-unquote disappearances of ancient civilizations such as the Mayans or the Aztecs, because it's my opinion the inevitability of people discovering that time is just an illusion would become a consensus versus time zones and calendars and things of that source and nature. So with that becoming common knowledge to a large group of people, they could theoretically catalog and communicate with former and perhaps future embodiments of their selves or their ancestors or other people and things like that. And they could, what we would consider, tell the future. But seeing as how that kind of mentality that would create opportunities to do things like that wouldn't reap the same benefits that create the dynamics that paint the pictures in our minds of telling the future anyway. So that leads me to my whole theory of how these entire civilizations mysteriously disappear on the top of a mountain, for instance, is one story I've heard. If the benefits that are never developed, that we perceive to receive from reading the future, weren't developed with their civilizations, they would predominantly communicate with their future selves to gather information about the landscape of the earth. And everything is everything. So these civilizations perhaps are no longer appearing. So maybe that's why they chose to use that terminology, mysteriously disappearing versus extinction or what have you. Because
The knowledge they had, in my opinion, would lead them to a higher tier level of what we would label advantages, in which they could move around freely as an entire civilization in whatever time frame after the period of a mountain being constructed over time. The mountain could theoretically be them in a way. It's like that's how they become invisible to us, because everything's still everything and everything's just a vibration. However, if you were to go back in time before that mountain was there, maybe they'd still be there. It's just something I've been thinking of. One of my theories of reincarnation is that this experience we're having, time is just a consensus that we all agree on that becomes a part of the reality we experience. So when someone is perhaps reincarnated, they relive their life, and if they left anything behind, such as a picture or a video of them, they would not even know that that was a video of them in the past. And as their age progresses, they would resemble the same person in that video, give or take a few things depending on how their health was throughout their life or any conditions they may have come across, but they're the same person. It's just a matter of the fact that they don't know that they were reincarnated. That supports all this mystical activity that happens where you see a younger version of an older person that they don't know. It's just a theory though. The reason I prefer saying presence instead of present is on paper. It's present. Presence is like presence, which is more expansive. It's still abiding by a limitation, which is language, though. I've covered how represent is predominantly pronounced as represent instead of represent, or represent instead of represent. But the word present is a word that is almost or possibly never pronounced as present, and that puts a whole another level of analogical meaning to things that can be very unhealthy in everyday conversation, but still very important in regards to linguistic effects on engineering within our language. To put it simply, it was as if I felt as though the longer I went without talking, the more energy I would accumulate through my ears, as long as it didn't emit out of my mouth, beyond the level and realms of just knowledge and speaking to people, revealing things. It was like a physical energy or spiritual energy of some sort. It could have just been a coping mechanism to all the acoustic tactics that were potentially being used against me. Over time, I've been recollecting things that I've been having a hard time remembering. And before I forget, I wanted to take note of one of the motives and theories about the first speech fast I had, and how years later I correlated it to analog technology and the pyramids collecting the power of vibrations from sound. But before I made that correlation, I first made it with the energy that I received from the level of sound that entered my ears throughout the day, and the frequency of me speaking being low to none, especially the days with no speaking at all. I had either developed some sort of weird belief that wasn't true, or discovered something, but I'm always scratching my head about a lot of things that I forgot before certain things transpired. And that was a big motivating factor for that first speech fast, was me avoiding emitting the energy that I felt for some reason was being transformed from sound waveforms into vibrational factors within the body that would benefit you. I want to expand on a simple concept of a problem I've always fundamentally had, as far as people preferring to passive aggressively address issues or what they perceive to be issues in their everyday scenarios and with people inhabiting the same environment as them, versus confronting someone who is creating that problem for them, or communicating or identifying something controversial to someone directly. The more you expand on this type of behavior, you see how much it truly is catered to and why it seems to be so predominant as far as its grasp on the majority's mindset. There's more than enough opportunity to hone in on activities supporting that type of behavior. And as you look further into it, you see that the opposite of that behavior is often discouraged by either demonizing that type of behavior or making that person look as if they're cowardly. And in the midst of zooming in and out on this scope of perception and perspective, you see how it correlates to the way authority operates so incredibly covertly in situations that most people would presume wouldn't have so much stealth required. But with the way that the engineering is and the way the indoctrination is, seeing as how we're educated as we grow up, it reduces the likelihood of someone developing themselves in such a way where they would notice these kind of things. So with that becoming apparent over time, you learn to accept that and identify and notice things like that as you move forward. And you can shift your focus and perspective to a lot of other places and see that the same dynamics that authority utilize are in those other areas as well. And it comes down to, if things like that are founded on a behavior that's passive-aggressive, it creates some sort of middleman entities with individuals who create negativity around people that the authority doesn't approve of or feel very good about. That is not very visible, partially because of the personality that it appeals to, but more so because of the benefit on both ends of lack of communication in general, whether that benefit be perceived or known, real or fake. It's all about people feeling like it's the better choice in the matter. So there's a lot of consequences from this that arise over time that people don't care to become aware of, but some people would benefit knowing. When all of this is predicated on an authority's opinion of an individual or group of people, it appeals to covert surveillance and managed aggression for the simple fact that people respect authority so much that if this particular individual or group of people were to become aware of what they could do to appease that authority on the front of things, as far as what would logically fix a situation, they would have no reason to place their judgment on them and commence to passive-aggressively punish them. It's all based around problem, reaction, solution. So it creates a lot of ironic angles that you can step back and see once you really start rationalizing and conceptualizing all this madness that goes on, all this petty bullshit that you got to give yourself a fucking pep talk every now and then and throw a bunch of big words around, make yourself fucking feel good, then try to balance it out. I don't know what the fuck, I just trying to analyze me. And the more and more I've done that, the more and more I've recollected a lot of my past thoughts, and I've been able to enter into those vibrations and come to a lot of realizations that I've already had and piece them together with things that I didn't know before, and more and more evidence comes along over time to support all those things that I've put together. And I'm really on the side of belief with very little doubt that no matter what you analyze as you, and no matter what group of people you tell, there's always going to be at least a half of a person in that group that's going to feel some sort of negative connotation hearing you say that out loud, because they feel as though they don't feel, you don't think you're the only one, or you think you're the only one, or you think you're something special. I just wanted to verify, in case I haven't made it blatantly obvious, I did not give my consent to be experimented on in any way, shape, form, or fashion. One note of external happenings that I will infrequently as possible take note of is that I no-called, no-showed Friday. And every day my air condition has been 1 degree over where the fuck ever I set it to the point where it just runs all day no matter what. But when I no-called, no-showed Friday, 75 degrees in the house all day long. The weather was great, but it wasn't any different than any other day of the week. I try very hard not to take note of the things that are happening around me, because there's so much things, and I'm trying not to externalize the internal and not internalize the external. So it's kind of like the same concept of leaving your problems at home and your problems at work, but different set of labels, and it's a lot more intricate as far as maintaining the neutrality. It's damn near impossible. But certain things I will take a note of as far as external goings-ons. Let me put it this way. There's a huge difference in predicting the future and psychologically preparing yourself for something that you know you're going to forget. The main point I want to make today, just to keep it real simple, is self-analysis within the realms of trying to fix your inner problems is always going to have value. But when you come from a background where it's only applied to circumstantial things that are in the external world, it can always be a big factor in creating a non-directive for you, whether you do it to yourself or someone else does it to you, because it feeds itself that way. Because you'll never identify the non-directive existing, much less it being created by a separate source other than yourself. And more than likely that source will continue to have you chase your tail around in a circle, trying to figure out how you can fix the situation in order to have that very same situation, which is not set up to benefit you, But on a larger scale, I think that happens to everyone. It has the same dynamics. It's a polarized version. It's a replica of the whole thing that our language does within conversations with people that may or may not lead to a controversial standpoint that could potentially lead to an argument. Having all these words that have these levels of connotation built up around them really hinders progress of solving conflicts. The dynamics being within the psychology of your own peace of mind in regards to non-directives, hindering putting value towards self-analysis and self-improvement, because you end up having negative feelings towards doing it. Over time, you eventually feel that it's more logical to give up on doing that, especially if you don't truthfully judge the situation as if it is a non-directive. because then you will internalize the situation by not identifying it as an external problem, because you're constantly trying to improve your character in hopes of improving the level of benefit that you will receive from the non-directive that you were unaware of. It's hard not to look at everyone when analyzing such a large scale problem, but I try my best to work within the framework of how it's affecting me personally. And the way I see it is it affects me in such a way that leads me to the conclusion that a lot of things are set up around people to discourage them from improving their character, strengthening, and assessing the weaknesses they have in their self and or character. And it's hard to take that route as far as perception without running into creating levels of conversation that could seem as though you feel there's a conspiracy of some sort. But ultimately, the less arguable standpoint that I tend to lean on is the functionalities of the balances in the universe and how it's all polarized. Some people, myself included, can put on a different perception inside of them and then label it as a result of hive mind thinking, which is just a replica of the same situation. It just seems to me that it has more pessimistic vibration around it. It's just numbers. It's all so ironic. Whoever was able to identify the dynamics of that word and come up with the definition and term ironic was a hell of a mind, because everything stems from self-centered activity, usually when it comes to negative things. And yet, how much more self-centered could self-analysis be? That would have to be an exception to the rule. Is self-centered activity in the external world representative of selfless activity in the internal world? Or vice versa? I'm not quite sure. So with how and why being one and the same so frequently within the realms of many situations and vibrations, I'd like to apply that perspective, perception, and viewpoint towards the correlation of fear and stress being cultivated and the apparent importance for limitless non-directives within the population. Earlier I was trying to consider how difficult would it be to lead people towards something, whether it be a location physically or a perception mentally or towards values as a result of engineering. How difficult would it be to lead an individual to any of those three objectives or a group of people towards those three objectives? And then compare that level of difficulty towards leading people to absolutely nothing by selling them dreams or confusing them to the point of not being able to identify their actions securing non-directives being constructed all around them. I do feel that all these non-directives are correlated to the cultivation of stress and fear. It's just a matter of which is the how and which is the why. And are they working symbiotic or just simultaneously? I get to the point where I feel that everything's synchronized. But if that were the case, there would be no room for analysis of fabrications, unless a fabrication in and of itself is a representation of another expression of something. Because both of them have the same question. A lot of the time, when I get emotional or to a basic level of thinking, and that is, why is it so important for to create all these non-directives and for to cultivate all this stress and fear? And that leads me back to the whole tangent that I had as far as I feel that all of this is to keep everyone in limbo. I really do. I just don't see any other logical explanation. It's like there's a balance that's been maintained for so long that it's as if the scale has become permanently off kilter, as if it's a foundation. I don't feel that I'm a victim. I don't think this is about injustice. I don't ultimately believe it's about good and evil either. I think if anything, it comes down to leaning on how more than why. And that leads me towards magnetism and polarization and alchemic viewpoints of things I was never really aware of. Yeah, it's easy to mix up how with why, because they're one and the same sometimes. For instance, why a particular tactic is being utilized on someone could be the why as far as the answer to some compartment's questions. So it goes full circle back to the whole situation where you come to the conclusion that you did a whole lot of shit for nothing, but you really don't ever do anything for nothing. That's just the externalized version of this process as far as non-directives leading toward a defeatist attitude, when non-directives lead to a defeatist attitude towards analyzing yourself and fixing what you're doing wrong. Everything's always a polarized version, meaning a magnetized version or a magnified version in some cases, where the elements get more narrow and specific in regards to detail. It's crazy that throughout all the different spectrums of this situation, you find different ironic elements. Like everything's, for example, supposed to lead you to the conclusion that it's something you're doing wrong, which is always going to be true within itself, but not in the way you would relate the actions of other people influencing the circumstances of your scenarios. But it's ironic because that's what it's supposed to lead you to think. So that way, it creates a non-directive. You end up leading yourself to the conclusion that there's no point in analyzing what you do when there really is, just not in relation to the scenarios that are falsified and encompass all the functionalities that would lead reverse psychology to having you have a defeatist attitude. So you relate a lot of negative things toward trying to fix your problems because of where they create a perception within you towards those problems being correlated to your actions. So what I'm saying is, when you put all the distractions aside and you don't get stressed out and wrapped up in trying to fix what's happening in the external world that's ironically set up that way to make you think that's what you're supposed to do, that's when you start comprehending the intricacies of the non-directives being created. So, a couple days ago, I found out about the term called tantric or tantra. It's like right when I was just scrolling through some shit, I found that, and right when I was going to quit watching it, I realized, like, it kind of resonates with me. It's really kind of strange. I've never really went out of my way to practice any kind of occultism or magic or alchemy, but I don't know, it's pretty fucking trippy, man. It's never my intention to do any of this stuff. I just have been living my life, and as I look up all these things, I see how they relate to me in various different ways. I can't really describe how crazy it is to me that that's became the whole main line here. And the point I want to drive home to myself constantly is it's just all about stress and fear. That's when everything changed. It's like they have two things that they care about: people becoming aware and how they react to that awareness. You never really make the discovery fully as far as experiencing it until you become aware. You can be unaware and be aware of the importance of fear and stress in the society and how it's used, and I'm sure you can appreciate it from that point of view as far as the importance of it and how people aren't aware of the importance of it. But it's a lot different when you become aware of certain things. The only way you become aware of that, though, is when it starts spilling over into your behavior and you really start reducing your level of stress and fear. It's like you start experiencing a lot of bullshit right off the bat. That's where it all started with me. Personally, I really believe that it has been a whole life thing. and there's been a lot of like ritualistic bullshit going on. But things really changed to where I could notice it, obviously, when I did away with my stress and fear. Whenever the lower it got, the crazier the circumstances became to lock me back into some bullshit. Lock me back into some bullshit all the time. Boom, boom, boom. And then I would progress, and I would slowly get these plateaus that were closer to a level of progression and further away from a level of regression. And I'm still going through that, but I'm still getting better and better even after the regression happened. I feel like I'm becoming a better person, in other words. And it's all from the unfortunate discovery of all of this stress and fear being cultivated on a level that pours out into my life. Like, what the fuck do people give a shit about what my heart is doing for? Like, this has got to be some other shit going on, man. Like, some entertaining levels and areas of conversation that are just ridiculous, to say the least. Like, I'm trying to think of practical fucking things, man, and it's like, there's so much going on in this world, and in this reality, and on this planet, and in this universe, and you can't decipher between all of them and not miss details. So I'm never gonna run out of shit to say. I'm not actually as repetitive as I had thought. I've listened back to all of this shit, and I feel like I've built a pretty firm foundation to say that I'm in part 2 or 3 at this point. If I were to make it a book, I don't know what the fuck kind of book it would have. It doesn't move in any kind of direction. It's just all over the goddamn place. It's not the focus and intention anyway. It's more about me becoming better, not forgetting things that are important to the way I perceive life and maneuver myself. It's like, what the hell do you do with that? You know, do you scold yourself for not, like, is there something wrong with you? Like, it's gotta be something I'm doing wrong. Just to be realistic about it. It's not that I'm not right about saying that either. You know, I could be wrong about saying that it's something I'm doing wrong. But is it against the regular flow of things to make your stress and fear level go below the average baseline? Is that got anything to do with it? Like, it's like a lot like the theory and questioning I have of where your mind goes when you go to sleep. Like, does it negatively affect someone when you don't sleep? Because while you're asleep, they're awake. Like, is it the reason the chemical imbalance happens in the brain is because it's a defensive mechanism for the organism of the mind or the consciousness or what have you? Is that the similar kind of thing going on with fear? Like, is fear an entity that needs to be fed, in other words? Because stress is the same thing. It all stems from fear. I have a really strange kind of philosophical dilemma going on as far as negativity within emotions and action, because the polarization has to exist. But as far as it spilling over into behavior, the negativity can only get there through manipulation, in my opinion, because it's like the judgment gets involved and then the motives are hive-like. So the dilemma comes to the whole entity of consciousness or the mind being an organism. I wonder between the possibilities of fear being an entity being fed by stress and every other negative emotion that's cultivated by time, or is any negative thing or emotion really just a distortion or a manipulation of benevolence and good intentions, period. It's got to be one or the other. But when you really live within the reality that there is an importance of it being cultivated in each and every individual that you come in contact with, that there's a need for it somewhere, even within individuals that you can identify. You know, like, they need the negative energy from other people, but a lot of people aren't aware of it being tangibly harnessed. It's perplexing, really. I think it's a mixture of both. I mean, I do really dig the whole theory I came up with about negative things, negative emotions. I feel like every negative emotion is just a distortion of a positive one. And I feel like that distortion created an entity that is real. And it is fueled from fear. And it perhaps is representative of whatever is put here to regulate and implement the rules of the universal laws. The way I see it is the way many texts portray it, as far as what's on the outside that may or may not possess what's on the inside, can only operate within certain boundaries. So that would lead to the existence of free will, which a lot of people believe there ain't no such thing no more. And a lot of people don't believe there ever was because of their religious beliefs and things being preordained. But the level of knowledge that I'm at and the vibration that I'm in and everything that I experience, I see the will and the intellect and the emotion of my being monitored, targeted, and attacked constantly. I mean, it's all about how you perceive it. Life is a personal experience. I can believe whatever I want to believe, but how well will it benefit me? Yeah, it may be detrimental to look at things negatively, but it doesn't help you any to be walking around with your head up your ass like ain't nothing going on. This shit is real, man. This shit ain't no fucking game. I mean, I'd be dead if I was doing that. That ain't no fucking game. I mean, even with me walking around being cautious, I've came close several fucking times. Just like, I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to brag. Everybody's going through the same fucking thing I am. It's just there's certain things you do you can't take back. Like all the things I've done I can't take back. All these motherfuckers I'm out here motherfucking, you know? It's like same thing with them. They just did some shit I can't take back either. It's just life, man. You gotta get the fuck over it. I don't know, man. It's like, I don't understand how I can have that mentality and all this shit keeping on. It's like a lot of people lead to the notion that they're being punished for something they didn't do. I can totally see how people go there. I go there a lot too. But the reality is I don't know. I still to this day don't know. And that's why I've really developed so much importance on the stress cultivation, so much value towards the awareness, because that's the only tangible thing really that I can really identify. Is you have to look at the basic things and then blow them up and make them sound real intelligent. And doing that, while you're doing that, you don't know you're doing it. I didn't know that's what I was doing, you know. I'm just trying to keep it real with myself so I can fucking move forward with this. But I just took these really basic fucking things and I blew them all out of proportion. And within doing that, it's like I was able to analogically look at it. Just the same kind of way I look at my music. I like to analytically and analogically look at my music. Like, I put my headphones on, I listen to a song, I pretend that I'm not me. So on and so forth. I get out of my body and I listen to it. And it just goes where it goes. I write my shit a certain way before I ever knew what that type of thinking was. It's just, it's like you can listen to it and it's like it could mean this, it could mean that, but it's going to relate to you whichever way it relates to you. And that's the way I'm listening to all these recordings too. Like, I look at it like a real harsh psychiatrist would. Like, this motherfucker, he's just talking on shit about himself. He's self-projecting is what he's doing. I look at it that way. Like, I look at, like, all the shit I'm talking shit about myself. That's the way I listen to it one time, and then I listen to it and try to listen to it as the self I am, and with the lessons I've learned, and try to do a few face palms, and like, okay, yeah, I'm wrong about that. Like, goddamn, what a retard. And then other times, like, I listen to it, I'm that same guy right then. Like, I'm living as me right then. And then I take the positive elements of that out, and the negative elements, I keep them in there. And it's like, okay, now I can use this guy. It's me anyway. It's not, I don't care what people think. This shit's working for me, man. But it blows my fucking mind about this whole stress thing. It ain't about what nobody's fucking doing, man. It's about their fucking cortisol. It's about their heart rate. It's about their EMF. It's like we're just a fucking energy source, man. I don't know where it goes. I don't know what it's for. It has all these reasons, but that's just the reasons for holding up all these organizations that are doing all this shit to get paid. That ain't shit to do with the big picture, man. Like, why is it so important? Like I said, I took all these situations and I blew them up, and when doing that, it's like I'm able to look at it all these different ways and learn a lot of things, man. That it's so much more than those small situations, in other words, because it all trickles down. It all trickles down to these things. Like, they're all connected. It's compartmentalized in a way, the same way that the programs are that make these things happen. still talking shit to myself though. Like what's sitting here talking out of my ass about it gonna do for anybody? Who knows? I don't care really. I'm just doing it because it makes me feel better. That's me being completely honest with myself. So I mean, I still got to answer. Makes me go back to thinking about the ratio situation, honestly. All the way back to the earliest recordings of me pondering of it, about how it affects the planet, maybe, with the weather and things like that. It's like the importance of it. I broke it down all the way into a religious tangent, man. Like, I really got off on this whole ratio thing. But it's there. It really is. Like, it's also there with the whole divide from 2 fingers out and 1 finger on you and 1 finger out. There's that divide. That's that ratio. It creates a minority, a smaller group of people amongst the majority. And it's like people get by doing a lot of shit that would perhaps adversely affect things. But they know all these ways to manipulate the processes within the boundaries of the rules. And then it's like it only applies to the smaller end of the ratio, the smaller number of people. It's like everything they do affects what happens with the weather, for example. And that's a theory, a big one too. But it's like, what's the deal with all the correlations, but more importantly with the fear and the stress? I feel like that's coming out of the whole thing. That's what fuels the motives for the people who retrieve it from the minority of the ratio. Not a racial minority, just a small group of people in comparison to the majority. I feel like the entirety of the ratio, meaning all people, are being siphoned from, by some source, all the negative energy which stems from fear. All that's being siphoned. But it's like, it's from different motives. Even the people who are inducing it into people are motivated from it because they're in fear that they won't get your negative emotions. And even when they're not in fear of it, they're still seeking it from you. So it supports the whole dynamics because they in their self represent the source that is fueled from fear-based emotions, which are negative emotions. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of get out there a little bit, but I gotta go there. It comes full circle again back to mimicry, but like I said, everything's got like a trifold analogical way, it seems, of looking at things. And it's like I've covered how it affects your progression of your character strengthening and how coerced assimilation tends to occur. But it's like when you realize that these people can potentially be a past you, or they're portraying themselves purposely as such, it would lead you to believe in either of those scenarios that you can either stay the same or change them, potentially. But more importantly, you. But it would seem more difficult to do so if these people are attempting to have you assimilate yourself with your own past flawed personality. It's all a matter of perspective, because no one can tell you any damn thing. I'd say the most logical way to look at it is there is 2 different groups of people, per se, with different motives. And then there's the regular flow of the universe and all the beautiful, intricate synchronicities within, as far as polarization and the way things influence one another. That's always occurring, and it's a really powerful thing once people are able to tune into it, because you can't necessarily capitalize upon it. That's why you have all this bullshit going on, all this manipulation and malevolence. It's so rampant because of the sheer fact that you can't really capitalize upon it. So you have to capitalize upon the people who aren't aware of its existence. That's my personal opinion, and I'm just not supportive of that type of mentality fueling your means of operating. I see it for what it is. I really feel like that's what's going on, as I'm seeing it as it is. It's like this whole thing is ran off of fear and stress. The negative energy within each individual is so important to a source that regulates things here, that it's incomprehensible. It's so obvious that they need negative energy from everybody. No one ever notices it because it's always there. It was always in me when I was just, that's another thing. It's like they use that term, blissfully unaware, and ignorance is bliss. But really, man, when you start becoming aware, that's when everything starts attacking you. That's how that perception's painted. That's how that picture gets illustrated in people's mind. But the irony comes in when the awareness leads to you having the realization of the importance of stress to what you perceive to be an adverse element toward you. Or you may perceive it as your enemy, or you look at it like the government. You just look at it like an oppressive force. Because it's like, how else are you to look at it? It's something that's feeding off of your negative energy. And the reason it's ironic is it's like everybody uses the term blissfully unaware, or ignorance is bliss. And then when you become aware of the bigger picture, you realize that fear and stress is, you start learning how to eliminate it within yourself. And then that's bliss. That's really what bliss is, and that's clearly an agenda for you to take that away from you. And then you can't really sound like anything but a bitch when you start bitching about it. Because I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't a time in my life before I became aware where I was potentially happier or just really content and all that. It's just everything looks different now because you realize like how much you really did get pissed off about petty things. And how, me personally, I realize, like, say, whenever I have one of these fucking temper tantrums I throw, you know, it's like, I feel like it affects my intellect or my power or my energy negatively in some kind of way. Like, I feel like I regress somehow, and I have to progress again after it. And it's like noticing that about myself now, which I couldn't do without just changing my perspective, makes me look back on what was being detrimented back then about me getting pissed off about petty things. It's like, yeah, ignorance is bliss still. I mean, there's still value in that, but it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, if there was an oppression happening to force negativity into you after you figure out how to do away with stress and fear, you realize, like, it's important to something. It's a fucking agenda going on. It's got to level out all the fucking time. Everybody has to have a spike in their heart rate or something. It's just, you gotta have some kind of something all the fucking time. And then it's like you look into all these programs, and some of these objectives literally require an emotional response from you to prove that you're not a sociopath. There's a lot of things that happen that sound so reasonable to people, but they really point to a very questionable place as far as motives in the bigger picture. Why is it so important for me to be stressed out about things? Why is it important for anybody to be stressed out about things? Then you have to logically look at it like, when is it reasonable for people to be stressed out and to be in fear? And then you have to take and look at it another way. When is it necessary for stress to intervene as far as someone being motivated? Fear as well. Like, sometimes those two things are a motivating factor. That's another way to influence the masses into thinking that it's important because it correlates to responsibility, because some people like me lack in the area of motivating myself to do reasonable things for my health and things like that. You know, it's like, I'm not terrible. It's just people can make a good case for implementing or inducing or causing stress and fear into someone. But it's a little different when you start conducting your conduct in a certain way to where you would still be operating the same fucking way, whether you were stressed out or you're not stressed out. And you start seeing that they don't give a fuck about what you do. They don't care about us. They don't give a shit about people. They care about the energy we emit. That's it. They want negative energy from us for whatever the fuck motive from that point. That's another debate. It's a fucking fact that there has to be a certain level of stress in people for so many fucking reasons that are obvious, like narcissistic supply and narcissists. Or the Hegelian dialectic, where you have to create a problem to create a solution with the surveillance, or, you know, a lot of various things. So without me getting caught up in all that shit that I'm speaking on, as far as the connotation making you defend your viewpoint of things. An example of embrace erase would be what I feel I did when it came to, for lack of better words, I sacrificed my pride so I could see clear. And it's, for another lack of better words, ironic that it made me more confident in my actions. And the way it relates to embrace erase is because everybody has to figure out what's their weakness, what gets in their way. Pride was mine. It's not to say it's completely gone, but people have more control of you when it's the predominant factor over your default way of operating. So once your pride isn't in the way, you're more confident in your decision making, because it's like a crutch, and it's like when they knock the crutch out, it's like you're all fucked up. So you don't have it anymore. You have no choice but to become stronger. You really start seeing what confidence really is. It's not really what it seems, as far as it leaning on self-esteem the way pride does. Pride's not the enemy. It's just, like I said, it's survival, man. When I say survival, I mean you're your own worst enemy. You gotta survive against it. All this shit that I see out here is me. And if I don't identify it as that, I won't identify it at all. I'll just be trying to place my judgment on it. And all that shit is just a fucking boomerang whacking your ass upside the head all the fucking time. But back to this whole embrace erase thing. How it brings up all these, what I label as defensive mechanisms built into our conditioning that create levels of negative connotation around certain words alone and certain words combined. It makes us conjure up images and create implications about things. But people don't look at it close enough, because usually things people don't believe, they don't know that they actually do. Because a lot of people, they full-heartedly accept the idea of sacrifice and how the dynamics of it take place. I mean, that's the same thing, really, as far as like embrace erase. You embrace sacrificing or compromising yourself or something else or someone else, depending on how you analogically look at the dynamic. So it's all about accepting and embracing the situation to erase another situation. It's not to say you accept something into your life and have it consume you. That's not what embrace erase means. It's just the polar opposite of the dynamics of what you fight you become. That's all. Because, I mean, everybody embraces that because it sounds better. So it never leads to anything looking at it that way, because you have to look at both sides of everything and wonder what the third side is. And then if there's three more, in my opinion, that's a problem. And then if there's three more representing the thing, you know, it's like three more on top of it. That maybe that represents as above, so below, because there would have to be an etherical thing in between. So it would be divine, perhaps. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. What I have labeled earlier today in my head, the ultimate divide, really, with our culture, within our culture, and in comparison to others, is the simple way of how we look at things. Where you become different, in my opinion, where things kind of start changing socially, mentally, emotionally, enough to where it spills over into your behavior and circumstances, is when, I can't illustrate it because it's just audio right now, but it's like you got two fingers pointing out, and very rarely on a large scale, especially, like, it's just like a never thing as far as a large scale in our country. And that's my opinion, and I have a lot of experiential overlap as far as coming to this conclusion, It's like everybody's got two fingers pointing out, and that's how they operate as far as dynamics of everything. And then very rarely do they have two fingers pointed back at their self. So it's almost to say that the chances of them pointing one finger at their self and on the external is just very minimal. So that's why all this silly fucking shit happens, because our minds are how they are, man. Our pieces of the mind are just, it's crazy because it's never on the same page. It's all individualistic. And then when you have all these different individuals who have differing levels of potential of influencing the masses, it gets really wacky, man, because it's like, just think of dreams, for example. They don't make sense. People go to psychologists so they analyze these dreams to get the message. People have all these crazy fucking things going on inside of them that they don't ever have two fingers pointed at their self, much less a finger pointed at them and the external, in which you start making correlations and identifying synchronicities and a lot of nefarious surveillance things. So it's like, when they get in these influential positions and they only have these two fingers pointed out, they emit all the energy from within them into the external world. And when they're in an influential position, it caters to that way of thinking. So you get all these people debating, and it's just crazy, man. That's why I'm saying that's where the divide comes in between like a different way of thinking. But yeah, back to the whole perspective thing with the goggles analogy. It's more than just perspective and viewpoints. It's like almost like personalities, because it's different yous from different times in the past inside of you and in other people, literally and symbolically and artificially. Like it's a whole lot of shit going on all the time. Not like sci-fi bullshit level, just real life synchronicity and planned out, programmed bullshit. And yeah, a little bit of sci-fi crazy sounding shit too. I mean, it's all going on. You get used to certain things being true, but I don't know, man. It's hard for me to say what's helpful. It really is. With something so pervasive and dominating and influential, it's beyond contending with it. It's the type of thing that regulates and engineers society, man. I mean, what the fuck do I expect? Or what does anyone else expect as far as attempting to combat something like this? As far as it goes, is survival. As far as I see it, this far into things. But as I said, I can't really say what's helpful, but what seems helpful to me and what I do to survive these things is I attempt to not go any further back than my area of covertly operating with the awareness that I had. I try not to find myself within the realms of a previous self before that point in my life, often, because then I can have that awareness, regardless of what level of awareness, it's still developed a way of operating to where it's still a safe zone, because people aren't aware of when I was at that point. They don't take the time to figure that out, and they probably won't. So whenever they put that on them, I'm their ally. even when they're my enemy, because it's like I set it up that way, man. It really is that way. It doesn't make me safe. It doesn't mean they can't harm me. But it's like there's certain things that I can identify that I put there for my future self, for when it's within me and from when it's within other people. Pretty trippy, man. I could be way off base with this as well, but it's just something I've been wanting to take a note of. I see so much every day, representations of things, and things representing what's happening. It's just too vast, all of these things. The most compelling is my own perceptions within me, especially. It's interesting that it's like I have all these different goggles I can put on to realistically portray the situation. Don't ever get it twisted like I'm like in a fantasy world. It's just like I can look at it this way or I can look at it that way. And then I can look at it a third way. And then I can look at it 6 ways, 9 ways. It's just all these different things going on. And it's also a trip when you see other people doing what they do, and in that process, which I don't care to specify at this moment because I myself know what I'm speaking on, you see yourself in them, or a previous self, or a persona that has been portrayed by either yourself or someone else. It puts me in the mind of something that Manly Palmer Hall mentioned about redeeming your own underworld, because it's like you have all these things inside of you that you have to overcome, and it's like you see them in the external world as well. And everybody wants to be philosophical or scientific or mix those together and talk so deeply about cause and effect or karma, and constantly say what you fight, you become, but they don't take into consideration the polarization that they believe so heavily in as far as cause and effect and opposites and positives and negatives. And it's like what you embrace, you erase. If people in this reality believe so heavily in something, then it would only logically lead to the conclusion that the opposite would have to be true as well, especially when, regardless of what anyone believes, that's just the way the universal laws work. I don't want to say they take it too literally when they hear what you embrace, you erase. It's just they automatically conjure up certain images. They automatically conjure up certain images that are conditioning and indoctrination and culture instilled in us. And it is dangerous because it leads you to believe that it's okay to embrace certain beliefs and then partake in them. But it's a difference of an opinion when it comes to what someone means if they decide to start saying this to other people. When they say what you embrace, you erase. Because I'm strictly speaking on just having the perspective and point of view of someone who believes that whatever you put your bad judgment on is what can potentially be your enemy, because it's what you don't want to represent you. Like, if you are ashamed to be accused of something, it's because you have such strong emotions against that specific thing or label you're being accused of being. And it's not to say that that's the wrong thing to do. I mean, if people are accusing me of being something, I mean, I've been there and I'm potentially still am there. People have every right to react negatively to a situation of being accused that there's something that they're not, that they have such strong feelings against. However, if they psychologically prepare themselves and they're in a survival mode of operating, it leads you to desensitizing yourself. For example, there's all these different ways of explaining it and souping it up to make it sound professional or comforting to someone, but it comes down to you're surviving because you're not assimilating to a system that oppresses other people. And that just sounds so political and fucking pansy-like, really, but it's the truth, man. It really is. I mean, a lot of this shit is just way over the top. It's beyond social conditioning or engineering. The past few times I've took a notion to do this, I've drawn blanks like I've never before. I'm still noticing that whole cycle I spoke of about my thoughts becoming more and more complex over time and then climaxing and going back to a basic level of thinking again. I'm still noticing that, and I've noticed I'm becoming less emotionally invested in doing this all together, but I still recognize and believe in the value of it, so I'm going to continue. Could just be that I'm an asshole and I just like to hear myself talk, which is a good thing, I guess, since, you know, I'm so to myself these days. One of my electronic devices fried, so the same thing could happen to this. And within that whole cycle of my thoughts climaxing and going back to basic levels and things like that, it still has no control over me taking the notion to go to a location and basically just do the routine that I used to do while doing this. And that in itself is proof of a lot of things, in my opinion, along with all the external things that happened here over the past year or so with this taking place, of me making these recordings and coming over here to this specific location walking. It just became more and more difficult to do it, which makes no sense within the natural realms of things. It just doesn't compute. It's not that I'm running out of things to say. It's nowhere near that. It's that my content's getting deeper, and I've been doing this for so long that I've developed a routine in which is capitalized upon. But I got a lot of ways that I hope I never forget that I can't mention that keep me functioning. So a lot of it's just who I am. It's kind of just embedded in me to do how I do. So it's just inevitable for certain things to pop up as guidestones as far as progress. And the more and more this process repeats, the more strength is gained in the long run. Plus, it's all about perception. Most of these challenges in this life that we live. Something really important about this that covers a lot of areas, but a very specific element of this is about making you come to the conclusion, I just did all that shit for nothing. I just did all that for nothing. But, you know, it's just another form of setting you up for a letdown, you know. But you didn't ever do anything for nothing, I promise. Everything is for a reason. Beyond the cliche, man. You don't always just do something for one reason. There's never just one reason for doing anything, even if you think there's only one reason. So especially when you know there's more than one reason you're doing something, you won't come to that conclusion nearly as often That whole, oh, I just did all that for nothing. I should have, because the goal is for you to stick with that conclusion. I just did all this shit for nothing. So you will go to that next step and say, I should have just never did none of it. That's where the regret creeps in, and then your low vibration is stuck on you. All the experiences, whether they be good or bad, would not have been experienced. And you don't learn any other way other than experience truly. So it's like, man, I didn't do nothing for no reason. I never do anything for no fucking reason. Neither does anybody else. So I ain't tripping, bro. I mean, I was. Whenever I'm tripping, I'll fucking yell about it for 30 minutes, maybe an hour and a half. But after that, generally and honestly, I'm over it. I am. I'm just dealing with everything second nature because it's become a habit. After that, I'm just regular default mode. I'd say one of my least favorite things about this whole bullshit, one of the worst factors, is gotta be regret, I'd say. Because it's not from the normal frame of reference that the regret you're accustomed to is. Because it's unsure, like everything else. It's really abnormal to have an unsure regret. There's always situations where, there's good and bad. There's plus and minus to certain decisions. But it's a bit more complex when you come to wondering if the regret is merited or not. And I say that to say I'm not even sure if I'm regretful right now about what just happened. I know what I am surely regretful of, and that was I just reached another boiling point and fucking verbally assaulted my steering wheel again. Because it's always the same thing, man. I listened to the cognitive behavioral therapy audio clip I have again. And it's clear that they do know about the dynamics of cognitive behavioral therapy trauma-based. Because if they weren't, then that would only point to the conclusion that they have psychotronic weaponry. And I'm not going to even go into whether I doubt or believe that, because that's nobody's fucking business. But I've pretty much established today that if these people aren't against me, they don't have my best intentions at heart, and they're not indifferent. It's more than indifference, and it's completely obvious that they don't want my best intentions, which is, neither here nor there. I mean, I'm the only one who should cater to me. I'm a grown-ass man, and so is everybody else. But it's leaning more towards the conclusion that it's beyond them wanting me to quit the job, dude. Because it's like every other social circle I've ever been around. It's the same cycle. It has occurred to the point of no return. It's like I always go into these situations the same way, as if I don't know about it and that it isn't happening. Because, first of all, that makes me feel better. Second of all, it's healthy. And third of all, it's a great strategic it's a great strategy. to reveal the truth to yourself. And I've done that, man. These people are not trying to desensitize me. And that's not their job. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I know that they're not being covert therapists, as I label, you know, because this cognitive behavioral therapy is teamed up with surveillance. And I don't give a fuck who believes it. It's so blatantly obvious to me that it's a fact. They're very correlated. Trauma-based cognitive behavioral therapy, social engineering, and surveillance are a trifecta of destruction. And it shouldn't be. Those three are such a formidable foe to whatever they go against that they could definitely benefit us, but they are not. But anyway, the whole regret thing. I had a situation today where I had to drive 2 hours to my destination to work. And I had already planned the previous day to drive up here, but I was not able to get up on time. So I hauled my ass an hour away, which is halfway, an hour away from the house, and a bunch of crazy bullshit happened. It almost really fucking pissed me off, but I got over it. I just got irritated. Much more than I got irritated. I just got irritated. It wasn't as bad as what I did later that day, because it's with the cognitive behavioral therapy, when you look into post-traumatic stress, there's HPA, hippocampus, and cortisol levels that have to be in the brain in order for that disorder to be identified. And with this surveillance state, they have a technique called psychiatric reprisal, which was in another country. It was labeled that in another country. I don't know what they call it here because it's all supposed to be a secret. But it's basically they try to induce a mental disorder or falsely identify a mental disorder. All along, they present themselves as if they're trying to prevent those disorders or eradicate them. And I will mention a little bit about psychotronic weaponry, is that when a thought is induced into someone, it will be a situation like this. Somebody is having an indirected conversation, meaning not directed towards you, in which you will be either eavesdropping, overhearing, or engaged in that conversation close by. And they will mention things that happened at your house, except they won't say your name, they'll say another person's name, and just all kind of things. I know exactly what it is. You know, it's ancient vocab to me. But honestly, man, the way things are going, I don't know what I'm going to retain and what I'm not going to retain. That's why I've really been hastening my efforts towards this, really. Because once the hippocampus is affected, your memory and your intellect are heavily affected. And that's inevitable. So that's why I'm doing this. So I can build up over and over and over, like I've always done. But it's becoming more difficult these days to rely on my memory anymore. But I had this situation, back to the regret thing. I'm dealing with this shit right now, and I'm over it now because I've been talking all this time for about 10-15 minutes. But with the post-traumatic stress, which I may or may not have, I'm pretty sure I do, if I'm completely honest with myself. I think I at least have a few symptoms if I don't have the whole disorder, which is all they need for the psychiatric reprisal. But with PTSD, your cortisol level is very low in the morning time. And when you don't have PTSD, it's very high in the morning time. And it's to get you out of bed. That's why people who are depressed or whatever, they have a hard time getting out of bed. But as the day goes by, whether you start off with a low level of cortisol or a high level of cortisol, by the end of the day, that cortisol is affected. The level of it goes down. Your HPA doesn't react as sharply as it would in earlier hours of the day. And I've noticed this in a lot of articles about mobbing, and more importantly from personal experience, that they incrementally increase the harassment towards the end of the day. And today, that was very evident. It's like they broke out the big guns at the end of the day, like they always do. And I'm aware that they're reading my reactions, and depending on the means they are using to identify these reactions, I know they cannot be hidden. And I was able to identify that they were able to identify my reaction within me with no body language to portray that, no facial expression, no nothing. And even if I'm misinterpreting that, the indirected conversation framework was so blatantly fucking obvious that if I were to even had tried to pick it apart, they'd have been fucked. They got real fucking sloppy today. Usually every now and then I'll pick them apart and they'll stutter and come up with some sort of thing, and the ones that are better at it already have something on their hip to throw at you if you try to call them out, which is the professional way. And I appreciate that, because that don't do nothing but help me, because that's really the right way to do it. I mean, if you're going to covertly do some shit, whether it be beneficial or detrimental, do it the right way, man. You're trying to manipulate somebody and they fuck around and manipulate you to reveal your bullshit. I mean, that's not very fucking professional, unless that's your goal, which is sometimes, you know. But this regret or any other emotion, I have to question my own fucking emotions, man. I've talked a lot about this, because you don't know whether it's you or not. And even if it is you, you don't know if that reaction was cultivated. But after they broke out the big guns and we clock out, since I drove 2 hours all the way up to where we were, as I was driving there this morning, I was like, it's all good. I'm just going to go watch the waterfall after I clock out. It'll be all great. It'll be worth it. Because I like nature. That's my thing, man. It helps me in a lot of ways. And I don't know if it was just a bunch of bullshit compiled over the entire... I know it was a bunch of bullshit compiled over the entire week from my own mistakes. You know, not eating well and not sleeping well. And there's a lot of other things outside of me that contribute to that I could blame and bitch about, but I'm not. But either way, man, at the end of this day, I don't know, man. I lost it. I fucking lost my goddamn mind, dude. I freaked the fuck out. I got so goddamn mad. And I have a strong feeling that indirected conversation framework that affected me in such a way and got my stomach burning. I know damn well that was inserted into me from when I felt that feeling the first time, from that situation that was covertly mentioned very sloppily. And it's like I know it wasn't me reacting to it in that moment. I know that because it was identical stomach burn. It was I just know me, man. I just know me. I know me. That was put into me because the mental image was put into me. The memory was relived right there in a matter of a second. And then the feeling subsided after the imagery left my head. And then it started rising back up a little naturally from me being pissed off about what just happened. And then that went away. It's EEG, heterodyning. RNM, acquired data, and it was utilized. And I'm pleased that it wasn't a reaction from humiliation or shame or anger. pleased with myself because of that. But I'm still pretty upset about the entire situation in my life, everywhere and anywhere, and anytime, in the past, present, or future. It's fucked up, dude. Really. But after they broke out the big guns, I walked to my car and I'm about to go, and I feel fine. That's what's wild. Like, I was just like, damn, here we go again. That shit just happened. I knew it. I've been known the whole time, but I've always wondered the intent of what they're doing. Like, are they truly trying to desensitize me, or are they trying to sensitize me and misrepresent my disorder? That's what the debate has been all the way up till today. I'm pretty sure that it's no good, man. What they're trying to achieve, anyway, is no good. I just really feel like they've gone beyond playing mind games with me. I'm cool with that. That's frustrating and annoying, but hell, that's something you can look at like a rite of passage or an apprenticeship or whatever. It's just part of being a new guy. But all this other shit, dude, it's pretty obvious at this point. It's a bunch of surveillance. And after I walk to my car and start typing in to go to that waterfall that I was going to look at, I got a little madder, and a little madder, and a little madder because it wouldn't pop up on my GPS. And then I started riding around trying to look for it. I got lost, and god damn it, I freaked the fuck out and flipped my shit, dude. I was screaming for probably goddamn 10 minutes, riding around that nice neighborhood with numerous neighborhood watch signs, everybody looking as they drive by. I'm fucking yelling, and it's like, god damn, dude, I do regret that, but it had to be done. It's better to do that than to fucking hurt somebody or get hurt by somebody thinking you're gonna hurt them, or get arrested or get sent off to a loony bin. But at the end of the day, dude, it really fucks with me bad. It takes a long time to recuperate after I freak the fuck out like that. It makes me physically sick. And it doesn't make anything better as far as the situation and the people around me. It doesn't make two fucks whether I'm on a crusade against not being able to have my privacy. Doesn't matter. The situation is what it is, dude. I gotta get better about this shit. For me. Fuck everybody else, man. It's for me. Because me is everybody else, and everybody else is me. But after I'm freaking out and shit, I finally find the place. And I sit down, I get down there, and there's all these out-of-state fucking vehicles down there. And it's pretty packed. It's not packed, really. It wasn't packed when I first got there. But there were people there, and I was like, fuck, I was hoping nobody'd be here. So I just sit in the car. until they clear out. And I get down there, and I'm feeling pissed off. This is not the vibration that I wanted to carry down there to that waterfall. This is nothing like what I wanted to go like, you know. It really is kind of depressing. Anyway, I walk down there, and about 5 to 10 minutes, people start trickling down there, and then they start trying to get in my line of sight, and it's like, whatever. I go into a certain area where my back's to everything, and I'm just staring at the water. And then, like I said, man, I have a lot of regression that happens after these freakouts. Like, songs start going in my head and don't stop, and I'm not able to shut them off. Like, all the stuff that I typically dealt with before I successfully came up with ways to combat it. It's like it just goes all out the window for a while after I lose my cool. So I'm sitting there dealing with that shit all in my fucking head. And people slowly start trickling down there, and then they finally leave. And I move to another spot, and I'm just trying to feel better. So I put on my headphones and start listening to the cognitive behavioral therapy explanation and presentation. And there's always this synchronicity happening constantly that I can't decipher whether it's artificial or it's not. And that's really, it makes me sad, man, because it's such a beautiful thing when it's real. And I miss out on it. And then I misinterpret the fabricated shit for the real synchronicity, and then I get disappointed. But anyway, after that smaller group of people clear out, I move to another place, and my back's still to everything. And as I'm listening to this recording, or as I'm listening to that presentation, there's a synchronicity that happens that I assume is artificial and fabricated. There's a portion of this presentation where she says, "Oh, hello," and right as that happened, somebody walks by me, and I turn around, and it was a large group of people. It had to have been at least 15, 20 people. All of a sudden, they just all came down there, and most of them was women, and there was a bunch of children with them. And it was like, as soon as I turned back around, and I stood up and walked to my fucking car and drove off. What the fuck, dude? I didn't even look at any of them's face. I just walked right through them. I don't know if it was I don't know shit anymore. Because I can be sitting somewhere, minding my own business, and then all of a sudden I get hit with an emotion. And I know it's not natural. And it's especially when I'm around people. Or certain thoughts. It's like I just know the difference. But what I cannot decipher between is the synchronization. And that is killing me, man. I can't decipher between the fabrications and the synchronization. I just felt really fucking sad, man, when I got in that car. And I couldn't tell if I wanted to get back out of that car and go down through there or what. I just didn't know whether it was I was doing the right thing or not, you know. I just knew I felt like shit, and I wasn't nowhere near where I needed to be to conversate with anybody at that point. I mean, I was just foaming at the fucking mouth about 30 minutes early. I just, when I'm that way, I don't want my energy to go into somebody else. I really don't, man, because that's a product of everything that's happening. Really, is the synchronization that I'm aware of still exists. It still exists, and it is affecting me negatively because of the things I do. Because I can be as sociable and civilized and decent and polite as I want to be, but those negative energies are in me, and when I look in someone's eyes, it goes into them, and they don't feel it, but it does affect them, because we all mirror each other whether we want to or not. A lot of people do it intentionally, but it's not something that you can control. It's literally polarization. It's science, man. You can't stop this shit. So that's the main reason I just got the fuck on and got in my car and drove the fuck off. I didn't know what else to do. And it really sucks because I was in the mood that I needed to be in to socialize with people all the way up until I got in my car and was riding around looking for the waterfall, and then I lost my shit, dude. I lost my shit completely. And I get down there and then I ain't what the fuck, and then I turn around, all that shit, and it's like I was gone in 60 seconds. And it felt like shit. But I just don't know what would have happened if I stuck around. But to make myself feel better, I want to remind myself that regret's just a low vibration, man. It doesn't do anything for anyone. It does not a damn thing other than make another person feel better. It don't do shit for you. One of many numerous reminders to guard your will, intellect, and emotion. And while doing that, I've forgotten to mention to keep my way guarded within the intellectual and motivational areas of my life. Specifically the element of not expecting anything, because that's a big part of confusion and self-doubt. Those two rarely exist without that. Because when you expect something, it's a matter of the level of tolerance and patience resolving the situation most of the time versus you preemptively eradicating it from not expecting anything to begin with. There's really no way to get disappointed that way, and it's not really normal human behavior, so you can't beat yourself up and think that you're lacking in character or anything. It's just a survival tactic. it's not going to work 100% of the time, because these circumstances are not natural. And so therefore, it's not the best approach to just regular everyday living. But what the fuck is that? What the fuck is normal now? But yeah, just if I'm really going to try to get on this whole tip about my way of doing shit, I just gotta always keep it in mind. And that's where they're getting me, is that element of expecting things every now and then. It's almost as if they have to put extra effort into it for me to even commit to a thought, just so they can turn around and say, oh, no. It's really petty to even take a note of or do to someone. But it is what it is. It is important. So now that I've taken a note, I won't forget it as often. Within that whole cycle of create a state of confusion, instill self-doubt, and lower self-esteem, you will often find heterodyning techniques taking place. And it's amazing how short of an encounter can combine all these things. So you can imagine how an extended period of time mixing with the correct and desired technique and result. And a surefire way to identify this heterodyning taking place, which is also representative or representing a lot of other techniques that do the same thing, in which you create a positive and a negative environment where a subject has to rise above it. And the way you can quickly and easily identify this happening is when you hear a group of people or two people talking back and forth, or one person mentioning a good thing and then immediately a bad thing. Good thing, bad, good, bad, bad. So the quicker you can catch on to it, the quicker you'll hopefully lessen the effect of it. I want to try to expand and simply conceptualize as basic as possible this entire concept of the intricacies of time and space being utilized to the advantage and disadvantage of certain people dispensating knowledge. And I'm going to try to work within the frame of reference of my previous recordings to explain it and decipher it as best as I can. On a real basic level, time only exists in the conscious mind as a viewpoint, per se, that we all have a consensus on, especially with the regimenting and documenting of it in our modern civilization. It leads me to believe that there was a time where this wasn't so, and it's even documented in the history that we have available to us. You have to understand that it's not that documenting time wasn't something that ever occurred. It's just that there was groups of people around that didn't do it at all. And there was existing balance within the people who did document time, having a sort of a vibration within them that still was in harmony with various things relating to people who didn't keep up or document time. And that brings me to some of these previous recordings of how they use the framework of the story of Jesus, which represents I am, which represents Christ, which represents the presence of grace, which represents the infinite awareness that we manifest through our external lives. How it's perpetually kept us in the same framework within that story that enables certain things to happen within our psyche, which affects our behavior and outlook on the world that we live in. With us
constantly portraying the image of what covertly represents infinite awareness and presence of grace and the present moment being crucified on a cross of all symbols. And how I said that they keep us in that loop, like we all continue to live the same way and the characters are just recreated, like someone going into a dream and they have all these characters come into the dream and they're just representing or representing people in their life, and it just continues over and over though, and these people multiply and the ratio continues. Say there's a group of people in that dream. That dream had a group of people that it represented previously that is now larger because the population has grown. That's a reality. That's how I see it. Because in order for evil to operate the way it operates, it has to operate within a certain framework within our perception that we have to have a consensus on. It can all be individualized and differing, but it all has to have common ground in which we agree on certain things that affect us, into creating environment in which malevolence ciphers off the energy of benevolence through manipulation of their actions. And it's like they continue to play the same scenes over and over, and we're living within that reality in a loop, so much that it's created religions that go back to pagan rituals like Wicker Man, and it creates mentalities in which people do that symbolically. And what created that entire energy field of manifesting manipulated advantages, it's like it all comes from a place of misinterpreted knowledge and capitalizing on that and continuing to, until the motives and reasons behind it are blinded just from it becoming regular occurrence and creating jobs and ways of life and mistranslated religious texts and things like that. But as I said, so many people have worded it in so many different ways as far as the dynamics of who we deem to be power simply maneuvering through manipulation. But the way they do it is they, over this time that they've decided to keep us in a loop in, ever since they've decided to do that and then continue to recreate the characters over these thousands of years, the way they accomplish this is it's similar to, as I've said before, watching a movie and continuing to play the same scenes over and over in the middle of the movie and not continuing it so it'll never finish. So it's like always the scenes that paint the malevolent figure in the movie as having the most power, to give the viewers who don't know that they're actually participating in the movie the perception that they have, or reading the same chapters in the middle of the book. It's all the same effect, and it just keeps looping over and over and over. But it's a little different because what we're representing as the presence of grace, being I am, is infinite. It has no end. That's what's so beautiful about it, and that's what's beyond unfortunate in this situation. But it ultimately represents something that can't die and lives within us regardless. It's just the perception that people create on a mass scale. All this regimenting and documenting and allotting different things that are necessary, I guess. I mean, they're something that can't be done without at this point. As far as time zones and all this, I mean, it's not all bad. Everything's everything, so everything is a big reminder of something else sometimes, just as it's a replica or a similar occurrence or a potential distortion or representation of a bad or good outcome of something that's not finished yet. But it's evident, even if you look at it with no symbolism in the Bible, all the potential that Jesus Christ had. He had all these powers. He could do these amazing things. There was limitless potential, in other words. You see, this character is the embodiment, and then he's no longer has those potentials, as an embodiment. So it's like, it's all a symbolic thing. He had to die for it to be a deity, in other words. But they keep perpetually keeping us in a loop with that imagery of, and the backdrop. But the word represent carries a connotation that's developed through lack of recognition of how the word's constructed and the definition thereof, and how it's pronounced the way we pronounce it. And this is representing this. This person represents this group of people. It's like an after effect. It's ironic because the way the word represent is presented gives you the way that you go about it developing dynamics of the pictures you paint in your mind. It's like it's really representing something that's already been, like the embodiment of something else. But everything has two sides that way. Every single thing is that way because it's all a happening. It's all actually verbs. It's a matter of perception that goes beyond grammar and vernacular and tonal phonetics. Before going any further, I want to mention the word represent and how you can pronounce it as represent, and how that's much of what goes on knowingly and unknowingly everywhere you look, and how it's done accidentally and on purpose, and sometimes subliminally. It's sometimes found on a personal level, sometimes found on a theatrical level, media level, social level, nature level. So it's all about how you present things, in other words. That's why perception's so important. So with that in mind, there's only so much you can talk about with one frame of reference. It's like the endless multiplication conundrum that's apparently represented through the Mad Hatter, the table. They all keeps coming up with these various ways of saying the same shit, and it's like there's a principle to it, in other words. And where there's principle, there's precedent. And that is what continues to support the reality and maintain the vibration of the operations and the little shows that are put on, and everything runs how it runs. Everything represents things, like they put the face on the money, and it's happening here, it's happening there, and it's just keeps going on because the truth's there already. People see it, they don't give a shit. It's too much of it out, too much of it going. We delve a little further into this presence of grace that I speak of, and how when being a neutral observer, you try your best to live in accordance with the presence of grace. And in order to live in the presence of grace, you have to see it as a deity, just like everybody has their own sphere, their own aura, their own electromagnetic field. They're basically a walking world or a planet. Well, the presence of grace is a formless, shapeless, timeless, infinite deity, being, God, perhaps a piece of the Most High versus a creation of it, being as it is so intricate and complex and so unfathomable that you can't even keep it in your mind often enough to appropriately attribute it to anything. It's whatever's happening all the time. It's whatever you're looking at. It's God. It's the presence of grace. It's whatever label you want to put on it. It's a big happening, though.
And it being the most powerful thing that we can perceive, everything mimics it as far as the dynamics of it. Because it being so broad and vast, it's impossible for that not to happen. So to live within it would be to be a neutral observer with the awareness of it being all around you and around everyone else simultaneously, and embodying itself through activities of other beings on the planet, creating things and doing things together and forming bonds between one another. And it's all a part of the presence of grace, which we have unknowingly limited and regimented and crucified and done all these horrible fucking things to, especially to people who have embodied such a force of benevolence that it gravitated towards more influential extensions of the presence of grace or God. So much has just been kept a secret that I feel at this point most of what I'm dealing with is a product of life just being a rite of passage in which I haven't completed. Like, some things you just don't figure out till you die. And I damn sure am not implying that I know everything there is to know. I'm nowhere even close to even considering that. I'm way in the dark, way in the woods. Super ignorant, don't get me wrong. It's just certain questions you can live a whole lifetime and never answer, but doesn't mean they don't have an answer. That's what I'm saying. And it's like a rite of passage. It's like, I think that certain questions you just don't know till you die, or you think you die. Whatever you want to say happens. And then you're re-embodied or respawned or born again or rebirthed or whatever. All these terms that you constantly hear and are symbolized. And then you live with that consciousness. But there's limitations that come with that consciousness in order to keep the rite of passage the way it is. And that's just a theory. But it's where it comes from, you know? It's where these things come from. Whether they be true or false or off base. It's the dynamics. There's a truth in it when it comes from a certain place within me. And with me listening back to it, and I find it. I want to jump back off of the personal note of things. Step back. Be wrapping up that spiritual, religious tangent I ended up getting on about evil running the world through malevolence, manipulating benevolence, and siphoning off the infinite power by hiding and guarding certain knowledge about the nature of the universe and how it interacts with our behavior. I want to point out that as far as evil ruling the world, that is a perception. It's not the planet, space, and the creator being the most high, way smaller version, more personal level of detail in relation to society and social engineering. Because when I say world, I'm referring to a shared reality, a consensus of agreements upon certain beliefs which direct our conduct in such a way to create differing perceptions that share the same core to ensure certain things continuing to operate. So within that reality that we perceive, that's been cultivated and supported and guarded, it creates something that I call a world in which we could knowingly or unknowingly have our own world running simultaneously. It's just a new tier level of labels as far as the situation and circumstances in the scenario of having your own perception or sharing the perception of other people having one of you, in which you'll lose your own, which ultimately I don't see how individualism would survive within you unless it would be a farce that you're not aware of after that, especially if it unknowingly happens. Whenever I'm speaking of the dynamics of the world we live in, I'm speaking on the consensus of the core of the base of the reality that we all morph into or assimilate into being with our reality individually or in a hive. It's like this, like you have to look at it like when you see oil congealing into these little bubbles. It's like it's all the same substance, but it's separated into these larger and smaller circles. That's a tangible replicated version that you could see physically represented as far as the way consciousness is working right now. It's just a big game, really, to say this is this and that is that. It's really all just the same material. It's just congealed in different areas on top of something. And it's all to ensure that separation that's created from the top and the bottom. Well, while my mind is still on what I mentioned earlier, as far as the effects of simply not having a phone or not having anyone have your phone number man, I would love to see that happen on a large scale. If everyone just one day, on the same day, after a large enough group of people was accumulated, if everybody just got rid of their phone in that group, all on the same day, damn, I'd love for that to happen. I'd love to see the effects of that. Not on the external, but the internal of each of those people. And then have them fall into irrefutable evidence of the things that are happening around them personally, because it's all personalized. Even without all this nefarious shit going on, life's still a personal experience. It's like we're all walking around in our own little bubbles that are interconnected. I know for a fact that it would have a huge effect on society. I'm more than curious to see what would happen if a large enough group of people all got rid of their phone on the same day and decided to go however long they agreed upon without one. Just that small of an element would just take out one factor that would just make things that are happening under people's nose be more identifiable. I hate to get to the point where I'm saying a whole lot of nothing on these recordings, but if it gets to that point, that isn't a stopping point, seeing as how I'm doing it for me and therapy, and it makes me feel better regardless, calms me down. But with all that being said, I still don't want to get to that point where I'm just saying a whole lot of nothing. And I've been doing pretty good about that. It seems like the only times where I do that is where I'm having a hard time focusing because of all the distractions around me. Very rarely will I pull this recorder out without something that I want to say on my mind. And anytime that I do, it's because I'm in a stressful environment, and I usually won't even talk during that time, unless I'm just trying to calm myself down. So I just want to take a note of that. That's the advantage of being an empath, too. You see shit that other people don't. And you start seeing the reality of it being a personal thing. You know, there's certain things involved in certain scenarios. Like people's faces, people's body language, people's emotion. You see shit, man. When you see shit, you see shit. When you know shit, you know shit. When you're a certain way, you're just a certain way. And you notice things. And that's what I notice. In a lot of circumstances, it's like there's a divide as far as people participating, and that points fingers to the existence of a group. Like, what made them look at me that way versus that one person in there not looking at me that way? In other words, sometimes the answers are a lot more important than the questions. You just need the question to act accordingly. The question exists, so it's like, hey, something ain't right here, and that's all the fuck you need to know. That usually works, because ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. You know, I don't know how the hell or why the hell they do, but it's another subject. So, I mean, it's just, if you ever want to avoid getting put in this situation, keep a smartphone. I mean, you'll still be in the situation. It's just, it won't become obvious to you, and you'll be able to doubt a lot of what I say and what other people say. Because it comes down to when you don't have a phone, or you have a phone and you don't give the number out, all these fucking weird ass scenarios will fucking come into play, man. All these inconveniences, all these gaslighters, and just a bunch of bullshit, man. People lying their ass off. Incredible things will pop up in front of you that you should have had a camera. You know, I mean, it's just like a bunch of stupid shit will happen that would never happen otherwise. If I were to do anything to expose the intricacies of this society and all the myths, mistruths, and misinformation surrounding the reality of very controversial things, if I were to be in some sort of influential position to where I know a decent amount of people would listen to what I say or consider what I say, I would definitely say, get rid of your phone if you don't believe me, or if you want to prove to other people that this is existing, these circumstances and these situations, it's real, man. All you have to do is get rid of your fucking phone and watch what happens. Like with the police predictive algorithms, that guy, he held a big conference on it. He's standing in front of a podium and giving out all the information, you know, and it's like when you get put on one of these lists out there, they assign you a somewhat of an intensive probation officer that just randomly pops by and checks up on your well-being constantly. They never stop. And that's my dad. I mean, it's all the same situation, man. It's just like, how do you label it? What is it representing? But the dynamics are the same, man. Like, everywhere. Like, I could have a phone and have the motherfucker on, and he'd still do this weird-ass fucking shit that he does, where he just pops up out of nowhere and knocks on the door. Because he used to do that even when I had a phone, and I always kept the phone on. He has to have the element of being random. So fuck that motherfucker. He don't need my goddamn phone number. I don't need to have a phone. It doesn't matter. He still is going to pull up without calling. He's still going to knock on the fucking door. And he's still going to be all butthurt all the fucking time because he has to hear everything I say. This shit's got to stop, man, because I damn sure ain't. This is bullshit. I'm not going to stop. And they ain't going to stop. So one of us is not going to be bothered by the other. And if we want to just take turns, we'll just fucking take turns who's getting pissed off and pissed on. Who gives a shit? I'm not okay with this, and I'm going to stand up for it, bro. Ain't no way you supposed to live this way. Ain't no fucking way you ain't supposed to have no fucking privacy. And it be positive. I mean, ain't no fucking way, bro. It's really just as simple as I have a lot of things I want to say. And the harder it is to do it, and the more difficult the circumstances around me make it to do it, I'm just going to take longer to do it. I don't give a fuck. I really don't, man. I mean, I have software where I can delete whatever the fuck I need to delete. I'm only worried about what's important. If I have to listen to it, I mean, they have to listen to it. Whoever the fuck they is fucking fake or real, who gives a shit? All I know is there's a clearly identifiable level of opposition and scenarios and circumstances and noise campaigns that make it very difficult to do what I'm doing, man. It's just really difficult. I have a lot of things in my head that I really need to address and speak on. So, I'll get there. Yeah, I'm having a hard time doing this, putting shit into words, switching from personal things to broad things. I just don't understand, man, the behavior of people around me. If it ain't based on bullshit, it's got to be based on what I do, and everything I do is alone. So I don't give a shit. Like, it really comes down to that, man. That's the whole issue, and it's got to be confronted and faced as reality. It's got to be more than a delusion. I can't just keep doubting it because the way people act, I mean, if it leaks all the way out to my family, there's something going on, man. And they can't tell me what it is. But I'm clearly doing something that they don't like. And I could speculate it's this or that, but the things that I've stopped doing, it's like there's either misinformation telling them that I'm doing it still, or they want me to. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I really don't, because no matter what I do, it's like things just get how they get. It has to come down to what I'm doing by my fucking self, what I say by myself specifically. Especially when I get super pissed off and start yelling at my fucking steering wheel, or basically just pitching a fucking fit, talking a lot of shit, not knowing who I'm talking shit to, and not giving a fuck because they shouldn't be in my business. And then they turn around and come at me like, you know, I'm the dickhead for motherfucking them. And it's like, I'll never be able to adjust to that. I'll never be able to adjust to that. You may as well just take me the fuck out of this place, man. I can't deal with it. I can't do it, man. Because it's just the sheer fact that I'm being watched by you motherfuckers, dude, that makes me project all this negativity out. If I wasn't aware, I wouldn't be talking shit. I never did. So it's like, I gotta figure out how to deal with that, man. And it comes down to, you gotta look at the benevolent elements of what they would want to do. With the universe running correctly, anything that's going to stop the flow of anything will be regulated. So that's how they perceive themselves, as if they're elements of the universe being implemented, being used as tools to sculpt reality. That's how they perceive it. And I'm corrupting the flow of life in one way or another. And that's me quoting from my mind and the vibration of the mentality of Manly Palmer Hall, which I'm assuming he would be somewhat supportive of a surveillance state if the necessity for it was what he perceived, because the way he would try to conduct things would be in accordance with universal law. So he would be against not reproducing or contributing to the regulation of universal law. But that's just one man's opinion. But yeah, each is in all and each is all. Goes beyond just the point of perspective being infinite and shapeless and timeless. It goes down to us as the vehicles that manifest these points of views, how they're all embodiments of other people's opposites or replicas of past people. It's really a trip. Like a lot of teachings and a lot of the things that I came up with to cope with things, and the things that were a product of my way of looking at things, made me conclude is that a lot of things stem off of realizing that we're all one. And it really affects your behavior when you accept it, because you realize that you can't control anyone ultimately. And whoever you kill is just, you're killing yourself. Whoever you put negative on is just the embodiment of what you don't like within you, or you don't know is potentially there even. Some people are the embodiment of a dark side of a really good person that they never identified or know about, because we're all one. Everybody is the embodiment of a different combination of you or another person. And this mind that we speak of is not what we think it is. It's not the brain. The brain only regulates breathing and organ function. The mind's something totally fucking different. How do we think all this shit? How do we even have these different personalities? It all comes from the mind. And when I say the mind, I don't mean your mind. I mean, you might have a piece of it, but it's like, it's constantly running. It's electricity. It's conduct. It's conducting all the time. When you go to sleep, where the fuck are you? I mean, your brain is where it's at, but your mind's the same place it's always been. So if the mind is here and life's a personal experience, then where the hell is it when you sleep if it ain't in you? It's just something to think about. Like, is it being embodied elsewhere, somewhere else on this planet even, within someone else? Is that why we ultimately go crazy when we don't sleep so many days, other than the chemical imbalance that it causes naturally? Like, is that a survival mechanism for some mysterious thing that we never really thought about? Is it harming someone else when someone sleeps too much or doesn't sleep enough? Does it take away from the progress of wherever your peace of mind goes? Things like that I was thinking about. Trying to dig into my own psychology today. It's really not working very well, so I'm gonna go back to all that crazy shit I was talking. Fuck it, I'm bored. I kind of like doing this, man. I really do. Like I say, man, I feel down on myself until I listen back, and man, I'm like, hey, might be able to do something with this shit. I was speaking the other day about how, what I guess I would term spiritual telekinesis or some bullshit like that. But it's like you got a you and then the outer body you, like your subconscious or what have you. And it's whatever runs in your brain to tell you to do this or that or the other. Like, say you're in harmony with somebody and you got some kind of chemistry via friendship or whatever. You about to walk and trip over something or whatever. It's like their aura or subconscious or second person or what have you will communicate with yours, and then yours will tell you without you even being aware, hey, walk this way instead. And then you look back and there's a hole. Some shit like that. That's the presence of grace. That's the I am. That's a big element of it being represented, because it's like what this one woman was asking somebody about, somebody who had a psychedelic trip, and when he was coming out of it, he said, each is all and all is each, with infinite points of awareness, something or another, something. And she wanted dude to analyze it. That's some deep, profound, you can't even put that kind of stuff into words, but that's the best way I've heard it worded in quite a while, as far as the presence of grace or consciousness or whatever you'd want to label it. It's in so many places, and it's shapeless and formless. It's representative of the present moment. It's representative of when everyone walked around with no calendars, with no watches, until we came along and put that entire way of operating on the cross. Whether you want to look at it biblically or mathematically, it's all about crucifying and utilizing what's been put on the cross, and that is the presence of grace in the present moment. And you can look at that even as a business point, seeing as you owe your name 13 days. You dig a fucking hole in the ground, you don't get paid for it that day. So you being product of that particular portion of that particular deity, being shapeless and infinite, and being the presence of grace, which is the present of time, has been crucified. It's been put on the cross already. And you're reaping the benefits, or what you perceive to be as benefits, 13 days later from the very same people who did it. And they're not even aware that's what they did, or don't give a shit. It's clear to see that the present time has been crucified. Present moment, the presence of grace, when it's been warped and manipulated to not be able to manifest certain things without consequence. It's frustrating, man, because the impression that I have to shake all the time, whether it be the truth or not, is I'm under the impression that people think that I don't know who I am, and they do. Man, fuck you. I know who I am. Do you? I mean, that's where I go with it. I know who the fuck I am and what I am really means. So ultimately, I know what you are. And so you should know what I am. And whatever you know it is what it is to you. And that's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? That don't make it true, though. It's just what you know. And that's what goes for you until you realize what the truth is, if you don't die before then. Because it's just, the truth always comes to light. Whatever you don't know here, you'll know when you go. But yeah, man, it's like, I don't know how that impression really even arises from anyone that act that way. But since this is ultimately about solving my problems, there's going to have to be a step from certain scenarios and situations and circumstances being perceived as delusion into them being reality, and vice versa, as far as some things I'm perceiving to be reality being delusion. It's got to happen. And the level of opposition to what I say and do about myself is real. It's undeniable. Like, on a real basic level, it's like a kid, you know? It's like a little fucking snot-nosed kid pitching a fucking temper tantrum because they're not getting their way. Yeah, that's me. I get it. I get that's the concept here. You know, a little temper tantrum going on with a little rascal of a motherfucker, you know? And it's like, they punish him for that, you know? But it's like, how the fuck is my house supposed to be a baby crib? Am I in time out? Like, really, what the fuck's the deal? Am I really supposed to cower down and bow down to this shit? It's like, I'm not living with nobody, you know? It's like, I could understand if I got children in the house, or even if I have one other person in the house, period. And even if that would be the case, what's the deal with this out here? You see? I mean, it's like, it's almost as if the recorder ain't even got a fucking thing to do with it. The recorder never even came into the equation until years later. I'm 29 today. So what the fuck has been going on for the past 8 years, for the past 10 years, for the past 12 years, for the entirety? I mean, really, you got so much shit going on around me till I have to fight the delusion of whether I died or not. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that? I'm walking around this motherfucker wondering if I died on some Beetlejuice bullshit that I know ain't true. I mean, that happened years ago. It's like that was one thing and then another thing and then another thing. It went on for a whole month. It raining the whole fucking time, all the way to where it lasted about a motherfucking month, 3 weeks to a month, to where it was 4 days of one delusion, 4 days of another, 4 of another, you know, and then it dwindled down and start rotating back to the first one. Oh shit, here's this one again. What the fuck? Bullshit, motherfuckers wearing makeup. I mean, all kind of dumb fucking bullshit, you know, and then it's like, yeah, I'm proud of myself, really, especially the first time around, all the way to where it dwindled down to where it was happening like 20-30 minute between, to where it finally just quit. All these different things, thinking I'm a robot and all kind of weird shit, but it's like it's a product of your imagination, man. It's just working overtime. That's all it comes down to. It's just, we're social creatures. Isolation ain't good for us. It can cultivate some things that will never be catered to in any other environment other than isolation. Maybe that's what it's about. Well, like I said, I'm gonna keep talking, man. I always have this shit in my head what I'm gonna talk about till I start fucking pulling this out. But there's so much shit, bro. So many things that I just never take note of. Like a picture of me on a fucking website a few months back, where the same day or a few days later, I got a recording of a guy talking, and some weird shit happened, you know? And it's like, there's clearly an outside looking in theme going on my whole life that I've been able to prove if only somebody was with me. But on this website, there was a fucking picture of somebody. It was like a clone, bro. Like, if it wasn't a clone, it was a picture of me photoshopped or whatever. Like, had this very same MP3 player that I'm using right now. Like, he's sitting there with his arms on his legs, with blue jeans like mine, a shirt like mine, holding the MP3 player in front of him with a smirk on his. I mean, it's me. The motherfucker looked just like me. So, and that was months back. And like, I always wait a long time before I mention shit, because I don't forget shit. I don't forget shit, and I don't mention shit right away. I don't see the value of mentioning it until I feel to mention it later on, I guess. But there's some bullshit going on, man. There's a bunch of misinformation being spread about me, and I can't tell if it's my family doing it or my family falling under the influence of it. But what I cannot deny, and what is more likely, is the opposition of, like I said earlier, it's like a kid throwing a temper tantrum, and they punishing them for what they say. Because it's like, it's so long and so long and so long, shit builds up, shit builds up, shit builds up. You know, and it's the equivalent, since you want to look at it that way, like it's justified, it's the equivalent of a kid. You know, they fucking with the kid till they finally freak out, but he do it the right way. He goes to his room, puts his head in the pillow and screams. And then you go in there and start chastising him for it. Start being heinous towards him and, you know, scolding him and trying to shame him for this, that, or the other. Like, that's the equivalent of what I deal with my family. And I'm fucking about to be 30 motherfucking years old. Like, I come out here and I'm so fucking pissed off. And I'm not going to cuss him out because, you know, I'm trying to be respectful as I can be. So I come out here and just, like, yell and all this crazy shit. And, you know, everything's just been all fucked up ever since. And I'm supposed to not correlate that. Like, it can't be my emotions affecting it because I got them off of me that day. You know, it's like I'm pissed off. I let it all out. Like, just, that's why I did it. I got to my boiling point and did that shit. And he clearly heard everything because he started moping around with his motherfucking camel face. It's like he heard the whole fucking thing. It's like, how? Who gives a shit, how? Fuck you. Get out of my business. That's just how I look at it, man. Like, if I ain't got no fucking privacy, I ain't got no fucking life. I'm supposed to adapt to that like I'm supposed to grow up. Fuck that shit, man. That shit ain't going down like that, man. If I ain't got no privacy, I'm gonna act like I got it. Fuck the bullshit, dude. Think I'm fucking crazy. How crazy is it to live like that? And that's like going off to summer camp forever, or to the military, or school, or wherever. You know, what the fuck, man? Fuck that shit. How the fuck I bought my own fucking house and I can't talk or even think inside that motherfucker without it being a problem to folks? It blows my fucking mind, man. If I stay all the way out of the way, so that's where you go to picking your own brain, like, quit being a bitch, what are you doing wrong, grow up, be a man. And it's like, what? What is it, bro? What the fuck? I don't know, man. It just comes down to people being upset about what you doing. And they ain't got no business even knowing. It blows my fucking mind that it's just that simple. That's the main thing that I'm trying to tackle, because that's what I'm trying to move away from being a delusion to becoming a conclusion of a problem that I can actually either try to fix or adapt to. Because that's genuinely what it is at this point. It's trying to identify things that I can actually work on instead of fucking talking out of my ass about religion and philosophy and shit. And it needs to be done so I can get my grips on who I am, so I can cater to my fucking egoism and cushion my fall when I shoot my shit down. Because that's all that's going to have to happen. Because if I were to go see a professional psychiatrist that wouldn't potentially put me in the fucking loony bin, that would be how it would professionally be done. So if I'm able to do this, I'm going to be one clever or deceptive motherfucker. Because I don't know many people, or if it even is possible to be your own therapist. Probably not. Might even be really fucking dangerous. But I'm not going back. I'll tell you that. I'm going to keep talking shit till I get back to where I'm fucking saying something that means something. But on another note, the situation I speak on of certain subjects being protected by levels of connotation that may be negative or controversial or humorous. It's like a level of security cloaked around certain subjects and teachings and people, even to divert the attention away from progressing the truth of the matter in the situations. The similarity being the more genuine experiential overlap of circumstances that are adverse to very beneficial teachings and mentalities that are cultivated elsewhere, such as India. It would take a lot of people to get on that same wavelength of certain mentalities for it to have the effect to be beneficial. It's all about social engineering. Like a lot of Taoism or Indian teachings would say that, and it's, I pretty much agree with this. There's a balance set in the universe of what people would label whatever they wish to label, as far as this side of it and that side of it. But it ultimately comes back to us as one guru would say, it's people being miserable and people living joyful. Well, when you have a situation that I'm sure exists over there, it's just, you have to really analyze when someone who derives their joyfulness from the misery of others. When you realize that there's really people that way, and they may or may not be directly around you, that's what really kind of dampens the progress of such a beneficial outlook. Because it's still ultimately true. Because it's all within how you may or may not decide to judge what you see. Because whatever good or bad is what you would say. It would be opposing to you or on your side of things. That's why I generally like to look at it like, man, it's just a product of everybody being misled. I'd also like to mention, since I was bitching about the regular noise campaigns, that for the past probably 50 to 70 motherfucking recordings, there's been bugs flying around my fucking head, and now they're showing out extra. Who's gonna believe shit like that? They just increased about fucking 5-fold just from mentioning it. Like I said, man, it gets to a point where it's unreal. Like, am I really even fucking, is this even real, bro? I get to that point sometimes, and that's not good. Like, for everything to get involved this way, it's like it's a dream, dude. It's fucking stupid as hell to even take note of that perception too, because it just comes down to living such a small fucking life. The longer you live the same, especially with it being small, it's like you open yourself up to manipulation of your environment. It doesn't really matter if you can identify it, because it's fucked. Your environment's fucked. You can't even be in the environment that you're in, because it's not the environment you're in. It's manipulated. You can adapt all you want, and there's a lot of beneficial things that you gain along the way just from having to deal with it. Certain mentalities and even religious practices and ancient teachings that you find, you kind of start wondering, like, how do these motherfuckers even feel the need to come up with shit like this? And it's like, here it is, walking, talking proof of the need for it. But yeah, I'm just gonna fucking keep talking until I come up with what I've been trying to say for the past motherfucking month. I can't come up with it. Fuck the bullshit. I don't give a shit. If I want to goddamn talk to myself, I'll fucking talk to myself. A bunch of fucking creeps and weirdos want to listen in, they can. I don't give a shit about that neither. It's really just unfortunate, because there's a larger thing going on that I could really benefit from. And it's not a goddamn secret society. It's the universe. It's all the synchronicity around me. It's the wind, the clouds, the bugs, the birds, all that. How am I supposed to tune into all that with all this other bullshit around me? Like, look at me, tune into this, Fuck you and what you thinking about and what you talking about. We tired of listening. It's about us. We have to listen to you. Be considerate of us. And it's like, I don't have to know why you have to listen to me, because there's a more important thing going on. It's like there's dead people listening to me. It's like, and now y'all fucking it up for them. It's like I'm acting an ass. I mean, that's just how I perceive it, man. Some people call it like ancestors or whatever. It's all these levels of consciousness that didn't get re-embodied, and they're just in the same fluid that these people are fucking jamming their way into synthetically, all in the goddamn way. It's fucking retarded as hell. I don't agree with none of it. It's really a trip, man. I look back on all the different people that I had talked to in the past, most specifically the job before the job that I'm at now. All the different questions from all the different people that were asked, and the responses that I had gave way before I ever fucking got an MP3 player and shit. It's really a trip, man. And even more a trip, all the other people. And it's like I get to the point where it's like, why are these questions even being asked? And what really gets me is the answers. And it's like, they just came from the way I look at shit. I wasn't the kind of person who really looked into a whole lot of other teachings or religions or anything like that. It was just me adapting to some really heavy shit and how to cope with it. And it's like, every time somebody talking to me, I'm wondering, do they know what I'm going through or not? Or are they going through the same thing I'm going through? So I'm constantly in that vibration of occasionally double speaking and trying to drop game or reach out for more knowledge from somebody who might know more. And it's like, it's really a trip, because in the past year, all the things I've been looking up, it's like someone would probably perceive that I had really been a close follower of certain teachings and or people, because of the eerie similarities to some of the things I say being verbatim. I mean, it's different when you're parroting a quote from someone, but it's an entirely different situation when you come across somebody speaking that's like saying everything you said to someone else. It's like, what the fuck is going on, man? I mean, I've spoken on this before, but it just comes down to the same streams of information being able to be tuned into. But it really takes on a more mystical viewpoint when you see it as a stem of consciousness or something like that, because it's a representation of a reality that's already exists in a different light, because the circumstances cultivated the fucking perception, which cultivated the tactics to thrive within it. But yeah, before I go on, let me finish up what I was saying. It's like, if it's such a problem and it's misrepresenting them or making them look bad. Like, say it's like my whole family is involved in some shit that I'm not involved in, you know, and there's other people who are involved in other things that know me or have known me or whatever the fuck, you know. It's like, and somehow I embarrass them or something. I've moved beyond that. Like, I don't even think that's what it is, man. Because as I said, when you go all the way back, all it's ever been is just to create a state of confusion, instill some self-doubt, and try to lower my self-esteem. Like, it's all it's ever been. And I don't think I should really even take it personally, because I see that being done to a lot of people. And it's really nothing to really bitch about, but it's almost like when you don't, it just happens more frequently. In other words, I don't see any dynamics to put into play to make it stop. I really don't. Because you have to think of the great minds that were involved in this and potentially still are, as far as this secret society / surveillance, intervention. I mean, just all these different sects of things that go on that affect the people who want to be an individual, basically. And I hate mentioning things that happen around me, really. But I come out here and I walk 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. Complete silence, man. You know, pull out the recorder and it's like, boom. It never fails. Who gives a shit? I don't. But it does make me lose my train of thought constantly. I cannot focus every fucking time I try to do this. So the progress I'm making is really slow, and it's going to be even slower the more all this happens. So I hate it for anybody who's having to suffer through it. Fuck you, fuck off, suck a dick. I don't give a shit. Shouldn't be in my fucking business. Anyway, you gotta come back to like all the great minds that clearly are involved with the mentalities and philosophies that would be beneficial and somewhat benevolent and justified in the midst of participating and trying to covertly improve people's lives. And I just don't really fully agree with all of that. But if there's a level of malevolence going on, manipulating people, you start to question, like, someone with the depth of perception of someone such as Manly P. Hall. You know, even if someone were to agree or disagree with someone like that, his perspectives seem to be something that I would disagree with as far as trying to covertly improve someone's life, you know, because it comes down to the mentality that bleeds over into what's happening these days. You know, it's not a reality that everyone's going to have all the morals needed. Who gives a fuck about morals? Definitely not business-minded people. And that's ultimately what is driving a lot of this madness. A lot of this shit just has to stop, man. .620, 21. I want to address a few things, like how the fuck did I even start doing all this so many months ago? Like, what led to all of this? Like, what is the point? What's the goal? And ultimately, the goal is to keep my sanity. Really, that's the main focus of my attention and energy towards this project. It's just for personal usage. It's unfortunate that that can't exist as far as it being personal, but I'll continue to use it to my advantage to take note of my progress and things that I feel are necessary to mention for me not to forget, whatever they may be. And there's no question, no doubt that there's opposition against me doing this. And what ultimately led me to this point, I would say, is the same thing that led me to the point of doing many things that I do. That is the opposition level towards what I say by my fucking self, or what I think by myself. That's where it all began. It's like I became reclusive a long time ago to prevent certain things, and it only made them worse. And everything works off of a level of secrecy in this community. And then you zoom out, and then you say society, and then you zoom out, and then you say this country, then you flip that around and look at it in the correct way, and you realize that's a business. And then you start getting lost in that tangent and answering questions to how things are able to happen that you know are happening that no one else is conferring with you about other than people who are labeled crazy. And it's just this vast amount of bullshit you get wrapped up in, and nothing ever gets done, and ultimately nothing really can. But yeah, it just comes down to me minding my own fucking business, staying to myself and not talking to nobody. It's like a real problem, and I just don't understand that. I really just don't get it. Like, I'm so beyond indirected conversations and implied perspectives of strangers that I'm just studying them. I create the fucking scenario just as I created the scenario that they intend to capitalize on. I mean, it all just is a representation of some bullshit that, I just don't understand, man. How it's like it's against the rules or something. Because you gotta, if you want to take your feelings out of it and really accept what's going on and don't expect anything and try to rationally conduct your conduct, you have to have some sort of frame of reference to do that with. And it's like you have to look at it like if everything around me is revolving around secrecy and deception, you would have to naturally presume that there's secret societies involved, which is not surprising or even compelling at this day and age. It's really just a big play on words to begin with anyway. But anyway, it's like if what I do is such a drag on the people immediately around me, you could easily conclude that they're in some sort of society together, whether it be mainstream or secret. And it just boggles the mind that they would let certain shit continue that is so detrimental to them, to the point where you wonder if it even is. So then you start correlating the frequency of certain events based around certain things that you do to try to perceive whether it's based around your actions. And then you just look back as far as you can remember, all the way to the present moment, and realize it's like nothing's really ever changed. With the social engineering I've mentioned in mind, within the larger ratio number, with the people within the larger number in the ratio that is strictly maintained, there's a level of compartmentalization which cultivates and creates an environment around the targets and victims whereby large groups of people immediately around their everyday life have a perception that results from an outside looking in stance, similar to the scenario I spoke of where a group of people could be collecting lists of things that you read and watch and download in regards to research and beliefs and teachings of the understandings of spiritual and religious practices and just influential people and controversial people speaking. The larger this group of people become who intercept this knowledge, with the viewpoint being influenced from the stance of the outside looking in, with no recognition of the frame of reference within the victim or target having this list of speakers and reading materials had while listening or reading these things. The larger the group of people who would hypothetically ascertain these things, the less room for understanding of the motives of someone listening and reading these things is. Because many influential people and intellectual people and spiritual people still fall prey and victim to all the negative connotations surrounding important subjects, or many of the misconceptions and misinformation. But it's the fact that many of these people were the embodiment of someone searching for truth. So with that in mind, and with knowledge of how the bigger picture was painted per se, it stands to reasonably conclude that much of what these people say are true, or perhaps little of it. But the fact is, with the way things are and the way things will be and the way things always have been, there's value in everything. Even amidst all the misconceptions, you can often find how the seed was sown within that person that created that misconception or difference of opinion of your own. But back to my point about surveillance ultimately affecting social engineering in such a way that cultivates a level of anxiety and anger towards victims and targets of it, seeing as how it's so compartmentalized that the larger end of this ratio that is maintained is compartmentalized in such a way where many of the people that the victim or target would encounter, victim or target just being two of many words, it's just whichever, it's just a matter of labels again, interfering with conceptual analysis of functioning operations within this society, which, like every other controversial and important subject, is protected by levels of connotation that are negative due to conflicting opinions. Because it comes back to the larger concept of the world being ran by a group of people that no one really understands or care to represent as the people who truly do. And it's always the people who lack knowledge of the masses of the societies in which they were placed in. Like, on a really pessimistic viewpoint of it would be, it's like our politics are ran by that of mascots who are truly in the costumes that they're running around like jackasses in and have no fucking mind. You know, that's the most pessimistic way to look at it. But it's really a much deeper spiritual approach to life when you fully comprehend it. Because it really, it's just a matter of zooming in and out on a different point on the bigger picture. And it's always the same thing. And before I back all the way out of this area of conversation, I want to mention another important element in regards to surveillance predominantly influencing social behavior and creating misconceptions which lead to a level of anxiety or anger towards unsuspecting people and paranoid victims and or targets. And that is the fact that you have to create scenarios that may or may not be true, that create a understanding for truths that do exist. And a good way to tangibly represent something that happens on a spiritual level as well as a social level. Imagine a scenario in which someone, or more importantly, a group of people around you are collecting a list of things that you have downloaded, listened to, read, with no frame of reference to how you perceive them as you listen or read them, especially in the realm of research. It really is a shame that the larger number of people acquiring that list, as this number of people grows who would acquire this list of information that they perceive you to full-heartedly or wholeheartedly buy into in regards to your research and analysis of, say, religious practices or radical beliefs. These people will create a consensus of what your views of the world are based on a combination of all these conflicting values if they even care to point out the contradictions. And it's a shame, because it's just a magnetized version of the bigger picture as usual, because every happening is a symbolic representation or mirrored event of another. But as I said before, I'm never going to present myself in such a way to resemble someone who fully knows or comprehends or even memorize all the universal laws. But I'm pretty sure that whoever took the time to write them was very much alike with any kind of mind that would have the respect for the irrefutable evidence of a system set in place that cannot be changed, and that they themselves most likely had nothing to do with the comprehension of such things, and probably contributed it to the presence of grace being embodied through their actions in what we would label I am. But within a lot of these people's beliefs and in the universal law and ways of operating revolve around many factors, one of which being the truth always comes to light. That's why they reveal the truth. That's how evidence can be found. That's the whole reason for manipulation and misinformation having to even put in the work, is for the simple fact of it's all a part of the unavoidable laws of the universe, or whatever label you would give that system in which all the laws of cause and effect regulate its own functions as well as ours. They know it's unavoidable for the truth to come to light. The people in charge respect the way the universe runs. If they didn't, they wouldn't take all the time to put the truth out and then follow it around with misinformation agents. It's because they know if they tried to keep it a secret completely versus operate within a certain range of plausible deniability, it would ultimately all come crashing down, because their control is just an illusion that is a delusion, which is ultimately a mirage due to the lack of nourishment within us. But it ultimately comes down to, now that I've began slowly backpedaling out of that religious tangent that is even controversial to myself, which is who this is for. I want to focus on the logistics aspects of all these previous recordings and how it still stands and supports the existence of a ratio within our population that is revealed to me through all the conclusions I've drawn. And this ratio creates a minority which influences the masses in such a way to where it creates the image in people's head of all the richest people in the world who are profiting off of all the people's ignorance and bloodshed and funding both sides of wars are the ones who run the world, when in fact those people are too small of a number to support the reality and the logistics and the scientific evaluation of the existence of this ratio. They don't fit in the frame to support that. And also the universal law doesn't support that either. Their power doesn't even exist. It's all a farce that is secured by our belief. I mean, all the benefits they receive within the materialistic world and external tangible wealth, absolutely, it's there. But the power isn't actually there. It doesn't support the ratio of what I'm speaking on, especially with the concept of malevolence manipulating benevolence, which is cultivated in a minority of the population. That would mean the smaller number in the ratio would be the benevolent people. So looking at it logistically, it doesn't make sense to say that malevolence is ruling the world and regulating the functions of this universe. It's ultimately the ignorance within that small amount of people in that ratio being oppressed by the misled larger number in that ratio. Everything is just labels. It's just words. But the people who are in that smaller number include a vast number of very intellectual and spiritual people who are even aware of their power in the midst of many people who are nowhere near that realization and most likely will never achieve it. There's still a level of hope being cultivated that fuels power However, the perception is the problem. The reality that we've all bought into, that's created a consensus that conducts our conduct, believe that their suppression represents the validation of the power of evil. Another misconception I don't want to cultivate within myself or my beliefs is evil ultimately ruling the world, because I know that that can't happen. I'm speaking on the reality, and when I say reality, you have to understand what cultivates a reality and know that a human is actually a world which creates other things, just as what we label planets do. And within a reality that many of us share and supports the actions and the operations of the population we live in have, because the universal laws were set in place to run a certain way, and everything is everything, and nothing can intervene and change that. However, the knowledge of this being suppressed does not change the way things currently operate and will always operate and will have always operated. But ultimately, the Creator was not indifferent or malevolent. However, the laws and the cause and effect and the systematic and unrefutable functions of its existence are very much so. That may or may not be an opinionated stance or spiritual belief, but I believe that the Creator was a very much benevolent Creator. With it being the Most High, it would only logically be that, seeing as it supports regeneration, creativity, and many other things that stem off of those existing and being cultivated. But in order to ensure the operating of such a large, vast, what we would perceive as space, for the effects to be unavoidable, they would have to be strictly managed. Hence, the obligation within organizations to be prohibited to maneuver themselves in such a way that would conflict with polarization. That's just a magnetized version of the larger existence of the root of what they do. And that's malevolence and evil, operating through manipulation, which is its core of operating. It can't exist otherwise. There's certain things when it comes to diving into, say, phonetics or etymology, or just maritime admiralty law, or double speaking. You get to looking too far into that stuff, especially when you're not involved in any group of people who are in that same vibration as far as your understanding and communicating. It can really just be detrimental at a point, and sometimes chaotic, especially if you let it spill over into your personal life as far as the actions you take towards your business decisions especially. But some of these things are very important to me to keep in mind, and I often forget, and some of them I've been meaning to mention. But as I said, I go through these cycles, and I feel like I'm back at a basic level because of about a week ago where I was at. I mean, I was thinking about some stuff to where I knew it wasn't going to be long. But that's okay, because I feel like I've held on to a lot of these things. As far as comprehension, it's just a matter of being able to word them or write them down. But whenever you get into your perception accounting for all the double speaking and phonetics and mistranslations of religious texts, you have to be careful, because it can spill over into affecting your psychological health. But it's certain things I feel is better to remember. But it's almost like you have to create two different viewpoints sometimes, but you have to do it less frequent as possible. Make the frequency as low as possible, but never forget about certain words meaning certain things. Because if you don't keep it in the back of your mind instead of the front of your mind, it'll really affect the way you speak and operate in general, to a point where if you, say, haven't been doing certain spiritual practices or professional mental evaluations, you shouldn't even attempt. But one of these things I feel that I shouldn't forget is the presence of grace is I am. And many people say that I am ultimately translates to God, and how in previous recordings I've said that we're in a spiritual prison, which we have termed with the word time, which monitors the will, intellect, and emotion of a cultivated consciousness within people that affects their decisions, which ultimately exists naturally as a sort of righteousness that is the compassion that represents the security of our existence. But with I'm or I am, literally and symbolically, actually representing the present moment. For a lack of better terms, I'm using the words present moment because it's more of the presence of grace that I'm speaking of, because it's ultimately a deity that we unknowingly imprison with a certain way of operating, because we all create the present time, the present moment as we label it with the words we use. It's just difficult. You have to create two different viewpoints as you speak, even when you want to teach yourself something. You have to plant a seed, let it cultivate, let it bring you to a certain level of the vibration of understanding, overstanding, and understanding to even attempt to continue and be on the same note or page to create the same conclusion, theories, perceptions, and ways to operate. But with the present moment representing Christ, even through translation and all of this, whether you want it to be God which created the universal laws that are set in place and the planets and everything that we know it and perceive to be reality, period, or his son Jesus, or the consciousness within all the humans, or all of those in a triune, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, whichever way you wish to look at it. The words create the perception, which creates the spiritual prison in which the deity of the presence of grace, which is the present moment that we all create. It's infinite. Well, in the perception that's taught to us and shared and passed on through generations is the deity we should all look at as our Savior, and the frame of reference created of what to worship, which is ultimately hidden, being the present moment or the presence of grace, is Jesus Christ on the cross, dying for sins and tribulation, of the manipulation of malevolence over benevolence, which is ultimately what it still is. It's not a personal level of characters. Though a lot of scenarios I speak on do exist, it's ultimately not the bigger picture. Like they say, Jesus is in all of us. Or other religions say that I am means I am God, which means you yourself are. I mean, a lot of different viewpoints that are considered to be radical or controversial or just not mainstream are created after this realization of what I am actually means, especially when people make the correlation of Jesus Christ representing it almost covertly in a way, as far as social engineering, in my opinion, influenced. I went way too far into a tangent. That I didn't even mean to go in. But before I back all the way out of it, I want to do so with retrospect, supporting the symbolism that I perceive within all the phonetics and mistranslations and similarities to other ancient stories and religions before I start focusing on more personal, psychological, therapeutic things. I would still like to wrap this up on the way that I see things, because I feel it ultimately contributes to who I've become and some of the problems I've developed, as well as some strengths I've developed. And I plan to start focusing more on values and how to prioritize and utilize them. But I've just had a lot of stuff in my head as usual, and I really think that I need to take a personal note to immediately grab a pen and paper and write what I'm thinking, so that way I won't encounter the problem of not being able to put it into words, or encountering the problem I'm having now, procrastinating, pulling the recorder out when I had a way to word what I was thinking. Because in taking note of my progression and regression, I've always noticed whenever it comes to the end of the cycle, as far as my thoughts reaching into really theoretical and deeply profound realizations of life and death and crazy theories that could just be amazing movies, to say the least. I always know whenever all that's happening, a day's coming real soon where my mind is going back to a very basic level of thinking very soon again. And then the progression will begin from there again within the 2 to 3 to 5 to 6 month cycle of getting back to that point again. And it's better to be about a month away from that. That's about the range that I feel that I'm most productive as far as doing this. And it's unfortunate that the cycle goes right back to such a basic level of thinking, because it gets to be so much to where you can barely even put it in words, and it becomes a level of imperativeness, it seems, now that I've caught on to the pattern recognition of the cycle and how it goes back to a basic level of thinking, and there's no way I'm going to be able to word those things. And it was at a level that would have really been good to have backpedaled my way out of a lot of things that could be misconceived within myself when listening to those last few recordings before this one. But that's okay, because I still understand them, I just can't put it into words. But I still like to attempt to. If an organization's premise is to hide its existence and or intentions, an efficient and effective attack and tactic would be, when approaching the threat of the victims or targets' realization of the truth in the midst of trying to hinder the development of them revealing the truth to themselves. If they were to have to compromise their strategies, they would continue to let the perception exist, even with it being correct. They would move to shifting the blame to someone that wouldn't be the catalyst that the victims or targets would anticipate. The psychology and surveillance procedures and tactics are more predominantly dependent upon the reading of the electromagnetic field than most would perceive. Not only is individualism a threat, but empathetic behavior is another parallel to the malevolence manipulating the benevolence and siphoning the power. Because empaths feel other people's emotions, which visibly affects and identifies empathetic people's emotions. This can be misperceived and mispresented to people who don't share the same psychology and people who do, because they're using synthetic ways to do this versus ancient ways. I spoke upon this years ago. But as I said, you can take this as literally or as symbolically as you please, seeing as how it all represents the mechanics and the foundation and what it takes, in my opinion, to understand the intricacies of the reality being created and regulated and interpreted and orchestrated within everyone individually, so similarly, to the point that it is what it is, regardless of how you interpret it. And that in itself, through my perception, is validation of the facts that I perceive to be truth. And that's ultimately that evil runs the world through manipulation and siphoning off the energy of benevolence and good intentions. And that there is a story that represents this taking place, seeing as how we have been covertly coerced into assimilating in a syndicated timeline, basically, that supports the narrative of evil ruling the world through malevolence manipulating benevolence. And that is symbolized through Jesus and how he was persecuted and how he died on the cross, and how that same set of events and circumstances and scenarios are cultivated and played out for people to symbolically represent that happening within that story. And that has to take place in order for the reality that we perceive to happen. In this country especially, but all over the world too, because the same thing happens through their religions, and it's just about keeping the entire human race stuck in the vibration that we're in, as far as evil ruling the world through manipulation of the benevolence of good intentions and things like Christ consciousness, or people who try to be Christ-like, or people who would rather sacrifice theirself or hurt theirself before participate in hurting other people. Because in order for evil to do what it's doing now, it has to keep us in that loop because of the stories and the things that we believe now. It can only operate in that vibration within a certain frame of reference in us, and we unknowingly support that to continue because it represents a certain point in the story that we're in, that we continue and are stuck in our own brains. Even if you don't believe what I'm saying or look at it symbolically or literally, you can't ignore how through translation of the Bible, for instance, I'm just saying how history has been misinterpreted and misrepresented and sometimes made up. But in the Bible, for example, you can't ignore the fact that much of the stories have been removed completely, and a lot of the messages portrayed have been misrepresented through translations. And it's all to support the narratives that we all have a consensus on in regards to what we do and how things are. But ever since the decision was made to continue to keep us in the point of the timeline that creates the perception we live in, there have been multiple people that have came along to change the events within the time frame and story that we perceive to be reality. I mean, just look at it like a dream. Like an individual goes to sleep and they're in a coma, and that dream just continues to progress because they don't wake up. The events continue to happen, and all these different characters come along within that story. Well, in order to keep that person asleep and that dream to continue, for example, this being a metaphor, the people that come along during this reality that we've been born in, that perpetually continues, in order to do that, they have to recreate these people again in society. For example, like Napoleon, or Machiavelli, or Hitler, or Manson, or just anyone who was made out in history to have changed events, or who did. Seeing as how we are in that of a dream, in the metaphor that I'm correlating these occurrences I'm speaking of. They have to continue to recreate these characters that have the potential to change events that affect the actions of other people. Because in order to diminish something's power, you have to mimic it. Because otherwise, if it's mimicked for another reason, it would be to strengthen it, like a religion, for instance, or a practice, or a sport. It's always to hit off or intercept or contracept or eradicate the effects of the way things already run in order to accomplish detrimenting the odds of that consciousness changing events at all again, but more importantly, creating circumstances that could potentially make the story that has already been created continue, because they want to at least plan around when they anticipate it happening so that they can be prepared for when it does, so that they can hone in on their game plans that they are creating the blueprints and finishing up now during this time that we've been stuck in, with our perception being what it is, keeping us doing what we do because of what we believe and what we've been lied to about. Because these people could come along who change the event events in this way or that way, which were either preyed upon from the beginning and led to foundations of things supporting us being stuck here in this vibration or reality or perception, or things that will be establishments that are used to regulate what their game plans are that they will finish up during this time. They want things to go one way when what they can't change starts to change. They have to keep the knowledge at a certain level. They have to keep our behavior a certain way. There has to be an exact amount of everything exactly the same fucking way. And they're trying to assassinate individualism in the process, because that's where a lot of their problems stem from, because they want everyone's will, intellect, and emotion to be the same or gone completely. So never let the irony blind you as far as these influential people who changed things being recreated. Even if it were to be happen genuinely through reincarnation, they would still mimic those people. It's never to make them more influential. It's never to make them have another chance to change things. It simply happens to trap them here and eradicate the power of scenarios being created to make the odds of certain consciousness or personalities or people coming into this world to let the story progress or change the events within the timeline that we are perpetually in a loop in. It's like they manipulate certain individuals who have had influence on the population in the past. That's how they became as influential as they were in some cases. It's just from the orchestrated events and the manipulated perception that was cultivated in them. So they account for that by creating circumstances that do that on autopilot, or they can recreate those circumstances to create that personality. Just since that has been accounted for, like they anticipate people to become certain people sometimes. And then situations where people weren't manipulated into being the person that they were, they create situations in which they manipulate someone to become that person and then put them in a situation that would be adverse to them because of them preparing for who that person is and how they reacted to their life the first time, or how people with that personality adapt in the grand scheme of things to detriment them or potentially harm or kill them. But it all leads me back to the concept of us focusing on the same concepts perpetually as if we're not finishing the story, and how the aspect of Jesus dying on the cross is more focused upon than what he did while he was here. It's more about what did he die for, and it leads you to the conclusion that he was sent here to die for our sins. Well, in order to die, and the stories that we've been told in the Bible, or the history that's been accounted for, whichever viewpoint, because I'm just trying to focus on the spiritual aspect of me and the perspective that I've developed that I'm sure other people have, seeing as how many of the circumstances are so similar. In order to not complete the story, it's to continue to support the reality that we live in on a mass scale, as far as what we believe and the terms we use and the knowledge that's distributed and hidden. You have all these people that come along over time after the process of this particular facet and level of progression of this agenda, or whatever you would want to label it. It's just another set of terms and words and labels. It really doesn't matter. It's the concept that matters. It's the mechanics of the systems with the same goals and end games, whether they're manipulated or intended. These people come along after this timeline has been published and we've became covertly syndicated characters. Whether you want to take that literally or symbolically, both are happening at the same time. Like there is a reality of that happening on a literal level and a symbolic level simultaneously. And that's how it happens and continues to happen. After these decisions were made to begin this part of the process of the end game of these agendas that were set in place thousands of years ago through the malevolence manipulating the benevolence of humans and creating this spiritual prison that monitors the will, intellect, and emotion of the population with the intent of assassinating individualism. After this particular aspect of this agenda being taken place, you have all these iconic people and many other people who are Kafkaesque in nature, and many people that probably never get the credit, which, in my opinion, according to the balances that are set in place due to the universe's rules, have a more powerful effect anyway towards progression and battling the manipulation of people's good intentions or personal progress. All these people that come along that do anything to oppose or change events at all, whether they be towards something detrimental or beneficial, after the decision was made to continue keeping us in the reality that we live in, that's based on the timeline that we're stuck in, these people have to be recreated, because after they die, whether they were, in my opinion, influential or not, it's just a matter of them creating circumstances and the scenarios that they lived in that changed the events in the world in such a way that shifted the direction of other people's intentions and led to founding other establishments that could potentially oppose keeping us locked into the same vibration, locked into the same storyline, locked into the same perception, locked into this reality. They have to mimic and recreate and infiltrate all of these things and people and sometimes events, especially biblical and spiritual conceptual perceptions, in order to keep us locked into all of that. It's almost as if the first tangible decision they made doing that was just persecuting people's will, intellect, and emotion, because in the timeline of the Bible, for instance, that's what was happening. It's not just about people who come along that could threaten the power's influence on the masses that keeps them locked into the storyline and timeline that covertly makes them syndicated characters that have literary property, basically, which just manipulates everything that they think is true. It's not just about keeping people here in this reality as it is and as we perceive it and believe it to be so. It's about finishing the process of what started, that they're trying to manipulate, eradicate, and misrepresent to people. They mimic things to diminish the power of what they mimic or the influence of what they mimic may have. The way I see it, it's more of a question of snapping us out of that perception and progressing the way things were intended to, or would it just be a dangerous awareness of the spiritual prison that we don't know how to escape from? Because in a way we created ourselves, but it's the strength of the foundations that instill these beliefs that create the perceptions we have. Because as I said, what we perceive to be strength when it comes to these powerful things that we may or may not perceive to be evil, it's a matter of whether they're siphoning off the energy of other people or are they creating energy in other people. And it comes back to all the wordplay. This is not new to anyone. I mean, anything I say is always something I've heard from someone else, if it's not something that I've discovered on my own. And it's just like, I don't mention names, because who's to say if I would give them a bad reputation or not, seeing as I don't know what mine is. But I anticipate that it's a negative one based on the circumstances around me. So I don't want to negatively represent anyone unintentionally, but it's about more wordplay, and it's conspire and inspire. Inspire meaning going back to the root of respiratory system, and con meaning to detriment, and in meaning to add to. So do you want to inspire someone, or do you want to conspire against them? Do you want to breathe life into them, or do you want to take life away through their own breath? And the concept that good has no power over evil is simply the paradigm that we've been trapped in, that I've termed a spiritual prison called time, in which the term is that of purgatory to some people. But more importantly, it's, in my viewpoint and opinion, of the things that I think about and assess and analyze, it's a time to plan for all the things that they're going to do after they let the story continue. Because it's not even really them letting the story continue. It's not even them making the story continue to start over perpetually in the same starting point and ending point. It's us. But as I said, it's been so embedded in the roots of all these organizations that we're just born around and unfortunately born into without knowing. But I feel that they're using this time to keep us a certain way and to cleanse us of people who aren't that way, but more importantly to grow the population of people that are that certain way so that they will have predominance over the progression of things which they ultimately have no control over. They just know how to manipulate the circumstances of what's already existing. Everything still happens the way it's supposed to. It's just a matter of it being kept the way it is. And this is the beginning stages of eradicating anything that could change any potential avenues that could eradicate the seeds being sown of the existing predominance of the negative mentalities that multiplied in order to overpower what was being manipulated and siphoned off here in this time period. But as I've said, and as I've hopefully conveyed and portrayed the image and foundation of the concept of what I'm speaking on and brought you to that whole vibration and that happening, occurring, you have to understand that since this plan has been going on for so many thousands of years, some of it and most of it goes beyond a human level. It goes into the spiritual realm of things. But the aspect and the concept at this point is, in my opinion, more towards the end game of things per se. And it's to say it's to keep us in limbo. It's to keep us in a certain perception, of course, and to create a certain level of stress and limitless amount of non-directives and cultivating empathetic behavior and or Christ consciousness in people in which they'd rather hurt themselves or hurt themselves for someone else before hurting someone, or just wanting to be able to do away with evil without doing evil. It's more than that at this point, because in order to lock all that in order to set that perception in place to where it becomes permanent over hundreds of years period of time, it would have to keep us in a time frame or a storyline, almost like replaying the same scene over and over, or the same scenes over and over, and never finishing the movie, or constantly reading the same chapters over and over and starting over in the middle of the book, and just never completing it. And it's to, in my opinion, offset things for what can't be prevented later as a result of the power and the indifference of the rules that are set in place in the universe. They're trying to prepare for those things so they can mimic them, diminish their power, and set up countermeasures and things of that nature. But seeing as this is the end game of things, revealing anything at this point is pretty much futile, other than just perhaps maybe giving the peace of mind to someone who has already created the same conclusion, to know that they're not the only person who feels this way. But anyway, they fucking created a timeline within the story, and that's why the mimicry is so incredibly extensive at this point, in my opinion, is because it gives you the viewpoint of the more we change, the more we stay the same in a different light. When you realize that, and I want to say before I go into the specifics of the historical facts, that much of what we call history is much like another element that I mentioned about how they have to reveal the truth to people before someone else does, to diminish the power of the truth being revealed. And that is what many people have noticed is the term history is his story. So it's almost something to scoff at when it comes to explaining things, because it just supports what I've said as far as we've been tricked into becoming literary property and no different than the perception that we've all agreed upon and taught each other and supported, which has consequently created the reality that we live in. But according to what you can find, which in my opinion, with the concept of the truth having to be revealed before someone else truly reveals it with most things, just to counter the measures of balances set in place. But it's the reality that's conveyed to us and portrayed within ourselves to the point where it becomes strong enough to be more than difficult to combat. It's an impossibility to change it, in my opinion, because it's all based on the perception that an individual creates as a result of the actions and beliefs of the masses that they encounter, which are very similar everywhere that you or people in your situation are in. And Christ consciousness is a concept, and Jesus Christ is also a concept that is similar in other religious teachings. And I don't care to analyze all of the roots of every religion and how they're similar and all the proof of it and the intention of it. I'm focusing more on the effect of it and how it can be and is used against us in a way. But more importantly, how it supports what we consider to be reality. So therefore, reality just being a word, a term. As I said, term being a building block for the spiritual prison, which is constantly monitoring, manipulating, and eradicating the intellect, emotion, and will of what our religious teachings would support, the word being Christ consciousness. A lot of times you hear terms like order out of chaos, and there's all kind of terms like that in Indian culture and concepts and groups, and you just, as I said, see similarities that support the reality, but you have to account for the way things have been regulated, founded, and implemented have been based upon a manipulation of the benevolence that's more powerful, which consequently leads to a false interpretation of the value of good morals because of the effects it has on the external life over a period of time, which is, in my opinion, the term that best represents the spiritual prison that I speak of. They're trying to eradicate individualism and normalize hive minds on more than just a sci-fi technological fucking level, man. It's a social engineering that's been taking place for a very, very long time and has been put into play over hundreds of years from covert manipulation that was never even really noticed by any opposition until it was entirely too late to stop. We live within a timeline that is published and has literary property. Whether you want to take that literally or not is up to you. But seeing as how our whole language is just making fun of the entire situation, literal being a little jab at the word literature. And as I've said, none of it's ever a secret. All of it's all in your face. And it's to offset the reality that's already here, that can't be changed, that you don't get told of or that you get diverted away from. And that is the unchangeable and unshakable rules of the universe that I'm never going to attempt to explain or claim that I know or understand. I'm only aware of the concept of evil posing as if its power is as it represents it. It only exists and strengthens its belief in others through manipulation of the power of the benevolence. But seeing as how important perception is, you have to know how important it is to completely understand what creates perception. All the various minute things and a lot of major circumstances and occurrences and scenarios, and how that correlates to what we term reality. And seeing as how the word is law, according to the Bible, this spiritual prison is what we call time. And we so blatantly reveal the truth that we never even see how it's revealed covertly. Like the word term itself can be applied to time. And so it consequently sees to it to reveal the truth before someone else does. So revealing the truth is not necessarily as effective if it's already been done. As I said, mimicry is done on so many different levels that it spills over into things you wouldn't suspect, because it's all about diminishing power. It's siphoning off the power of people's good intentions. So never get it misconstrued when I speak of Christ consciousness or someone being Christ-like, because I don't care whoever you hear who has half a brain, whether their perception's been warped or not, you know that even if it was able to be done, you never could. You can never fully be him, regardless of how you interpret the Bible or what your beliefs are. But it also subconsciously affects your behavior towards difficulty in remaining empathetic towards humanity in general, and how to not fuel yourself with negative energy from other people. But it creates an environment where you end up having to feed off of the negative energy of yourself, and you just get wrapped up in the same bullshit. It's constantly surprising me how the concept of the occurrences and circumstances being cultivated are taking place, and how they're so simplistic but so hard to explain, or how I'll have paragraphs in my head from day one since I've started doing this, and I can never put what I want to say into words the way I would want to. And I'm constantly having to go back and edit all the silent pauses of me adjusting or alternating my words to convey the same message.
The truth always comes to light. And it comes down to like someone or a group of people having the mentality of, I'm my brother's keeper, in a way. And then the people they consider to be that they keep, being that of, I guess since we're speaking spiritually and biblically, Cain. And it's just labels, man. It's really blowing my mind constantly, over and over and over, how it's like this, it's like that, it's like this, and it's also like that, and the way this works is the way that is working, and the stories just go on and on. You also have to think of Chronos and Saturn and all that shit when it comes to time. But when it comes to the truth coming to light, it's the fact that someone being their brother's keeper, for example, that'll come to light. You know, it all comes to light. And Most High doesn't have to intervene, and it won't. And that's what concerns me, is this whole Luciferian agenda that people scoff at, that's clearly in play, and pitting the atheist and the nihilist against all religions, and then against each other, and then resolving their differences with Luciferianism. That's clearly happening. It's not a fictitious story. That is a tactic that is occurring. They're trying to destroy all religions and have a one-world government, and then swoop in with Luciferianism or something similar. So you always have to keep that in mind. But the truth always comes to light. The truth, well, since I'm speaking on that one, let's not think anybody's being subliminal here, and I'll say the truth will always be revealed. And it doesn't have to be revealed to the Most High in order for things to regulate themselves and run correctly and eradicate things we actually don't want, instead of just eradicating ourselves because we believe we can't eradicate them things, because everything is set in place to run a certain way, and it is still running that way. It's just we're being manipulated with lack of knowledge of that, and even with a level of knowledge, it's being manipulated to a point where it's having an adverse reaction on the masses if anything remotely comes close to changing it. In other words, it would have to happen very expeditiously, extensively. It would not be able to be stopped, and it would be unexpected. It would not be deceptive. It would just be unstoppable and sudden. But once the truth is revealed, it's like the universe is still running how it's running. We're just out here acting dumb as fuck, and the people who know how it runs is using it against us, kinda, in a way.
You know, or they create the image to where that's what's happening. So basically that's what does happen. But once the truth is revealed, things will regulate themselves as they're supposed to. And the truth isn't something that's going to be on the news. It's going to be within each person. It's going to be an epiphany. And it's going to have to happen on a large scale. And it's not something that everyone is going to share. It's not going to be one factor that everyone is like, oh, now we all know about this one thing. It's not even anything close like that. It's what some people will call spiritual awakening, for lack of better words. It's more than an epiphany, too. It's going to have to be a shift in the paradigm. It's going to have to be a realization of the truth in each one of us that is holding us back in this spiritual prison. This spiritual prison that we're in, called time. This time that that's what we call it. That's how we live. That's how we regiment and limit the divine mind. Time. That's it. That's pretty much in a nutshell the bars, the walls, the barbed wire. That and fear. And all the negative, stressful connotations and emotions that follow that due to the events and circumstances that are created. Due to, in my opinion, is a lack of the knowledge we have of the power of our own abilities. I want to expand a little bit on these thoughts of this term spiritual prison and how spirit is in the soul and the soul is comprised of intellect, will, and emotion, and how certain decisions have certain outcomes in regards to social life and status, and how certain mentalities are encouraged and where our values lie. It clearly isn't in benevolence. And I hate to harp so much on these two words, benevolence and malevolence, and good and evil, and because it comes down to so much of a difference of an opinion and all these rules and shit. And I don't know, it's such a thin line when it comes down to certain things with some people's mind states, and it's so controversial, really too deep to even speak on in public because you just look like a jackass or a moral arbiter, as I've heard some people eloquently use the term. But it's this whole term, man, this spiritual prison, because the intellect, will, and emotion is being targeted within certain people who construct and instruct theirs in a certain way. But with the weaker power being the predominant structure that's controlling humans here and the reality that we perceive, just as a reaction of the systems that are set in place in this universe. The power of benevolence is that much stronger. However, the manipulation has become so clever at this point that it has honed in on that factor and used it to its advantage by siphoning that power due to non-directives and lack of knowledge in the population. And the population continues to grow. And any and every positive aspect is either infiltrated or copied and then inverted to influence people in a negative way, using the same personality traits and influential behaviors as a benevolent person or group of people. And it's to diminish the power of those individuals. And some of these individuals are not the best people in the world. That's what really blows my mind, is a lot of these people may even be what I or many people would consider evil people. And it's like they still had influential traits and benevolent tendencies that were preyed upon before they became influential. And then that knowledge has spread out to the general public spiritually and just through books and things. and programs and TV. I mean, all the information is just everywhere these days, you know? But I mean, that's also the same concept of the misinformation that follows around all the truth. It's always some bullshit to throw everything off. That's not by chance. But not only is that strength being manipulated and taken advantage of by becoming so strong in the adverse conditions it's been cultivated in, it's still too powerful and becoming more and more powerful to the point where they can siphon it and it can still do what it wants to do occasionally, and they're struggling. That only lasts so long because evil does run this reality. Its roots are too far into it at this point. But it's not to say that the capability and the power isn't in the benevolence to change all of it. It's just people's fear of what will happen after that, and the chances being so low. But in keeping that ratio where it is so resiliently, it's created a situation where the consciousness has either been here so long that it's became such a formidable power of benevolence that could actually offset the paradigm of the indifference of malevolence, that they have to falsify the ratio. And that's honestly where I believe that the mimicry comes into play. I think that is the larger picture that no one is even aware of, is that instead of creating the ratio genuinely, they have to actually cut that ratio in half and then have a group of people who does every single thing that those groups of people do. Like, say there's 50 of them. There has to be 50, basically Judases is what I would say. You know, not really, but it's like kind of like an Agent Smith kind of deal, except they're copying them instead. You know what I mean? It's like, since they are not emotionally or spiritually committed to that lifestyle or consciousness or empathic psychology, they literally have to copy that individual. Like, say there's 50 individuals and there was at one time supposed to be 100 in order for the ratio to run correctly, and it would just run naturally just because of the persecution, things of that nature, just the integrity of the person and the ignorance of the person with the Christ consciousness would get the job done. But as things have progressed, I feel that they have had to have a imitator for each one of those 50, just so they can physically do what that individual does to diminish their power, because mimicry diminishes power. For all kind of reasons, it diminishes power. So it creates a situation where reality stays the same because the ratio stays the same, but it's running out of fucking go-go juice, man. If they're having to fucking copy the benevolence behavior just to offset its power, because the paradigm that we're in right now, it creates the mentality that benevolence could not rule the world, because malevolence rules the world through manipulation of the benevolent, because it's siphoning off the power of how strong it has become as a result of it being in the minority. It's almost like you're jumping somebody, right? Like, their anger and strength would be 20 times stronger than it would ever be fighting one-on-one. But since they're fighting 20 motherfuckers, they can't do anything. But goddamn if they could. If they fucking got up and got on some Popeye shit, they'd knock every one of them to the damn ceiling just because of the adrenaline. It's like if you bang your thumb with a hammer and you push down on a table with your thumb. How bad does that fucking hurt? A hell of a lot worse than when you don't put pressure on it. That's what I'm getting at, man. So it creates this mentality where if good ran the world and evil was in a minority of people, it would have a scary amount of strength. And I think that's why evil runs the world. You know, that's me having an optimistic viewpoint on it. Instead of, you know, sitting around wondering why and coming up with a negative one that makes you somehow think you can change shit. It just comes down to perception at the end of the day, and how events morph history, and viewpoints and religion and all this supports the reality. It's very correlated, man. It really is crazy, because it's gotten a technological aspect at this point, seeing as how the mimicry has become so important that it's developed all kind of practices like NLP, which can mimic a psychosis or a successful person. You know, I mean, it's crazy, because then you get the EEG heterodyne and the EEG cloning, and you start seeing the importance of eradicating personalities. It's a regulation thing, man, because if someone becomes something that is unchangeable, someone can become that person now, and then they can't be changed. And that's why mass psychosis is such a threat. Like, imagine if I were to be a huge influence on people, and everybody took what I said as gospel truth, and I was completely wrong about every fucking thing. How much of a negative effect it would have on everyone. It's like that. That's why they say God works in mysterious ways, I guess. But it's created a mentality to where people are motivated from fear, because it's unknown what would happen if the paradigm shifted, if the ratio was changed, if the truth was revealed. Would it create some sort of paradox where benevolence ran the world and evil had no power at all? In which case, this entire reality and planet, it would either evolve or destruct, or just simply disappear. I mean, I don't know what the hell would happen. I think people are just that afraid of the unknown, or indoctrinated, or motivated, or engineered in such a way to where everything stays the same regardless. I'll tell you what, I wish I would have recorded that first recording, or it didn't get deleted, or whatever happened. Alright, I can tell this is pretty important what I'm speaking on. It really happens where I'll record something and then go back to listen to it and it's not there. I probably won't word it nearly as well, but just from my intuition telling me this is pretty important, I'm going to try again. What I gather, we're in a spiritual prison that secures the life of a deity. The security of this deity living here is based upon how we perceive, behave, treat one another. It is completely dependent on things running exactly how they run now, as far as what we do. And that deity is Christ consciousness, or Jesus Christ. And in this world that we live in, reality that we all walk around in and perceive to be so, is not under the control of a benevolence. What regulates the functions and the cause and effect and the judgment is something that has a level of indifference that is nothing short of malevolent. At the very least, it's a mechanical thing. It's a machine that has no feelings. And that is what is necessary for things to consistently run one way regardless of the circumstances, and be able to merit the decision of any exception that we couldn't understand. And the way everything is functioning right now is based so heavily upon what we believe and how we perceive things. But in order for everything to run the way it runs, we have to keep continuing to create Christ consciousness in a minority group of people to keep the ratio at a certain set amount. And it's very important, because it's more than similar to how a disease spreads rapidly due to the level of low immunity to it, or how a strength can be developed very rapidly in one person if no one else in the population is aware of it or how to develop it. It's not to say that that one person cannot be eradicated by the predominance of the lesser power that regulates what's already occurring, though. Like I said, everything is just a replica of everything else. So in this situation, you have to understand that if you read the Bible, even without symbolism involved, look at where Jesus was as far as population and timeline and society. They were in a monetary-based system. So before anyone gets to arguing about which group of people put them on the cross, let's just look at it like they weren't much different than us as far as them being a monetary-based system, meaning they bartered and traded, but more importantly, taxed the civilians and used money. And I'm not saying none of that's wrong or right. I'm saying there wasn't much difference as far as it being a monetary-based system. That was how the society that Jesus Christ was familiar with in the timeline and the stories that we read. So in order for us to continue to live in the reality that we create, a Christ consciousness has to be created in a minority group, not a racial minority group. I mean a small amount of people in comparison to the population, and that ratio has to remain the same in order to repeat history, because it was at one time that entire population in that timeline putting one man on the cross. Now you have a consciousness that has to be created, because that was part of that story that created that reality, and we have to mimic what happened. So what happened does not take over and actually change the paradigm as perhaps was intended, because the best way to take the power away from something covertly is to mimic it. So we've created this situation where Christ is now a consciousness that has to be cultivated in a smaller group of the population. So we continue to persecute them in order to have a monetary-based system and live as those people that had that monetary-based system, culturally, philosophically, ambitiously, and innovatively. So it creates a situation where you have like 100 Jesuses, 100 Judases, all these different people in the past that made these changes that warped everyone's perception into what we have now, and made all the events happen in a certain way to set the social settings up the way they are. All these iconic people, all these mass murderers, we are quite literally creating these people in large groups that are just small enough to be considered a minority in comparison to the population, just so we can continue to be able to keep the same secrets and move in the same direction. And it creates a situation where just as a disease or a strength can progress or spread rapidly due to lack of immunity or lack of knowledge in one person, this Christ consciousness, being a small amount, has enough power to offset things in a way to basically save the world in a way. But really, it's to secure the way things are. Damn, I wish I would have got that other recording. I worded it way better. The whole element of all it would take is a certain amount of people to eliminate fear and stress in their life, to influence the rest of the people and reveal the truth of all the misinformation and hidden agendas, and how if the masses were to do that, it'd be all over. It made me remember what I mentioned about population control, and that's that if we had enough people here, we would consequently start eliminating weaknesses within ourselves. And that's why they're so heavily motivated to population control. It's not about the effect it would have on the earth. It's the effect it would have on us. If we had enough people here, we would consequently start eliminating weaknesses within ourselves. And that's why they're so heavily motivated to. But I feel a way that some people never develop guilt and avoid guilt for doing these things to people is the whole attitude of, why do you think you're so special? Why do you think you're so special? What makes you so special? What makes you better than us for you to not do what we do? Why are you so self-righteous? You know, that's the mentality that just supports people abusing one another just for a little bit of change. But like I said, this is a business, whether you know it is or it isn't. This large piece of land that we call North America is a business. And as I said before, if you get labeled as a loiterer, you pay an exorbitant charge for being someone who's loitering. And all this talk of business, what's the commodity? Us. We're the commodity. And this business is in the business of death and life. And if you want to argue that, I don't see how you can, because they make money off of both of those things. So if you're not getting married or making children, you're loitering. There you go. I mean, there's all kind of things you can be doing to be considered loitering, like being homeless. Do you think homeless people are bad people? If you do, you just don't see things for how they are. Many of the homeless people aren't actually homeless, or they're a wheel in the security state, and they're trying to move up in the ladder and have a life they never thought they could have by destroying other people, of course, and I can't knock them for it. Sometimes, some situations, I really can't even blame them because they got tricked into it anyway. But a lot of homeless people, like homeless veterans, for example, they're just simply people who refuse to go along with the surveillance state and the nefarious things that people do to each other. And they just slowly couldn't afford to maintain what they had because of orchestrated events and being forced into certain circumstances and refusing to go along with something that most people would have. Don't let being self-conscious affect your actions. I just felt the need to say that. Because whether you create the self-conscious in yourself or not, there's a possibility that someone else cultivated it. Even with the possibility of them cultivating it with fucking technology. There's no telling. And just keep in mind that it's just a low fucking vibration to begin with. Never confuse it with intuition. Because 9 times out of 10, it's just something to hinder you from doing something that's supposed to be done. Or something that will help you. Never let that self-conscious shit get in the way. Rise above it and just ignore it if you have to. Basically what I'm saying is we're in a spiritual prison that secures the life of a deity that's stuck here. And this is the only place it can survive. And the way it survives is the way we behave and perceive things. But the less something is done, ironically, when it comes to social engineering, the more powerful it becomes. But on a spiritual level, it gets to a miraculous state. Because Christ consciousness, or Jesus Christ, is persecuted for doing good and helping people. So it makes less and less people doing that, which creates a power of evil. So what if, it makes me wonder, what if the majority of the religion worshipped a deity that lived here to do evil and was persecuted for it? Would it make evil's power less effective if the same curriculum and scripture was inverted the way this one has been? Would it have an adverse reaction to where good would rule the world and evil would be that much more powerful? It's not quite how I wanted to word this, because it's really complex what I'm thinking right now. If I should ever try to reword it and tackle this again, it stemmed from the whole idea of how a virus spreads because of us not being immune to it and it being something new to us, and how a strength would progress that much quicker if less people have it. It really is very astounding how simplistic it is. The importance of stress, why it's important. It's nothing I hadn't said already. It's just kind of crazy how important it is. It creates a tunnel vision in people, and they'll never notice things that are right in their face. That's how sloppy it's done got, man. It was more of a security thing in the beginning, I think. It was just the icing on the cake. It was a extra fail-safe, all the stress and fear that they cultivate. And now they're completely reliant on it. It's as if that's all they have left. Because all it would take is a certain amount of people to not have stress or fear, for it to notice things on a large enough scale for it to make a dent in things. And if it were to happen in the majority of people, it would be so easy for people to see all the things that are happening to them and all the things that aren't actually happening, and how certain things are able to happen and what we've been lied to about. And it would completely change a lot of people's behavior. We would literally start cleansing ourselves of things we actually don't want versus vice versa. That's why. It's just as simple as that. It's a lot like my theory of the reason a speech fast would create a power very rapidly within you because of everyone else not doing it. It's just like a disease, except on the positive side of it. Like the reason diseases spread so fast is because we're not immune to them. It's something new, so it spreads very rapidly. Same concept with whatever mind state that would grab the masses and eliminate fear and stress. And they're afraid of that. They're terrified of that. People in control are. And it makes me look differently at hearing people try to give people advice or teach lessons that I wouldn't used to necessarily agree with, because I would always find some sort of way to say, well, that would be true if, not knowing that they learned something that I didn't learn yet, and that they don't necessarily agree with that approach. They just know it's a necessity, and that there's not going to be a choice later on after you find out what they know. It's like certain values aren't instilled in people because they want them to be there, in other words. Even good values. When you hear what most people would think is a bad person trying to influence people to develop certain characteristics, it's not because they changed who they are. It's because they're trying to give you advice so you can succeed, and hope that you don't let your pride get in the way, because their pride's still in the way, and they just have to do what they're fucking doing, man. It's too late. The game done changed for them and everybody else. Even though it's important to never lose sight of the fact that there is no end game, it's helpful for me to remember when I got out of that hospital and I landed that new job, how when I was stressed out about everything that most people would be stressed out about without noticing how often it's happened and how orchestrated it truly is. Just normal situations that you should normally be stressed out about, such as being late to work, missing a bill, police presence, all these factors. I noticed things got a lot worse when I didn't have these things in my life anymore. Before I accepted the fact that whatever stresses you out is going to happen regardless of whether it stresses you out or not, without having a defeatist attitude and letting it affect my morale and work ethic, before I reached that point, things weren't so bad as far as how people behaved, and certain things actually didn't even happen back then. But I guess it was because I was doing all their work for them. I mean, I was constantly just in a bad mood. And just the time periods of me being happy and relaxed were very small in comparison to being stressed out and unhappy. And I noticed that people tried to make that happen more. I've said it so many times, man. But I'm saying that to say they might not have a goal or an end or motive even for what they do. But I do know that once I continued to do everything I do as far as actions and just took my emotions out of the equation, that's when everybody else's emotions got involved in what they were doing. And the frequency of stressful events increased. And it's hard for me to convince myself that I misinterpreted certain correlations when it was so hard to correlate or focus on anything being stressed out and upset. I have a level-headedness that I've never had before over these past few years that makes me identify how many things I didn't notice before I achieved that. Basically what I'm saying is I feel the point of the Bible that should be focused on and concluded is don't do what they did to Christ. If you see someone who's Christ-like, don't do what they did to Jesus Christ. I don't think it was supposed to be interpreted that he died so we can do it to him again or to anyone like him. So I don't understand why these churches are doing all this stuff other than they've been deceived. And when I say this stuff, I mean community-oriented policing. Doing what somebody tells you to do because of police predictive algorithms. Which leads me to the church and how we interpret the Bible and how religion affects what we do. Many, many people have said this because it's no new concept that God is everything, because it's one consciousness. Just like you can see everything in everything else, and how instead of focusing on what Jesus did when he was living, even if you completely just take the Bible as pure facts, no symbolism involved, it seems strange to me how we focus so much of the symbolism and energy and teachings and just basically attention towards him dying on that cross, and how we've been indoctrinated to defend this belief. And it's not to say I don't believe it or it's not true. It's just, why do we focus on that aspect versus what he did while he was here? And it's to subconsciously enamor in you not to do what he did. It's really slick and covert how they do it, because in focusing on him dying for our sins, it subconsciously creates a fear within us, and to contracept that, they say he died so we could live, which is so beautiful. It's a euphoric feeling of the Holy Spirit when you really completely wrap your mind around that, especially without the symbolism that you unfortunately have to pay attention to. But if Christ lived, if he died for us to live, what did he live for? You see what I mean? That's the whole conundrum that no one ever sees. If he died for us to live, then that would mean he lived to die. That's how it subconsciously affects your fucking behavior and your perspective on doing bad things. It makes you justify doing what was done to Christ. And you have to, and people don't really understand that it's still a consciousness that exists, whether he was real or not. All the religious teachings created a minority group of people who actually try to be Christ-like and are intellectually honest enough to know when they are and when they're not, versus a larger group of people who have accepted they can't live without sin and take such a benevolent outlook and perception of him sacrificing himself for humankind and not being punished for things you can't avoid doing. It leads people to not be able to see that they're doing what was done to Jesus, to the same person. It's not to say that anyone out here walking around is Jesus. There's a lot of megalomaniacs who might fall into that deception and start creating that perception within themselves. But Christ is a consciousness now. He's still, alive in us. Even people who know nothing about the Bible. People who don't get involved in doing this to other people are Christ-like just because they didn't do it. Not one time did this person this entity that people look up to, this deity, did he persecute anyone. His Father did. It just makes for a really underhanded way of warping people's behavior. And in my opinion, misrepresenting the Holy Scripture and translating all the purity out of it and just ignoring the symbolism. But all of that stuff, as I said, is just a part of the large group of things that they compile to make it's supposed to make your confidence level go down. It's supposed to make you doubt your decision making. Because I've had several situations in my life where someone has tried to convince me of something for fucking 2 or 3 minutes straight, and when they give up, their response is, God damn, it's not that big a deal, dude. Like, fucking, who cares? That's the response. When it's it's like a blatant fucking lie, But they just really want me to doubt it being a lie and doubt myself instead. And I don't understand why that is so important to people other than conehead fucker tendencies. Narcissistic tendencies. Feeling like you have an edge on somebody because you can make them believe a lie. It somehow makes people feel good, I guess, on one level. And then on another level, they're doing exactly what they're told. And what they're told isn't always just do this or do that, depending on what level of commitment they're into it. It's make this person say this, make this person do that, make this person create a certain EEG or EKG so we can validate where he's at mentally, emotionally, physically, in relation to what we're doing to him. It just makes so much sense now. And I really feel good about myself because I never even realized how much money I was making. Instead of getting upset about how much I've been wasting it in comparison to how much things cost to other people because of either how much money they make or how they don't actually have to buy shit. I can also see how people could clearly get the misconception that I wasn't in the same boat as them because I'm still in the same boat as I was then as I am now. It just didn't look that way because I was making pretty good money and not struggling. It's all about making people struggle to a point where they get involved in some really nefarious shit with the impression that it's something very benevolent and it's like a godsend or a miracle, and anybody who isn't involved is some sort of heathen because God hasn't, they haven't taken the right path to be led to this. All the while, the same person they're talking about has probably been knowing about the same shit they know about longer than they have. They just saw it for what it really was and didn't get involved. Another thing that's happened from day one, before I ever even noticed any of it, this was the first thing I noticed, and the first level of self-doubt and confusion and gaslighting. Was all the pointless lying that still takes place to this day. And I don't mean on the TV, I mean just everyday life. People, especially people who represent some form of authority or elder figure, lie about absolutely everything. in hopes that I will say something about it, or set up a situation where I will be expecting what they said will happen. That's just the same thing. It's still a lie. Like, come over and do such and such, and then I get there and it's something completely different. But one thing I have noticed is when I haven't like mentioned it, and I just kind of like, I guess my face tells it, there you go again, lying, and I just don't say a word, they come up with a reason why things changed and why there's a discrepancy. It's pretty weird, man. Like, I know I said this, but... And then other people, they'll act like they're doing that and then make a slightly different alteration to what they said that still wasn't the same as the first thing they said. It's crazy because the more and more confident I got over time, the more and more I noticed people doing stuff and giving me like a side eye to see how I react to it. And then when I don't, they just think I wasn't paying attention and they try again. And it's like, nope, nice shot, man, but still no good. But people are clearly told to lie to me about everything. I mean, even the very fucking small, irrelevant fucking shit. Every now and then, instead of thinking, what am I doing wrong? What, which is, I've already addressed that. It's bullshit. It ain't got nothing to do with that. But it makes me wonder, what routes are they trying to lead me to? Which is more logical of an approach, but really all of it leads to a non-directive. But I always have to look at what I'm doing differently than the majority of people and how it could inadvertently lead to things being more inconvenient for me. And then the inadvertent slowly fades away, and you see that it is clear evidence of an agenda. Because of all the things that I do and how I live, my life, even without all the harassment and fabricated situations and orchestrated events, my life would be very difficult even without all that, just because of how I've chose to live and not to take place in and partake in. Just because I don't have a bank card, just because I don't do auto draft, and just because I have a house phone when I don't have a cell phone. I mean, just because of a lot of things. It's more than just things being inconvenient as a result of what the majority does. It's that they're literally trying to weed people out and divert people away from certain approaches to life. So when they take it away, the only people who will notice it being taken away are the people who are doing it. People will be so wrapped up that they won't even catch it getting gone, or they won't think it's a big deal, because they don't realize it symbolizes other things that are a big deal. But what's even crazier to me to think about is how easily we're controlled through our emotion. We're controlled through our own emotions so easily that emotional manipulation technology, it has flown under the radar because it rarely even has to, and we fall prey to our own mind so easily that we wouldn't know the difference. Like, some of this shit I do, the old me and a lot of people I know wouldn't even consider doing, just because of how it would make them feel. And that blows my fucking mind. Like having to buy your food with change money. I don't give a shit. That's why I save it up, because I know shit like this is coming. A lot of bullshit happens where I'm not getting the money that I deserve, or some situation comes up where I have to use all of it. It's just like, it's crazy to think that the old me or some people would just say, fuck it, I'm gonna go, before I spend change money, I'll go rob somebody, or I just won't eat. I'm not finna, spend change money. I'm looking like this and looking like that to people. That blows my mind, really. That's how a lot of people get caught up in doing this fuck shit to each other to begin with. I'll be damned if I'm doing this and doing that because I'll look like this or that. That's fucking incredible to me. And you get so caught up in how you look that you feel like shit about how you look at yourself. All this comes down to when I hadn't seen my bro in a while, before I had went to the hospital and after. I went over to his house. This was some years back, but there was a long span of time we hadn't seen each other or talked, And how I explained it to him, as far as, what I went through and what happened. And I just worded it to him like this. You don't really get away with anything anymore these days. That's pretty much how I told him. If you don't get caught up after you get caught up in doing some crime or hustling or whatever, just doing something the government don't approve of and capitalizing upon it, and then living out your life, they got a place for you to go, and they got something to do to you. That's pretty much where I left it. Pattern recognition was always something I did, but it really never started tripping me out nearly as much until I started applying it to not speaking about negative things. And that way back led to the whole conehead fucker thing, and how I had these images of people who live off of negative energy before I even learned of the term narcissism and what it really meant. Because I would notice, that was where it all started, was I would notice I wouldn't mention things that bothered me. And more things would happen. And more people would be trying to get me to talk about these negative things, because they'd ask me direct questions in relation to those things. And I doubted that for so long until I continued gathering frequency of things happening, without any emotion involved, just literally documenting when things happen and how often, and when things are happening at the same time. And that was the most obvious and quickest progression of pattern recognition I've ever came across, is not mentioning or reacting to potentially upsetting and stressful situations, and having people do things in reference to them, which was already happening when I was mentioning them, but then try to make conversations directly with me about those situations, desperately hoping that I will talk about it, and get very fucking disappointed visually, obviously, and auditorily. You could hear the frustration in their tone with how I would answer and address those questions in conversations. It's fucking crazy, dude. Conehead fuckers, dude. They live off of negative energy, or the money they get from just doing what they do. It's fucking weird, dude. It's hard to stress how important pattern recognition is, and the level of confidence it requires to not question the competency of the results. Because otherwise, without the pattern recognition, you'll only notice things and express them with broad statements, with words like always and never and every time. I still do that, but like I said, I'm trying to assess my mistakes and fix them. But without the pattern recognition, you only have your subconscious to fall back on, which is consequently an emotional state of mind most of the time. For instance, every time I don't have money. See what I mean? The way you word that, how it comes across. Every time I don't have money, so-and-so does this or says that. But it takes that level of learning from that mistake to be able to apply your pattern recognition and derive your confidence from the competence of the results of pattern recognition versus questioning the results and lowering your confidence. And that usually leads to you, it gives me kind of a weird pleasure in knowing what's coming, because I don't think it's supposed to be nearly as predictable as it seems to be. So when all these people are doing what they're doing, and they're not creating the level of stress and anxiety and emotion that they used to in the same situation before I was recognizing it happening in a cycle, they feel awkward, and it's obvious. They feel like they're failing in some way sometimes. It's pretty neat, really, to see the same situation happen but look differently, and people say and do the same things but act differently as they do them. Like I said in one of my previous recordings, the potentially awkward situations I'm put in are now potentially awkward situations for the people who create them. Because I know what to expect, and I actually see it when it's happening. And they're aware that I know now, especially that I've been documenting everything. It's pretty strange. It can be enjoyable until the stress gets overwhelming because of the circumstances they create in spite of you enjoying life. It's so fucked up, dude. Because they don't look at it that way, because some of them think that they're supposed to be preventing you from doing something. But if you were to stop doing that, they'd have another group or the same group doing it for a different reason. It's so fucking stupid how it's continuing and how they're all accumulating points just like me. So it's been 2 days since I said something about that mirror, and every time I've gotten out of the car, my damn GPS is just not hanging on my windshield no more. I waited for it to happen a few times, and yeah, that's more believable of being a coincidence than the mirror. So I don't know, it's just one of the things. It's to make you do stuff to make you look even more unstable, because certain compartments aren't aware of what other compartments are doing. For example, moving my mirror. I guarantee you there's a compartment directly involved in what's cultivating the environment and circumstances I'm experiencing that doesn't believe that it's a possibility that someone has been moving my mirror or this, that, and the other. So whenever I start breaking out a camera or surveilling or doing videography or anything like that, it just makes me look like a loon, because they've been indoctrinated to think it's a sign of paranoia. It's just numbers, man, and a really effective means of hindering individuals' progress. You have to prepare for the worst case scenario, in other words. And when it comes to fruition, you can't think that you manifested it. You have to see it for what it is, because you'll really beat yourself up for shit that you shouldn't. It's crazy how you can look back on the facts and what you actually have done and what you haven't done, and how you can morph that into bad decisions because of your fucked up perception from all the stress and confusion and gaslight. Some things are planned out, man. Just like this whole fucking big scheme is planned out over hundreds of years. This shit is planned out, months to years for these personal agendas. There's sets of events that I can see coming, that I prepare for in case certain shit happens that most people wouldn't even consider. And those things actually fucking happen. And there's not much that I can do about them except see them coming. The important aspect about confusion is not knowing whether you're doing the right thing or not, because that inadvertently leads to thinking you're doing something wrong. And that leads to constantly trying to change what you do or what you want to do in hopes of the circumstances changing. And whenever you're changing your own circumstances, especially, you wonder if you made a big mistake. If you wonder, should you stop doing this? Should you start doing this? And then you have to look back and forget all the connotations that arise of leading you to think you have a defeatist attitude, and just look at the pattern recognition alone and take the opinion of other people influencing yours out of the equation, and just see how things have already happened. You have already tried these things. You have already thought it was because of this, it was because of that. I'm doing this. It comes down to you're staying in a low vibration. If you constantly think you're doing something wrong, your confidence will be low. Therefore, when things are done to you, or things happen as a result of what you've done, as a result of the circumstances you're in, you'll feel guilt for it. You'll be putting yourself down, and you'll never even look at the picture for what it is, instead of what people are trying to tell you what it is. It's all your fault. At a certain point, you got out of bed. I mean, it's just fucking crazy, dude. It really is fucking ridiculous. Everybody's at fault for whatever, I get that, but it's a lack of knowledge, and it's not by chance that that's happening. There's a lot of work that goes into the lack of knowledge that's in a lot of people. It's supposed to stay that way. My point is, try not to fall into the trap of thinking any of this is a result of what you're doing or what you're not doing, because it's ultimately about them morphing your environment to suit the avenue they want you to take. And that's within itself an illusion, because when and if you ever do that, none of this shit stops depending on who you are. Most of this shit is permanent. And with it being permanent, there is no way for you to make it stop. And you can't make it better or worse if it's all based on your perception. I don't give a fuck how many times I say it. I'm going to continue to say it. When you really wrap your mind around how everything is a replica of the other thing, and it's pretty much enamored in you to where you do it second nature, you start seeing little things and other things, and start noticing how things you normally overlook represent something that you can't even see. And walking into the store just now, I saw a ripped up lottery ticket laying on the ground, and I said, that's the problem. It made me say, that's the problem. You get your chance, and the chances are about as high as a fucking scratch off. So when you lose, you rip it up, throw it in the parking lot of the store that you bought it in. Fuck them motherfuckers. That's what we're doing, man. That's what we do. We get one shot, and we have to invest in it. And it's just a matter of chance. And you have so many people with such low odds with their only means of feeling as if they're getting even would be to just pollute where they're at. And that's where we are, man. It's just the same concept of somebody saying, fuck this goddamn store. I don't never hit nothing on this lottery ticket when I buy from here. You know, they rip it up and they throw it in the fucking parking lot. That's what we do when we miss our shot or we find out something and we just start polluting any and everything because of sheer spite of the environment and the conditions. First, they gotta take cash away. So that way you can't save up your money by being an entrepreneur. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you can't tangibly hold your money, then you can be denied access to it. I know that because I don't have a bank card. And I do it to myself. And it's almost as if I'm training myself for the fucking future. Because when you can't have cash and you only have a card, and they implement this social credit system, they can lock you out of your fucking money. I mean, I've heard people getting locked out of their cards already. I mean, that's nothing new. It happens. It gets fixed, though. But you cannot know where it is. You never have as much. You never actually own the money ever. It's because it's not real. But at least when you have paper, you know where it's at. It's in your fucking pocket. So it's like everything's moving to cashless. And they're trying to get rid of the mind state of a entrepreneur in the true sense, because someone who doesn't give a shit about money is ironically a type of entrepreneur that only invests in his business and uses the money for security, you know, if something goes wrong, you know, with the business or personal life. If you still have that personality type out here when they start having that social credit system, then they could really give a fuck about how much money they receive. And then on top of that, they'll be able to save that money up and still do something with it. And if they get rid of the majority of those type of people, when they implement the ability and the policy and the punishment of locking people out of their bank accounts, there'll be a lot less people that they do that to, and a lot less people who will oppose it happening on an influential level. But yeah, it's one thing to be upset about what happens behind closed doors with what we deem authority. But when it gets down to a personal level and it's what's going on behind your back, it really makes you approach the situation differently than the people watching people. Because I'm a person being watched by other people watching people. And these people watching people seem as though they're not aware that there's people watching people watching people. And then there's people watching people watching people watching people. And then there's a person and an entity. And the closest anybody will ever come to that is symbolism and death. And it's worrisome to know not only the potential of what could happen as a result of what's happening now, but to understand that every plan that was ever made came to fruition if the government wanted it to, mostly with impunity. But there are areas where I heard one guy make a presentation about it. I've done a little reading myself as well. One element that's just hard to ignore and is concerning to me is this police predictive software, predictive policing software. It's almost worse than a full-blown social credit system. The only reason it's not worse than a full-blown social credit system is because it's more than the precursor to it. It's the foundation being built for a very corrupt version of the social credit system, as if it wasn't already corrupt to begin with. There's a difference in it having a blatant potential for being corrupt involved and building a foundation that is completely corrupt from the beginning. It's like the kettle calling the pot black. But it is a much worse situation we're creating over here with this predictive policing software. Because on the social credit system, it's just the disconcerting idea that you can't get away with anything. You're going to be held accountable for all your actions from that point on. There's nowhere to hide, and there's no room for error as far as judgment. And by the time people realize a mistake has been made, the victim's life is fucked. I mean, just look at the incarceration situation now, how fucked up it is, as it is, with all the room for error and getting away with things. That naturally opens up the avenue to place the blame on someone else. But ironically, with the way things are now, as easy as it is, it will become even easier with the social credit system, because they're doing facial recognition, they're doing EEG reading, EKG reading. You're basically walking inside of a big-ass polygraph test that, and polygraphs are usually accurate, but they can give false readings due to the person being nervous. And a lot of the elements of the social credit system is probably hidden in the places that's already having it up and running. Somebody can be interpreted as guilty or a liar due to a false reading. But even with that scenario being controversial and disconcerting as it is, what we're building over here has got to be 10 times as bad, because we're building the foundation and collecting the data before we even let it be known to the general public. It's slowly been revealed to the general public in certain places, and even in those certain places, it does not get as much press as it should. So it's still flying under the fucking radar, where it's completely full-blown, building the foundation for the social credit system people don't think is going to be here. And the way they're doing it is they're doing the same thing everywhere, and they have been doing so for quite some time. But they're slowly revealing it to us as if it's new. And as I said, they're barely even letting that happen. And when you do the researches on the places where it's out in the open, half-ass, and you read up on how it's been being done, it's fucking incredible, dude. Because at least with the social credit system, you know what not to do. With this situation, even being aware that police predicting algorithms and all that shit's happening, you still won't be aware of all the points you're racking up. And the people who are involved are under the same fucking thing, and they don't understand that. Everything, it's like 5 points. They say in LA, for instance, and this was some years back, you get 5 points for every anything there is. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you go to a certain area, you get 5 points. If you talk to a certain person, you get 5 points. If you carry a firearm, 5 points. You get arrested, 5 points. And all these are 5 points or more, by the way, depending on how many times you did it. And after you get to a certain amount of points, you get put on a targeted list. And it's unbeknownst to you. And then they start basically punishing you and pushing you into a certain direction to where you will become a part of this reporting people, because people are reporting each other. Like, nobody even understands that it's just building up data for when the social, and you can also get arrested and have the charges dropped, and it's still 5 points. Like, it's just, if you call the police, you get 5 points. It's any interaction with police whatsoever, you get 5 points. And that rates your level of suspicion, danger to the public, danger to yourself, possible terrorist, potential criminal. And all this shit is going into a database somewhere. There's these things called fusion centers. And that's where all the data that they're going to compile for each person's record once this social credit system bullshit drops. And that is going to reflect how much money you get in your bank account. And there will be a set time where you get that amount of money. And it's going to be based on what we're doing now and how many points we've fucking accumulated. And that is fucking bullshit. And not only that, they're trying to cleanse the people who aren't going to give a fuck about having money. They're trying to cleanse those people by putting them in prison with FBI managed aggression, community provocateurs. I mean, it's just all the same shit. It's just different names for different tier levels. I mean, just like you got a fucking city cop, county cop, state cop. It's all the fucking same, dude. But they create all these situations where you lash out. A lot of those situations, people are given the choice if they compromise themselves. And some people, they don't even attempt to give them that chance because they just know they ain't gonna go for it. They just try to go and either kill them, make them kill themselves, or put them in prison. They're in the way. They're a problem. We got some new shit coming along, and too many people are okay with it due to false perception, ignorance, or compliance. So when it gets here, not only is the foundation going to be accumulated under our noses, it's going to be applied, because it's all about preventing crime. And in order to justify the organizations and software being used and methods and tactics being utilized, they have to literally create crime, because it all stands on the same principle as what the social credit system is supposed to stand on. And I oppose the entire idea, whether it's running right or it's wrong, just because of the blatant potential for corruption and manipulation and danger. Like, really, it's just dangerous, dude. Just living through the tactics that are being done to me. I know what it would do to people, because it's been done to me. And seeing this happen on a mass scale, as far as like just imagining it, it's fucking scary, man. I mean, this shit really is not an experience I would recommend anyone go through. But once they start basically giving us allowances, they're at a certain amount. What you do will affect, from that point on, your money. The amount you get next month will be dictated by all the points you accumulate over a month's span of time, or 2 weeks, or a week, whatever the fuck, however the hell they're gonna work it. Well, you got to understand, in order for this to work, they have to get rid of cash. Because, for one thing, some people, if they don't work, they don't need money. Straight up. Like, if they're not going to be an entrepreneur, they don't need the fucking money. All they need to do is fucking survive. Literally. Like, they need a place to eat and sleep and shit. They don't need fucking money as long as they have food. And that's what's so fucking ironic to me. And it's like, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around things progressing so rapidly in this direction. Because this whole fucking thing is a business, man. It's a business. It's built on entrepreneurship. It encourages entrepreneurship. It victimizes the customer, just as any successful business does. And yet, they want to eliminate entrepreneurship right under your nose, man. You don't understand it because people are thinking this is a hustle. Fucking snitching on people ain't a fucking, it's not work. It's just not work, man. The level of commitment and dedication you put into it may be difficult, depending on how much you care about it and how much money you want to make. But it's really not work, man. It really isn't. Sitting around watching a motherfucker is not work. Manipulating someone else's life who is working isn't work. It's destroying the economy, is what I'm saying. Because it doesn't represent capitalism. It doesn't represent entrepreneurship. It represents indentured servitude. Like, you're working for a future that you're going to get gypped out of. Just like the same motherfuckers you make fun of. Like, I'm aware that I've been fed bullshit. But I still do it. It's just I'm aware it's bullshit. I'm not just going to switch over to the other side thinking that ain't bullshit. I mean, that's fucking stupid, dude. I know it's not feasible for me to do the right thing and fucking work where I'm working and eventually get a raise and have enough to support a family. And that's the American dream for a fucking reason, dude. It's because it's not real. It can happen, yeah. But it won't happen the way you think it will, and if it does, it's not going to be what you think it is. But it's destroying the economy, man, because it's like, it's capitalism and entrepreneurship is what keeps this going. And the only reason all this stuff is happening is a loophole within the business. There ain't no fucking loopholes in a fucking country. There's no such thing. There's loopholes in a business. And this particular loophole is destroying this business, just like any fucking loophole would. And it just so happens to be this loophole is surveillance. This fucking slush fund that's just leaking the air out of the whole fucking tire, dude. It's just like a job that's built on production that fudges on the numbers and purposely slows down production in order to receive a loan or a budget to invest and further the fucking company. But we're not based on production anymore. It's not fucking feasible to think we can keep doing this. So everybody who catches on to it and thinks they're in the best place they can be thinks it's going to get better. When even the fucking Bible says the meek will inherit the earth. I don't have no problem with nobody. I have a problem with the way we've been pitted against each other and manipulated and indoctrinated to have psychological fucking problems. And I get annoyed and frustrated, but I mean, if people can watch the news and get mad, but if they were to actually, this is ironic too, because they do just repeat themselves over and over, but if somebody fucking taped the 10 o'clock news and went home and watched that same fucking hour worth of news every day for a fucking month, if they got so mad they almost had a heart attack the first time they watched it, do you really fucking think they'd give a fuck by the end of the month? That's me when I wake up and experience what I'm experiencing. It's fucking stupid, dude. You get to a certain point where it drives you crazy because you're so tired of it. But then it's just like, dude, I don't fucking care. It's just happening, man. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse, and then there's gonna be a level out stage. It's like love bombing with a narcissist. It's just fucking stupid, the shit that happens. I want to discuss a really important element about the world that we live in and the society that I see and the things that I've learned through false narratives, propaganda, and very little truth. I've gathered a few conclusions that I try not to harp on too much, but I don't want to forget, because some of these circumstances and scenarios, you get stressed or emotional, whether it be a small amount or a large amount, it leads you to the question, why? What's the motive? What's the point? Like, why can't I just get right and it not be a problem to someone? I mean, you really start doing all that shit already knowing the answer. And that's how you know that done got you riled up, because it really is a complex thing as far as motives. It's protected by a layer of controversy and negative connotation, just like any other important subject. You can't explain shit to people when they've been indoctrinated to get pissed off at hearing certain things. And then you also have another group of people who know damn well you're right, and they're trying to convince you you're wrong because they're either involved or they don't want other people to hear what you're saying. Everybody's got motives, individual motives. But the reasoning behind why these things are able to happen will consequently shine light on the motives as well. And it's just as simple as, this is a business. Businesses have policies. Policies have to be enforced. Businesses have employees. Employees have to follow policy. Consumers are supposed to be served by these employees. However, it's a sleight of hand in regards to it becoming a racketeering operation, because it's barely not. Because it's almost as if you tell only the employees that it's a business, and even some of those employees have a false perception of where they're at and what they're doing. And then the customers have no idea where they're at. They have no clue that they're even in a business, or why this man's this way and that man's the other way, when they're walking around in that business and they can't get out of it. It's like you're walking around in a fucking store and you can't leave. And the employee discount is that of material and favors. Just all different kind of shit going on, man. So you have to have that viewpoint of where we're at in order to understand how this can even happen, when it happened, why it happened, and why is it such a secret? How many people is it a secret to? It's like a Stockholm syndrome for the people who are on board with a lot of the things I oppose. And that whole Stockholm syndrome is basically indoctrinated into everyone subconsciously. Otherwise, we'd get the fuck on and go somewhere. So it's like, it's funny, I was thinking about this the other day, and then it got mentioned. And I really appreciated that, because I feel like it was an honest-to-God coincidence. Those don't happen often. And even if the whole scenario wasn't completely a coincidence, an element actually was. It was great. It felt good. Anyway, and this could have just been bullshit, but I got talking about how the president said the people need to realize that the government is the people. And I was just talking about, I can't believe he said that. And I was like, well, look at it like this, man. Think about what he's saying and how one of the original documents says, we the people. That ain't us. And, oh, yes it is, and, you know, the typical things I used to think. And I agree, you know, that's how it should be, and that's how it's presented. But how people can be aware of how deceptive and underhanded the government is, especially in relation to documents, I don't see how people could really argue the possibility that we've been fooled. You know, I mean, it says we the people. The country was built to turn into a business at a set time, hundreds of years after the fucking document. And when they write we the people who signed it were the people who were in the fucking room when it was wrote. And they're part of the fucking government. And anyone who wasn't, who signed that shit, wasn't considered we. It says in God, we trust. In God, the people. We the people. And this country turned into a business. If you're not an employee, then you're not a part of the business. You're a consumer. So, like, think of it this way. How would a corporation feel, say a supermarket, for instance, if you were to walk down aisle 4 and set up a goddamn fruit stand and have more money under your table than in 4 aisles combined in their register? How the fuck would they be okay with that? You see what I'm saying? If it was a country, it'd be another deal, though. You see, you have to be an employee. That's why you have to get a business license. All this shit just seems so, like they present it and they sugarcoat it in such a way to where it's just normal. And it is, all the way up until you realize the difference between how the country would run if they said it was what it was and how it is now. And as a reaction to that, you start finding things out that answer the questions that most people don't ask. So you say, how do you become an employee? And this is where they get you. This is where they got me. I mean, it's several layers of confusion and deception protecting the truth. And I definitely am nowhere near it yet. But I feel like I've glimpsed at a few pieces of it and saw it for really what it is. But instead of the word employee, they use citizen. Instead of the word business, they use country or nation. And instead of the word informant, meaning undercover cop or narcotics agent, it's the consumer who's being surveilled by the employees, making sure you don't steal anything or try to set up a fucking fruit stand on aisle 4. So it's like, how do you get to work the register? How do you get to be a supervisor? You see what I'm saying? And it's like, it's incredible how you end up working for these people, because you can't leave anyway. And there's so many inconveniences and detrimental things that you go through being the consumer and not knowing. And then when you find out, it's even worse. That's not by chance. Why are these scenarios created for people? Why is there so much financial manipulation going on with certain people? Why is there so much managed aggression? Why is there so much monitoring and surveillance? Loitering. That's all, bro. It comes down to loitering, because it's a fucking business, man. As I said, until you actually wrap your mind around the fact that it is 100% truth that this country is a business, nothing will ever even begin to make sense. So you get caught loitering, and you have an exorbitant charge for that, and you don't even know what you're doing wrong. It just comes down to you're not actually a citizen. And this is done through social engineering as well, because there's plenty of people who know nothing about what I'm talking about, and everything runs fine with them. And it doesn't have anything to do with the level of knowledge. It ain't because I know this and they don't, so I'm important or a threat. It's nothing of the sort. It's all about your personality. Your behavior is not even relevant, really. I mean, other than them labeling certain things to represent something within your psyche. You know, that still goes back to personality. It's a personality type. And certain personality types are just naturally opposed to certain things that the majority of the people involved in knowingly and unknowingly being an employee, basically. It just comes down to people watching people, pop and cop. You know, it's all that crazy shit is just all the same. It's really all the same. Like reporting suspicious behavior that are precursors to potential crimes. You know, that's being an employee. There's all these different routes you can take that wouldn't even be available if this was a country. The people who are on the victim side of it have no choice but to wonder how and why is this happening. The people doing it rarely ever get put into a scenario where that crosses their mind. It's almost like a parent who shows favoritism in order to always have control, not only over the children, but every situation in that child's life, especially every situation in relation to their relationship with the child. It's like a mixture of favoritism and starting shit between people so you can swoop in and be the good guy. Like you whisper a little something in this person's ear, or say, so you know, parents can do that too. Usually that's right there next to favoritism too, with parenting too. They'll say, you know, say it's a brother and a sister. They'll go to the sister and say, hey, your brother said this and that and the other, or he did this, that, and the other. And then, you know, turn right around and tell the brother, the sister did this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. And then they start fighting with each other, and then go to confide in the parent, and then the parent is naturally informed as to the entire situation, all elements. That's what's being done to society with this differential of people, with this ratio of people. The other topic is more of a psychological, philosophical question. And how are you to decipher and discriminate between self-control and avoidance? How are you to decipher and discriminate between avoidance and self-control? How much self-control does it take, honestly, to avoid something? How much self-control do you have if you have to avoid something? It's definitely a question that makes you start analyzing yourself and where you really stand. It reminds me of the line between temptation and guilt. Can you have guilt without temptation? And can you have temptation without guilt? I would probably say yes to both of those, seeing as how they're both low vibration, both negative. At lunch today, I was thinking about two angles that's really been being worked on society, and it's like there's a thin line between forcing people or making something mandatory for people to do and making it very inconvenient otherwise, which thinking about that led me to thinking about the difference in phasing things out over time being some sort of a practice run for eliminating and abolishing very controversial things. It's not only a plan that has been planned thousands of years ago to come into fruition, but during the process they test the waters for future endeavors to know what to expect out of the general public. It's like pretty much anything they do is controversial or inconvenient or questionable. You can expect them to do it on a larger scale later on. So you got to think of all the things that they chose to phase out, like certain technologies. And it was very, very vague and barely noticeable. It was just because what they went to was cheaper and more efficient. Like, for example, analog to digital. Everything just seemed better. And then they started moving into the entertainment field, which people got slightly upset. Then they started moving towards the media outlets, TV, for instance. That was the first one that was like testing the waters, in my opinion, when they switched from free TV to digital free TV, because it's a very small amount of testing the waters. It was still overt in a way though, because you had to physically go out and buy the new system. And after so long of people holding out on that and making a big ruckus about it, they did the installation free. So they did the technology, then the media. Next is going to be finances, and that's going to be the big deal. And they're still going to use the same approaches and bank on people selling it, but it's going to be a huge change coming. And people should be aware that it's already running under your nose. And if you think they're not going to take that data that they're collecting into account for when the new system gets put in place, I don't see how you made that conclusion, seeing as how they operate. When the social credit system comes, they're taking away all the cash. They're eventually going to take away all the jobs, and any work you may or may not do will be considered a contribution or a donation, and it will raise up your credit score, because your credit score is going to be based on a lot of really good sounding things, but it's not for our safety or our health. It's to control us and manipulate us and scare us into doing things we wouldn't do normally. Because once they take all the cash away, you'll only be able to use a bank card. Then when they take all the jobs away, you'll only be able to earn money through your social credit score. The only way you can have a good social credit score is if you don't do certain things and don't be around certain people who may or may not even have truthfully been given a bad social credit score. To people who are already privy to the surveillance state, they are pretty familiar with the whole concept.
But in the process of them trying to eliminate and abolish the freedom of speech, they take advantage of it existing. Like, not only do they use guises and hide behind benevolent and beneficial things and use them to hurt instead of help, they use already beneficial things that they're simultaneously trying to break down to further their means, like freedom of speech and freedom of information. Like, they'll just use it for further reasoning for getting rid of it later on. Like, well, at least all that shit y'all were bitching about won't be able to happen anymore. Like, that's some real fucked up shit, man. That's low down as hell. Like, they're taking advantage of freedom of speech and freedom of information, like basically just rubbing it in. Like, they do all this nefarious shit by taking advantage of things that could be advantageous to everyone. We gotta keep freedom of speech. That shit's important. Never get blinded by all the bad things that people say or do just because they have the right to. Because you won't be able to oppose them doing it if we get rid of freedom of speech. Everybody will be just running amok. Conversation rules the nation, man.
Speak a little bit on
freedom of speech, and how it's easy for me to see that they're trying to slowly abolish. Pretty obvious that it's going to start off with what's already happening. That's the censorship and the shame, and trying to filter what goes on media and on the internet all the way out to what people can and can't say. That's nothing new. It's been going on for quite some time. It's always been very controversial. There's always a big differential as far as age and experiential overlap to what was acceptable and what isn't in the future and the past and everything. But it's real easy for people to lose sight of the fact that someone saying something that you don't appreciate represents the fact that you can oppose it. And if you take away the right to be able to say whatever the fuck you want, then you take away the right to oppose people who say whatever the fuck they want. With so much secrecy involved in keeping this fragile surveillance state afloat, it's developed a personality that's like, it's not about getting rid of freedom of speech, it's getting rid of being able to speak at all. I mean, it really is getting to that point, because it's like a domino thing. The people who put this organization together aren't dumb, and even the basic level of participation, you can anticipate a seed being sown in potential victims by someone who's supposed to be a victim. Like, they try to nip shit in the butt, in other words. See somebody speaking a certain way, they try to divert that person's attention, and if they can't do that, they try to divert the attention away from the person. And then if that doesn't work, they start slandering the person or creating a level of anxiety around that person or in that person. They wouldn't have to go through all that hassle if they didn't have the right to say whatever they wanted to. You know, it works on both ends. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean. Like, they're trying to cater to the altruistic side of people. So they present certain subject matter in a way that it seems presentable and logical to censor who can say what or what can be said at all. And that's never okay. There's a right time and a place for everything, and it's a matter of people's giving a fuck about where and when they are able to say something. There has to be polarization. There's always going to be people like that who have no, social bearings, or they're just rude as fuck. But if you take people don't understand that if you take away freedom of speech, then those are the people who will actually take over. They don't see that this is just a slick avenue for to overtalk someone. They don't have to anymore. Instead of like cutting off the people that they don't want to hear, or they don't want other people to hear because it'll weaken their power in one way or another. On a real basic level, just anything opposing them, they're tired of shutting it down. And they're catering to those people, very slick-like, catering to people's feelings and their emotions, when the people who are doing that, who are pushing that shit to the people who actually have feelings, have no feelings. And they don't give a fuck about other people's feelings. They just use people's feelings against them. It's really bizarre how well it's working when you break it down. Like, they are really getting rid of freedom of speech. And there's a lot of plans that are long-term, that have multiple routes. The politics, for instance, no matter who you vote in, they're all working for the same plan. It's just depending on who gets there, they'll do it this way or the other way and cater to this group or that group. That's why we always end up voting for the lesser of two evils anyway, because it has to be people who are on board with the bullshit. But what's concerning is when you have a situation that has multiple routes and they're all running simultaneously. That's when things happen quicker. And that's what they like. And this abolishing freedom of speech, it's got multiple ways for it to go down, and they're all going down at the same time. So, I mean, I hope we get a hold of that shit, because they're doing it slick ways and they're doing it overt ways, and it's working, man. Like, people are really buying into this shit, and a lot of people don't even know they are. Some people are even participating. But if you take away someone's ability to oppose you or what you represent, by default you take away your ability to oppose them or anything else. The freedom of speech is important, and it's unfortunate that just as all these programs were built with benevolence in mind, and established for reasons that are just used as disguises now. It's really just like problem, reaction, solution. They create problems and they use these organizations to quote unquote solve the problems. But really they've weaponized the very same curriculum and programs and operations and techniques to damage people and eradicate certain behaviors. But it's helpful to keep in mind how they present and defend what they're doing and why they're doing it and how they're doing it. It's ironic that it's helpful, but nevertheless it's helpful. Don't get me wrong, you shouldn't necessarily believe and have faith in everything they say. And you can really just see through it if you read into things and analyze people. They're really just like clearly just justifying what they're doing with how they present what they're doing, and even the names of these organizations and things like that. How they use religion sometimes in some cases. It's very compartmentalized what they do. They have to have not only a reason and a way to create revenue and problems to solve. They also have to give out legitimate curriculum and information as resources for the public to be able to refer to really see that these people are committed to the benefit of mankind. These things could be good if certain elements were eradicated and other elements were used correctly instead of weaponized. As I said, man, like if you break it down real basic, like take one detail of it, look at it, and if you see, for example, it's say a psychological thing, you know as a psychologist what would help that particular problem that person is having with their personality, and you would also know what would make it worse. And that very same process to make it better would require the same curriculum to know what would make that person worse. Because in order to address a problem, you would have to identify what it is. And then before you act on what to fix it, you'd have to know what will fix it. And in the process of finding what will fix something, you'll find what makes it worse. Just by default, no matter what way you go about it. It's just the process of elimination. There's only one way to go about fixing problems, and that's just the way it is. When looking to find how to fix something, you will inadvertently and consequently find what will make things worse. So therefore, whenever you create a curriculum, an extensive curriculum, you can learn the weaknesses it can create if you weaponize it. And that's what's happened. So it's not good to always walk around with the perception of, what they say they're doing, because you have to keep in mind that what they say is what they hide behind, because they're just hiding behind the curriculum, because the curriculum exists. It's just how is it being applied and what's the motive behind the ultimate goals, regardless of what the people who are participating think or perceive to be so. But if you keep in mind what trauma-based cognitive behavioral therapy is supposed to do for somebody, if you keep in mind what community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing and police predictive software is supposed to do, and why it was created, the software, in my opinion, I think that's just a bit much. Like, a lot of it is just ways to improve elements that have developed for nefarious reasons. But that's just my personal opinion. My point is, it's better when creating a perception to thrive in during overcoming certain struggles that you'll run into. It's good to keep in mind all the beneficial elements of this running correctly, and the benevolence that was unfortunately capitalized upon in creating a lot of these foundations and techniques and tactics. It's good to keep those things in mind when you're looking at all these bizarre situations. You have to be able to understand, okay, this ain't how this is supposed to run, but they are hiding behind how it's running, because they would damn sure not do all this extra shit if they could just do what they wanted to do, because they're operating under certain parameters. You know what I mean? They can only do certain shit. And it has to look like the reason they do it is a good reason. Because they're supposed to be helping the community. And when this comes down the pipe, that's what they're going to try to rely on, is you misinterpreting their motives and their reasoning for keeping it a secret. You know, it's not going to be them keeping it a secret if they can help it. It's going to be you annexing yourself and them trying to reach out to you. You know, it's all about how people are going to flip it and present it after it all comes down. Because I'm pretty sure it's all going to come down one way or another, you know. And it's just, it's going to be fucking bullshit, I think. It's just going to be another big shake in my fucking head moment. There are a lot of hidden elements that you wouldn't be as suspicious of as you should be in regards to social engineering that contribute to what I like to call coerced assimilation and entrapment. One of those being the hip-hop and rap community, which, you know, I've been aware of, but, you know, like any other deceptive tactics, either develop a level of comfortability within someone, meaning a victim. You develop a level of comfortability within them, or a level of knowledge that leads to a non-directive, meaning like they got the truth. They got real knowledge, you know, like things that's exclusive, but they don't have the full spectrum of what's going on. And they're surrounded by people who also don't have the full spectrum of what's going on. But they know things that benefit them that other people don't, that struggle because they don't know those things. So that supports the false narrative that they're all knowing. They get cocky and then they get taken advantage of. So you have to go back to the roots of the word hip hop. And one of those podcasts Mike Tyson did that I overheard, he spoke on it. I think it was the one he did with Eminem. He explained it perfectly. And it's like basically you Humpty Dumpty the fuck out of somebody. You know, it's like you butter them up, you make them feel like they're the boss. You know, they're the man. They get all this jewelry, and like then you fucking rob their ass. And it's like if that's the roots of it, that's the roots of it, man. That's not to say that's all it's about, and that's not all it is, but I'm not proud to say that I kind of been giving a black eye to the game on accident, because the hustle is the hustle. It's fucking jabbing somebody. I mean, it's like, it is what it is, man. Like, hustle ain't just fucking working hard. Hustle has several definitions. It's all part of the game. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a big trick. Don't be a fucking square, you know? You build somebody up to watch them fall. And, like I was watching Sopranos one time, and Tony's son says to his friend, he's quoting Master P, he says, be a leader, not a follower. And his friend says, at the age of like 11 or 12, you know, they're like middle school age in this episode, and he says, you still listen to that? He's like, yeah, why? He's like, I figured you'd be smarter than that. It's just marketing. And I thought I understood that when I heard it, but I kind of see it's a lot deeper, a hell of a lot deeper. It's like a whole psychological operation going on, and many of them don't even want to be partaking in it. It's a lot like the researchers I speak on getting lumped into a bad group because they're speaking bullshit, but they're not speaking bullshit at the same time. They're trying to symbolically tell you shit. And then there's a divide within the rap industry, you know, now, where it's like you got independent artists and mainstream. And when that first popped off, there was a lot more genuine artists, I believe, in the independent side of things, and they were addressing a lot of fake shit. And then you had mainstream artists biting that whole theme, mixing in misinformation and marketing people into entrapment and becoming a part of the surveillance state. Like, a lot of them are really just basically glorifying snitching and bragging about how low-key they're doing it and how gangster it feels. Believe it or not. I mean, I hate to even say it. It makes me kind of sick. I mean, I've always known there was a lot of fake shit going on, and a lot of like flexing, and a lot of snitches. You know, a lot of people a lot of rappers, you know, got people locked up and capitalized on that situation. But like, I never really put together early enough that it's just a big gear, another wheel in this surveillance state. Like, for real, man. Like, there's a lot of money in this shit. There's a lot of fucking money in human trafficking and surveillance. I mean, there's a lot of double bubbles too. Like, if you're actually living that life while living that life. Because, I mean, the feds are pushing all the dope any fucking way. Most of the time. But yeah, I just thought it was just like a bunch of stupid ass motherfuckers, you know? And that's actually more rare than you think. A lot of these motherfuckers are rapping about dumb shit on purpose. So they literally want to influence people to do that dumb ass shit. Like, it's just like the whole building somebody up to watch them fall thing. Like, they're doing it on a personal level, bragging about it, and you're taking it as if they're hitting licks on people for real. And they are, but they're not doing it the way you think, man. They're fucking, for lack of better words, gang stalking. They're community-oriented police. They're provocateurs, FBI managed aggression, all that shit. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for it to have all these fancy fucking names when it takes somebody who can't even fucking vote. You know what I mean? What kind of sense do that make? You got people, they fucking felons, they can't vote, but they handle informants. What the fuck sense does that make? I mean, what the fuck, man? It's a fucking joke, dude. Like, I just really thought a lot of this shit was real. And a lot of the people that I did listen to were real. And then when I found out what I found out, I listened to a lot of the people that I thought were dumb. And they weren't dumb. And if they were genuinely dumb and not acting dumb, I actually appreciated their music. Because they weren't fucking acting stupid. And then calling people who were ignorant stupid. You just got to keep in mind that they've not been given the whole picture either. The people who gave them the knowledge gave them like, 80%, but kept the most important 20%, so they can build them up and watch them fall, just like the whole organization was built. And it's like, I always felt the lyrics, man. I always felt it, and I always understood it. But there's multiple levels of understanding. All these different layers of betrayal involved on both ends, like on the victim and the perpetrator. Whatever label you want to give it. It's just a level of knowledge. It's just an angle. It's a perception. It's a hustle. Like, I always listened to the lyrics and felt the lyrics that spoke on staying cautious and how you can't trust nobody and how motherfuckers are trying to set you up. And any swag that would stem off of succeeding in those three areas was what was flexed. And I just couldn't really relate to anything else. And now I see it for what it is. It's like, you motherfuckers, like their angle when, they're doing it the other way, on the other end, being part of the police state is just like they looking at people like, you're a sucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even know who you mad at. I'm kicking it right there next to you talking about some gangster shit, and I'm grimy, and you ain't gangster. That's how they look at it. When they on some fucking police shit, building a false dossier on your ass, working undercover, straight up, like, they just avoid all the words, I mean, it's just a difference of opinion. And I'm on this side, and they're on that side. You gotta think of the mentality, like, you wanna rap about that gangster shit. Gangster ain't what you think it is, dude. It's relevant to the person. These days especially. Like, it's evil. Just look at it like that. What they do, in my opinion, ain't gangster. It's just evil. And they look at it like gangster because it is evil. And that makes more sense as far as the connotation most people look at that word. But I don't look at it that way because I look at it like badass. I still look at it like badass because I still have the dumbass perspective I have, even knowing, what it really is. But I just think it's gangster to stand your ground and not get involved in all this fuck-ass bullshit, pretending you ain't the fucking police or not even knowing you are. Like, that shit's just ridiculous to me. But it is pretty fucking grimy. I will say that. It takes a sociopathic mind state to not feel bad and celebrate in destroying someone else. I mean, you know, we, especially as the youth, you know, and still to this day as I am, like, I really give a lot of value in the wrong places. Like, you know, I still get caught up in, but it, you know, it is what it is. I got my own fucking personal dictionary, and if I want to use certain words in a positive light, I will. Like, there's my savage and my gangster, and then there's the actual fucking definition of it, which is more accurately depicting something evil, I will admit. But people are just not privy to the reality of it until it's too late. And then you make a decision. And depending on the lyrics and the lifespan, you can pretty much differentiate which fucking side they were on. You know, like, they found out and they was like, fuck all you motherfuckers. Or they, you know, changed their ways and their content matured and they started speaking to the youth. And you just got all this other shit, you know. People half-ass aware of what they're doing, and other people just being straight up fucking evil, man. Misery loves company, you know. It's just another way to get sucked into all the bullshit that's happening. I can't exactly pinpoint when all of this shit started, but today when I got to assessing that, I started pondering at what point do other people find out, and what merits the decision giving this information to people. My theory is that there's people who are trapped into it or initiated into it, and then there are people who are scared into participating because of a farce. But since I can't necessarily pinpoint beyond a shadow of a doubt when everything started going covert harassment to overt and this, that, and the other, I want to focus more on when I started waking up to everything ain't everything out here. You know, like, everything started getting kind of funny around me, and what attributed to it, and the irony of the circumstances leading to enlightenment. And by the end of the whole experience, I came up with a perception to help someone else go through that quicker and easier, and maybe not even have to. And looking back on it, it seems as if the order I wrote them in was in reverse order that I learned them in. Like, I learned them from the bottom up, like 4 to 1, but I wrote them 1 to 4 because if I'd have learned the first one first, probably would have learned the other 3 quicker. They'd have just fell in line second hand. So a motherfucker can't tell me I didn't pay attention and learn something about the whole thing that I went through. It wasn't just what it may or may not be made out to be. I didn't just lose my fucking mind. I didn't have a psychotic episode or anything like that. I just did some dumb shit that could have been a lot dumber. But there's a lot of things that, a lot of habits I developed that were working for me, but they were really specific, and I was going through a whole lot at the time. It's just like various tactics I developed against the frame of reference and the labels that I have now are similar, but I don't think nearly as effective. Either that or just the trauma from the knowledge is just dampening my actions a little. But I think I still retained a lot of the way I operated back then subconsciously. And I'm reaching back and I'm recollecting some of these things and bringing them to the surface. And I think a big attributing factor to the way I was operating, I think it might even been the starting point to what some would call an awakening. And it's like a mixture of silence's strength and the value of vibration. And I think a lot of it was developed over time just through the circumstances that developed over time as a reaction to what I was doing. And being very cautious about what I say and how I say it. Being cautious of not getting caught up in some shit, basically. Accused of things. Coerced confessions, and just certain ways of speaking that, like, if it were to be recorded, you could use the gift of gab and be like, no, now that ain't what I said, that's how you took it. And then other times you just say nothing at all, And just having that kind of like instilled in me, and just going through a lot of, I don't want to say traumatic events, just a high level of stress being cultivated and being fooled, but having my integrity and my principles so strongly intact, I started kind of strategizing how to move, and I started correlating the strength of the resilience someone would have for fasting, not eating for so many days and only drinking water, and all the implications some people have concluded, and how it has all these mysterious qualities about it. So I also see how the Buddhists, they don't say anything and they stay quiet, and they operate how they operate, and they feel they can have an effect, or some people feel that from the outside looking in, that the Buddhists can have an effect through years of meditation on the outside world. So combining those things, I came up with something called a speech fast, and I had a theory about it, but it set off a chain of occurrences around me that led me to where I am now. And there was a lot of things that led me up to making that decision and coming up with that tactic. But man, it was an obvious pivot or turning point of some sort. Like, things changed pretty rapidly after that, and I think it was just attributed to me noticing things. That's it. Because during this time, I worked at a place, they didn't have internet where they were at, and when I first started working there, I was living all over the place. Grandparents, girlfriends, parents, friends, houses, all over the place, until I saved up some money and went ahead and got my own place. And I'm completely immersed into music and making money. That's it. And I have a real strong moral conviction to my integrity and my ambition and my image. And I'm still pretty stubborn in those regards, but I feel I put my stubbornness in other areas of life now. But during that time, after I got the house, that's when I started coming up with this speech fast idea. And just from being immersed in the very small perception that I had, I developed a lot of good qualities, a lot of good survival tactics. Just came from being cautious and living how I was already living, and listening and learning from other people's mistakes, and being influenced positively and negatively by the music I was listening to. So when I started doing this, it got kind of strange, man. Like, I just didn't talk to anybody. And I had a theory, and I still believe in this, that it creates a strength within you. And I concluded that from all the various people talking about the hidden power of words, from Maxwell all the way down to spiritual teachings, finding all the way down to the roots of ancient African stories of us not being able to speak at one time, us not even having mouths to speak with. We telecommunicated. If we didn't have mouths, I was like, well, how did we eat? If we didn't eat, how did we have energy? And with all the implications about words having so much power and being able to manifest things and have an effect on the spiritual plane and make spells, imagine all that energy, all that vibration staying inside. Where else would it go? Because over time, any species develops a consensus over time in regards to their actions, affecting their structure and their health and things of that nature, which eventually hastened my commitment to the tactic, because I was like, if I understand universal law slightly with my pea brain, that would mean that the progression of the strength would be that much faster, because everyone doesn't shut the fuck up. Like, everybody's talking all the time. That energy would just be that much exponentially faster developed. And I think I was fucking right about that, man. Because after the isolation started happening, attributed to my actions and planned out things, I would rant to myself all the time and look up various things. And then I ditched that phone. And shortly after that, I decided to do the speech fast. And that's when, instead of talking and wondering out loud about things and then having people gaslight me and use word salads later and indirected conversations in reference to the things that I was speaking on by myself or with my small social circle, they no longer had that. And I would just figure that would just be a plus. You know, I wasn't the whole reason I was doing it. So after doing that for so many days, it turned into weeks, and then it turned into, I'd say, like couple months. Mind you, I still had about a little more than a fourth of the social circle that I had prior to this tactic. I was very short with people, not rude, just more business-like, and I didn't really speak much. And things started getting weird, man, because I would just go home And I had this energy in me, you know what I mean? And it would be like, I didn't have an internet because I didn't have the phone. And there was no internet where I worked, and it was just my beats, my music, others' music, and my thoughts, and my way of operating up to that point, and the circumstances developing around me, and my perspective being warped occasionally. But I started seeing what I was thinking and hearing what I was thinking, and the typical things that I would usually see that I just knew there was this, that, or the other going on with. But in my search for disproof, that was what all the tactics were at that point. Was just, that's all it was. It was just for search of disproof of the delusion that I was afraid I had developed. And I figured the speech fast would be a sure thing. And not only that, it would benefit me in some kind of mysterious way. I was intrigued. And I started seeing all of the same things happen, but it was like all the things that were happening from inside of me. All the thoughts, all the feelings, all the viewpoints. Like everything was just popping up. Like more and more people was trying to get me to talk to them. And that was falling in line with the laws of attraction and all the things that I expected and was told of, which was pretty neat. But, you know, I still have this mindset of being cautious and paranoid and trying to avoid entrapment. So I'm like, you know, I ain't trying to talk to nobody. You know, fuck that. Things just kept going on like that until I started noticing all the typical things people notice after that. You know, all the typical things, like the cars and all that, which I would occasionally notice. And it just all turned up, and they started trying to do the whole sensitization thing after that. And then finally I broke down and opened my mouth and spoke about it. And then that's when I got hauled off. And so I don't want to speak about that whole experience while I'm in there, so I'll just skip ahead to when I get out. It takes me about 2 or 3 months to get a job. I work at construction for like 2 months. I lose that job, and then I land that job at the carpenter place. And then all that shit happened again, because it's still to this day, as many years ago as it was, I'm still trying to recollect all the helpful tactics and the ways I operated after learning from my mistakes before I went to the hospital. I'm doing that now, and I was doing that when I landed that job, and I remembered the speech fast thing again. So I did that shit again, and the same fucking shit happened. And I did it the same way. I got rid of the internet and all that shit, and all that shit started happening. That's when I came across the term gang stalking. The person I found did not have gang stalking in the title of his video or something like that. Even if it did, I never typed it in, because they keylog your shit. You have a smaller chance of getting flagged for looking at shit they don't want you to look at if you click on it versus thumbing it up or sharing it, and most importantly, typing it in. I'm pretty positive of this, that the first video I saw, it was a targeted individual talking, and he mentioned not to type it in. And I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? And I felt a lot of validation hearing this guy talk and shit. You know, just the typical experience that people go through when they go through this bullshit. And I just knew that if I were to show it to someone else, they would have no idea what the fuck he was talking about, but I knew exactly what he was speaking on. Very, very weird, bizarre situations back to back to back that are just like, is this guy on drugs, or did he really go through that? Those kind of stories, and so many of them were so similar. So from that point, I would span out my times when I would go and click on his videos and shit. And I would never type it in. I would only go when I saw it and it was like him. And then I would go to the related videos. And then like I just operated that way and got my knowledge that way. But it wasn't knowledge. It was more like I'm only looking for things that validate the things that I'm sure of, or things that are similar to my situation at least. Because I thought I was alone in the situation. I was real stealthy, like everything I learned, I took it to heart, and anything that was similar, I tried to bridge that gap to where it was more than similar. And I just did it real low key, even having the possibility in mind that they knew that I was half-ass onto it. And then like I was like, one day I'm gonna type this shit in, because I don't want to believe this. Like that type of mindset will get you fucked up, dude, with this situation. It's like you got to make a decision, dude. Do you want to think you're tripping, or do you want to face the truth? Because you have both options wide open. They're going to let you go either way. After a certain point, they're going to quit trying to fucking gaslight you about certain topics, and you're going to have to choose. because all this like testing the water shit gets you fucked up. I learned from experience. I got my validation the hardest fucking way, man. This shit is real as fuck. But yeah, I was like, here soon, after I set up this social circumstance here, I'm gonna type that in. And man, when I did, you know, but still, I still kept going. I was like, you know, maybe I'm still tripping. Maybe I'm making a correlation of this getting worse because I anticipated it to. Like, I just kept on doubting myself, man. Gaslighting my own fucking self, you know? And it's like, started like speaking vaguely about it. Like, I would speak real vaguely about it and realized speaking real vaguely about it, some people would have that little jolt, you know what I mean? I'd pick up, like, they know what I'm talking about, and they would talk real vague with me about it. I still was like, man, I'm just tripping, bro. Like, I cannot just be walking around thinking some dumb shit like this. I'm gonna speak on it. I'm gonna speak on it, because I'm not gonna be fucking thinking this man's on the same page as me and then say some dumber shit. So I mentioned it, and set of occurrences that began after that were pretty much undeniable. It was like all the same shit that happened before I went to the hospital after that. And it's all just looking for disproof of it, man. That's what got me in the hospital the first time. And it's like, all I wanted was disproof of a delusion that I just knew there was no way it could be true. So it was like, man, just grow some balls, man. Fucking just, if this is true, then if you do this, your ass gonna get fucked up. That could be the worst thing you could do in this situation, if it were true. So fucking do it and see it's fucking bullshit and you'll feel better. That was my mentality, man. And it was like, they see every fucking thing I do, man. Somehow, some way. Every single place in every single area. Whether I'm alone or with someone else. They fucking know. I'll just say it like this, because I'm not gonna admit any fucking thing. But let's just say, if you put anything in your fucking pocket, they know it's there. I don't give a fuck what it is. They know it's fucking there. No matter where you put it, no matter what location you are in, and who's looking and who ain't. If you have something on you, they know it's there. I mean, I don't give a fuck how. It's just a fact. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just what it is. I mean, the only thing that I could really grab onto that really was a how that made sense to me was remote neural monitoring. And that's so far-fetched to people. It just sounds crazy as fuck, but that's how I learned the first time. So, I mean, it was 2 days later. Like, they was acting crazy as fuck when I walked into work that day. And they fired me that day, and then 2 days later, I was put in the hospital. And they never told me why. Until, like, I saw the papers and shit. And it was, how do you know that shit? You see what I'm saying? It's, like, fucking wild. And, it's just, like, the same reoccurring kind of approach. I did it over a longer span of time the second time around when I got out. More safer, more slicker. But still, man, just being me, I guess, man. I'd rather think I'm crazy, I guess. Because I just constantly was looking for disproof. And I did that speech fast thing again. And people just kind of went to the wayside. And it seemed more genuine this time around. As far as, like, me influencing my environment. Like, all the things that I'm thinking about just people and the world and society and how it operates and psychology, just my outlook on everything, you know? Like, I started seeing other people have it and speaking on it and, like, agreeing with each other about things that I like and shit like that. And it's like flattery, mimicry is the best form of flattery. So it's like, I'm sitting there thinking, like, these motherfuckers either trying to butter me up or this shit's really having, like, some sort of mysterious effect on the world, like the speech fast, whatever. I'm just going to neutrally observe what happens. Eventually, after about 3 months, they get somebody next to me, and I say, fuck it, we're fine. I start responding because, you know, everybody's just speaking on all these things I'm interested in. I finally chime in. They're like, damn, you hadn't talked in so long and this and that, whatever. And, like, everything I said was, like, very fucking interesting to everybody. And, like, I'd be having a conversation, like, deep fucking conversation with the dude next to me about, like, real crazy shit about the world and stuff. And it's like, I'm thinking everybody's, fuck this, I ain't trying to hear this shit. And then, like, they chime in and shit. Like, they into it. Like, then they start asking me shit. Or, you know, like, we'll all be talking. And then whenever I start to throw my 2 cents in, everything just shut down. Everybody completely quiet. Everybody staring at me and shit. Like, what I got to say is so fucking important. This speech fast shit is real, man. And so is that whole surveillance psychological operation bullshit too. And it's just like a mix of those two, natural occurrence and fabricated occurrence combined happen. It was some trippy shit. after so long of that, and that dude start hanging out, smoking and shit. Everybody in that motherfucker keep telling us to do a fucking podcast. And I'm like, that's the stupidest fucking, that's the wackest, lamest fucking shit ever. I ain't finna do that dumbass shit. It was just everybody keep talking about how good it would be and this and that and the other. So, you know, one of them days it comes over, I'm like, you know, fuck it, we're gonna sit here and talk like a motherfucker anyway, let's cut the mic on. We do that shit. And me being the suspicious person I am, I don't never trust this motherfucker. I just want to, you know? And then when I get to the point where I know I can't, I'm just like, let's just agree to disagree. We still get along. Maybe I can learn from you, you can learn from me. We'll be adults about this shit. I'm at that point with it, and I know he don't know I'm at that point. I know he don't. And I'm still testing the waters through the whole thing. See what I'm saying? And like, I go back and listen to it several times, and it's like, it sounds like this man ain't really for me like that, and that's cool, whatever. He's probably working with that whole program. And if he ain't, he ain't. If he is, he is. I ain't got no enemies in this shit, because we're all pitted against each other by the people who came up with it. We've gotten thrown into places within society. I'm aware of that. It's divide and conquer. But somehow or another, that whole recording got manipulated, probably by me. I don't know how, but I guess I just stayed up too late, and I was editing it, trying to take out silent portions and shit that I didn't want in there. And like, I made it sound bad, and I don't know if I did that or someone else did it. It took out like the wrong fucking words. It just, I don't know. I don't think that has anything to do with it, but it might, because a lot of the stuff is just staged so they don't give a damn what conclusion you draw, and they may or not even know what it is. As long as it's having a detrimental effect on you, they'll roll with it. They'll just draw straws until one seems like it works, you know, and they'll just keep honing in and just keep being repetitive on whatever works, whatever looked like it worked, whatever looks like it works, and whatever does work is what they hone in on. That's what happened. It's like all of a sudden everything was like a problem, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody was not fucking with me, and it's just like that whole fucking cycle on the road again. It was just like the whole fucking shit just started over again. Like, it's just like a big fucking cycle thing that just keeps going on. So this next time around when I do the speech fast, it's like I know what to expect. I don't see anything but it having a more positive effect the more often I do it. But I'm kind of in a dilemma too, because this is helping me too. And if it's hurting me, that's just in my fucking head, because fuck public opinion. I'm not a goddamn politician. What kind of fucked up society do we live in where we have to censor what we say by ourselves? How pathetic is that? Like, I'm supposed to cater to the people who invade my privacy. What kind of dumbass shit is that? Like, I should have respect for people partaking in voyeurism? Fuck off. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I know goddamn well nobody wants to hear me talking. That's why I do it by my fucking self. And for people to not even realize the level of audacity they have, you see what I'm saying? It's like, they really think you reap what you sow. You sit around and talk shit, you know, like, you got it coming. Motherfucker, I ain't say nothing to you. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking to me. See? And that's the biggest detrimental thing to me about the situation is in looking for disproof of something that I was so heavily hoping was a delusion. I probably don't discount real illusion and delusion. Like, I probably buy into things more than I should as a result of me constantly trying to disprove something that I think was fake. So I have to keep that in mind. But you can be as dumb as you want, man. As long as you have a code of ethics that are effective as far as defending yourself and your psyche. That's what I've learned. There was a lot of things that I did without knowing what was going on that worked and still work. I'll never look at the world the same, man, after knowing the things I know. It's like whatever time I look back in life and I see people striving and then something comes along and they're not anymore. I don't look at that situation the same anymore either. I don't look at it like a grand conspiracy. I look at it more like there's motives that people don't know of. You know, it's if you have an effective means towards individualism and success without the knowledge that the people are burdened with who harass people, they have the mentality that, well, if I have to suffer, they should too. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. It's also a little deeper as far as, all right, this man here, he's developing himself in such a way where he can operate his own fucking way and be successful. And We have to throw a monkey wrench in his grind, in other words, before he develops that progression to a point where it becomes a habit and then becomes second nature and then becomes a part of who he is. It's just a half-assed mystery to me how they decipher who to do this to and who qualifies to participate. And how heavily it's dependent on how it's presented is really kind of scary. Such shocking information can really have a dampening effect on your analytical processing. Fuck it, I'm bored. Got a few topics I want to assess. Kind of stringed apart, pretty random. Not much correlation I can make between them as of now. A few reminders as well that I want to review. One being that even if I don't feel like doing this, I feel like I should, because the main reason is therapy, to note progress and changes in circumstances as well as behavior and reactions within myself and other people to those circumstances. Sometimes I feel like I'm over-documenting, and truthfully, I'm probably under-documenting. I'm really not even putting dates or anything like that, or keeping up with current events. Very rarely am I even mentioning the things going on around me. But goddamn, it's just life. I try not to pay it any mind, and my memory is better than I would want it to be at times. So much, if not all of it, I could recount. I went back to when I very first started doing this on my other MP3 player, and I feel like I've progressed a lot from that vibe right there. Like, I've learned from the flaws I had after I identified them, and they just got easier and easier to see. And I still have some of them, but the main thing is that I'm not being overcritical of myself, but I ain't trying to give myself too much leeway. And I know when I'm tripping and when I ain't. And when a lot of times you change your mind, you don't just lie. Another important thing to remember is, being as this is for therapy, I can't help having the delusion that people listen. And I will continue to label it a delusion because I have that right. The way I look at it is there's multiple reasons to know your flaws. Many weaknesses can be used as strengths. Just as many helpful apparatuses can be weaponized. Gullible. That's my problem. So a long time ago, I learned how to assess that and use it to my advantage. And you have to, in order to really truly do that, I feel, you have to find what is the opposite side of the coin of the weakness you're assessing. And being gullible, the other side of that would be honesty. So when assessing that, you adjust and operate in accordance to that. And it's like somebody tells you a lie and they build a level of comfortability because you fell for it. And I don't care whether they know or they don't know, but more times than not, I feel they don't realize that I'm very vigilant and I analyze things later because of the pattern recognition that I'm doing and the memory that I've been blessed with. And I'd say at least 80 or 90% of the time I catch all the shit. It's just late, and I use that to my advantage because most of the time I probably actually did fall for it in the moment, but I didn't react anyway. But they got the peace of mind of fooling me. However, they won't know that I figured it out later on. But I mean, just like the opposing end of my actions compiles little minuscule things just out of surviving and maintaining, I can do the same. The best thing to do is to really just look at the simplicity of it. Especially in my situation, it would just be as simple as somebody's hacking into my electronics. This MP3 player, my computer, and that's it. What the fuck? It's not that fucking complicated. But then again, it is, because there was a lot of shit going down before I ever had any of that going. I never thought I'd be sitting here fucking doing this shit, but I do this so I don't lose my mind, man. This is what I do it for, man. A lot of it isn't happening. That's the trick. Let's be real about it. I mean, a lot of it is not happening. That's the trick. A lot of it isn't. A lot of it is. But more of it actually is not fucking happening. You can take comfort in that. It's just the things that are actually happening. They're stressful, to say the very least. So the things that are actually happening, that's what you should focus on. And what really matters, at the end of the fucking day, dude. Like, what's important. Another tactic is, of course, the mimicry that I speak so fondly of. Makes you self-conscious. That's another aspect of it I forgot to mention, because that hinders progress of development, just as if you may contemplate or not contemplate consciously or subconsciously if you influenced yourself or they influenced you, which isn't very important at the end of the day. It's only important if you're locked into a low vibration, which you can very easily do. It's not hard to get locked into a low vibration. That's what a lot of this bullshit is designed to happen for. It's so you blurred the lines between what's real and what's bullshit, because a lot of the bullshit is actually happening. It's like more easy to see, so you can mistake it for the bigger picture, which it's a fucking shame, because both of them are happening all the time. But that's how you diminish the power of something, is to mimic it. But power is really just an illusion, but the power is important to people. It's all this shit out here is so fucking fake, man. It's held up by what we believe. And as long as we believe it, it holds the power it has. That's what power is. That's why I say it's a fucking illusion. It's just like all the other shit that we fucking... It's fictitious, man. It's held up by what we fucking believe. And we enforce it to stay that way. But certain things would be better letting go. But who am I to say? It's just... Even when it comes to mechanics, there's science that goes behind the word power. There's torque, weight, strength, things of that nature. It's not the same with this manipulation of what's here already. It's obviously not a benevolent thing going on. It's malevolence going on. Obviously, if all that can happen is that you see a lot of what could be happening and is happening naturally mimicked. It's almost like trying to explain the laws of the universe to people that you really can't even do it. You can never physically wrap your mind around that all the way. That's how intricate it is. But it's like that barely even touches it, man. The Most High really put this place together in a complex way, to where everything's set in place, to where no matter what you do, the outcome is set in place. It's not to say that you're predestined to do what you do and you have a pre-outlined story. It's not to say that's not possible either. I look at it like there's no need for any gods to intervene anyway, because even with them intervening, everything has a system set in place to where everything happens in certain ways because of the way things are set up here. And whoever created a lot of these tactics knows that, and they mimic that. It's like it's a level of manipulation going on to where they can only pose as if they have created things. It's not even close. It's like staging haunting a house. It's almost like that's a good metaphor for it, basically. It's not the same as a poltergeist. If you set up fucking speakers inside a house and whatever the hell, it's not the same as an entity being in there slamming shit around. I mean, they got technology to make that happen too. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's not some everyday shit. That's not something anybody could run across. I'm just saying, that's the level. That's how petty that shit really is, to really try to copy what the universe does. It's not the fucking same, dude. I understand there is a as above, so below, but that shit ain't nothing. Before I move on to more psychological aspects of this and philosophies and ways to combat what's going on, I'd really like to review and define a lot of things, just so I won't have to look back on too many things. One of those things being the notification list, and that's simply put very similar to a watch list, possibly exactly like a watch list. I don't know what you may or may not be potentially labeled as on one, but it will notify people without you knowing that you are around, and you could potentially be labeled something that you're not. I don't know exactly how it works. I know it's linked to fusion centers, which are collecting data on human behavior and psychology studies, trying to be less emotional and more factual and to the point about things. Just get kind of spaced out. I guess I'm back. And I'm still fucking doing this. Took a little break, and man, I got to a point where I felt pretty goddamn good. I was more leaning towards hoping I would get out of the woods if I was in them, but I ain't in no fucking woods, man. This is the real world, dude. This shit is really happening. But as I said, man, I got to a point I was feeling pretty fucking good, and it was actually that plateau that I always strived for and remembered and couldn't do anything but admire and wonder how the fuck I got there. I got there, you know, and I'm real close to it. I feel myself slipping back down, you know what I mean? So I figured I'd cut this motherfucker on for a little while and just talk a little shit before I fuck around and start doing it around people, because I guarantee you nobody's trying to hear that shit. That's a big reason why I don't get on the internet. I listened back to a few recordings before I opened this one up, and just for the hell of it, I want to take another shot at mimicry. And it affects your development of progress in your personal life more than you would ever anticipate, because it affects, as I said, it affects your ability to identify with yourself. Therefore, you can't note your level of progress with your development of character strengthening, because you're always gonna, at least on a subconscious level, you're gonna associate what you do with what they do, and you'll just go in this cycle of the same level of development, because you keep thinking you're being influenced by everyone else, which you are naturally, but that's also what causes this constant cycle, is because they're artificially acting a certain way, and it just so happens that that way is mimicking your lifestyle. So it's just to keep you kind of in limbo, I think. Just like all of it, it's to lead you to nowhere. And anytime you get somewhere, they got some kind of shit to prevent it. And then when you get what you want, they make you just miserable to the point, or they try to. They try to make you miserable to the point where it's like you're not happy with what you have anyway. Like, you work so hard for something, and they work so hard to prevent you from getting it, that when you get it, they're like, okay, fuck it, we'll just make them not appreciate it anymore. Try to take it away or whatever the fuck is going on. I mean, it's just a damn shame that there is no way to word it to where it doesn't sound like it's a delusion. It just sounds like a bunch of bullshit. It really fucking does, man. It just doesn't sound real. It doesn't seem real half the fucking time. I'm going to take a personal note to continue looking into Stoicism again. I looked into Stoicism some years back, and it is closely correlated with my behavior, my outlook, my philosophy, very closely knitted. Slightly different, I'd say, but it really just depends on the opinion of it more than what it actually is. But I mean, opinion, you got to sprinkle that in, especially if it's in relation to some sort of philosophy or perspective on life. I would have to say the most unique thing about this whole situation is how well I understood the entire thing with absolutely no labels involved in it. No name of it, no tangible identification to portray to anyone. It's really the first thing I can honestly say I understood before I knew what it was that was actually really complex. I found a few things here and there, like vocabulary words, for example, like, oh, that's what you call that. Yeah, I know what that is. I've seen that, you know. But this is way different, dude. This is like my whole lifestyle and the way I operated and the way things operated around me. There's a lot of validation involved that I feel saved me from me being my even worse of an enemy to myself. It really trips me out how I was able to describe everything years ago before I had all the labels. I was able to describe. It was like defining words with no term in front of them. You know what I mean? Just definitions. And then getting the words later. But instead it was like the name of organizations and programs and things like that. And how a lot of the ways I developed myself and decided to operate and perceive things seemed so detrimental on the face of it and the front of it, but I always knew in my heart it was the way to go. And lo and behold, looking back, I see why, and would still be able to do so without knowing what I know now. I mean, it really is a trip, because even without the research, there was still a level of validation before that was just like, okay, I'm not crazy, that really did happen, that has happened to other people, I see it, this, that, and the other. It was like levels of validation after, more and more and more. Also some fugazi shit too that I fell for in the midst of it all. I mean, there's a lot of shit came down, man. A lot of shit got misinterpreted, manipulated, and there was times, and still, it's just instilled in me now, but there was times where like intuition was the ruler of every decision I made. The vigilance was so high that I would literally have to play dumb as fuck to the point where it stuck on me. Because I was always constantly thinking nobody was buying that shit. But really just, I was looking to prove myself wrong in a cautious way. And all I got was more and more proof of what was going down. Bro, it was terrible, dude. Really fucking was, man. It got me to a real low place. Certain things are just the truth, man. And certain truths can create lies within yourself and other people too. I mean, that's the whole reason for certain things even happening and existing. You just have to combat people that don't know what's happening. Well, I'll take that back. You don't have to combat anything. It's like there has been so much shit going on around me that I have not even spoke about. I'm just slowly moving away from mentioning it, other than taking a mental note that I just have been conditioned to take. That's as far as it goes now. But everything is happening still. I see all of it. I'm just not speaking on it. I hear all of it. I'm just not speaking on it. I feel all of it. I don't want to be repetitive, and I don't want to sound fucking crazier than I already fucking am, or sound, or appear to be. But let's just focus on the facts, man. Whether I want to mention this or don't, it's just, you have to keep, if I'm doing this for therapy and progress, I need to note the level of progress. And in order to do that, you have to deal with the facts, man. What's been an illusion? What's been a delusion? What's been genuine? What's been real? What's still happening? What isn't happening anymore? Things of that fucking nature, at some point, I'm gonna have to focus on. Do I still deal with noise campaigns? Yeah. Do I still deal with drones? Yeah. Do I still deal with people on the road following me? Yes. Do I still deal with synchronicity and color coordination? Yes. I mean, do I still deal with gaslighting tactics? Yes. Mimicry? Yes. I do notice it. If anybody listening is wondering, I see it, man. I fucking see it. But please understand, I've seen it for a long fucking time. So don't take it personally, and don't think there's a lack of respect or whatever is supposed to be or whatever isn't supposed to be. Just know I'm aware that it's nothing I could do. It's not based on my behavior. It's just nothing I can fucking do to change any of it. I know that. So don't think I'm gonna get caught up trying to fucking change, you know what I'm saying? It's happening because it's happening. It's happening to everyone. I don't look down on people for not knowing it's happening either anymore. I can totally see why people wouldn't notice a lot of the shit that I notice. At one point I wouldn't have never noticed none of this shit. But one day I did, man. I didn't fucking go digging down conspiracy fucking bullshit on the internet. It never started that way for me. None of this shit started that way for me. All of this was external things happening around me that I grew accustomed to and didn't bitch about. I just assumed that people lived this way. And then realized that, there is a division. Even before the research, before all that shit, I realized there was a minority of people that go through what I'm going through before. I put all of it together, like I said, all the definitions before the words and terms and things of this nature, man. It was all the long way. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't know every fucking thing, but damn, dude, I did have to adjust to circumstances I thought were normal and then knew were abnormal. Where did it all start? Man, Where did it all start? I wouldn't say where it all started, but I'll give you a starting point. How about that? One day, there was a time I was working at the cabinet shop, and I just was in this state of mind at that time where I was just having a lot of off-the-wall theories and conspiracies going on in my own fucking head. Almost childlike in nature. I was just really just wondering about a lot of shit on a deep level, and I was making a lot of music and really ambitious. Got this house and started becoming very possessive of everything I owned. So I became even more perceptive with that new level of vigilance that I developed, and started staying up real late, noticing all the traffic things being tailed and familiar vehicles and street theater, all these things that I had to get used to and learn about without the internet, with no names and no body to explain it to me. I just took it as a personal experience and had to overcome it. Like, as a kid, it would wig me the fuck out. It would blow my high. You know, it'd just do all this crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like thinking I was tripping, and I just got older and older and, you know, started bucking it. And by the time I got my house, I was half-ass aware, and I just kind of started experimenting, maybe more than I should have. But hell, I wouldn't have learned shit otherwise. And at one time, my shit got broke in. And I don't know if this was before or after, but it was very close in proximity. It was probably before and after. I would stay up some nights and sit outside and watch things. Just sitting in the garage or on my porch or whatever, just watching shit. And I just saw a lot of shit, you know what I mean? And it wasn't like a whole load of shit. It wasn't extremely intriguing. It was just only based on the pattern recognition I had collected up to that point. And I had done the same thing in other places. And it was like, it was just really strange, you know? A lot of strange things was happening. And then after my place got broken into, I was all hyper vigilant, totally just batshit, on the verge of being like batshit crazy. I still had my wits about me because I had known about, like, I had developed a mentality of the police are trying to get me caught up in some situations. And that's, you know, basically, it was just, everything I learned later was just validation. I was right about everything. Let's just put it that way. But I just looked at it through the point of view of like a rapper would look at it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I was wrapped up in music and shit and just doing what I was doing, you know, and living how I was living. And it was just on some dumb shit, but on some smart shit. Like, I just was being cautious, and I wasn't trying to be the man, you know. I was just trying to play it smart, get out the way, and just, you know, rapper's definitely the wrong word. I just use rap music as an outlet. And at one time as a kid, I wanted to do something with it. And every now and then I fucking toy with the idea. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I just don't think about it the same way. Other than always I've used it as an outlet. But anyway, I really started trying to lose all these tales. That was a big mistake. That's what really fucked me off. That's the only thing I did different that I just don't do. I don't do that shit no more. But I used to try to throw these fucking tales all the time, and they would always pop back up, and it was just wigging me out back then. And there was so many scenarios I look back on, and I pat myself on the back, but I was really walking on thin ice. I almost done a lot of stupid shit that, you know, I could have did easily, and it would have changed my whole life right there in that moment. But even in the midst of all of that, I ended up speaking too much to my family. I think that's not really what caused it, but it made it worse from the beginning and the middle, because, like, I had already told them too much, at least my mom. Like, I was just too comfortable with my mom, talking too much about shit with her. And also, when I was wigging myself out about all these people following me in my head, you know, I was just tripping, you know. And I was trying to tell all my family about it because I was really concerned about it. I was worried about, you know, my family. And I've heard this same story being told, and, you know, I tell them about it, and I don't feel like speaking on it too much, but everything kind of leveled out with my head or whatever, and I started getting back with this girl and stuff, and I was doing some stupid shit because the vehicle I was driving was still in my dad's name, and he took it back. So she was driving me around and shit, late to work and shit, and I got fired that evening. And 2 days later, picked me up, put me in the hospital. 10 days later, I had to stay at my mom's for a week, and then I was over here. It took me 2 months to get my strap back because my mom was just being crazy about it. Everything just continued after that, and it changed my circumstances a lot because I was really in the midst of like breaking it off with her, and then we ended up living together, and then I don't know, just things just changed a lot, naturally and unnaturally, but everything just continued, man, and it still continues. I don't let it bother me as much, clearly. So I think I take too much comfort in that, because clearly it does still affect me. I have isolated myself far too long, even when I was in a relationship with her. Like, I still consider that isolation. It was just only her. You know what I'm saying? It got to the point where my whole life just changed, and now it's just me, and it's been just me for like 6 months. And I'm still coping with how I felt years ago before I got sent to that place. And it was only 10 days. Big fucking deal. I don't care. It still changed my fucking life. Changed the way people look at me. It changed a lot of shit, you know, and I rarely fucking speak about it. But what bothers me most is all the shit I have forgotten, especially before I went there. It's hard for me to remember certain things. Not important things, I'll admit that, but just a lot of things I forgot. I could remember if I tried hard enough, I hope. But it's just not that important. But I've just realized I've never sat down. As many times I've sat down and recorded myself, I've never recorded like me speaking about my experience one fucking time, story-wise, from no point on the timeline. So I'm trying to move chronologically. I'm having a hard time. Still haven't worded it the way that I want to word it. Every time I try to do this, I cannot put the concept into words with this mimicry thing. It's a preventative measure in my case, I believe. I've done a lot of pattern recognition with it. Certain things that I'm gonna do, or I need to do, or I'm anxious about forgetting and trying to remind myself to do. In those 3 scenarios, it's like when they do those things, I'll forget to do it, I've noticed, just through pattern recognition, because I don't have anything distracting me, and I'm a very analytical person, so I only have me and what happens around me to analyze. So I do pattern recognition, and it's like every time I forget something, not every time, but most times, when I forget something, or especially when I forget to do something, I look back and I say, why did I forget to do that? How did I distract myself? What distracted me? What happened? What occurred beforehand? And I'll notice that a lot of the things that happen, I will see very shortly before I forget to do them, someone else doing them. And as I said in the previous recording about a level of opposition that you build up within yourself towards the program, it's like a reverse psychology thing or something. I don't know what it is. I need to look further into psychology again, because the reason I have it nailed down in my head and I can't word it is there's specific terms that I could go back to and I would be able to word it better again. I think it's NLP and psychological manipulation tactics, and I can't find those videos, man. Like, there was these conferences being held on how to do certain things, man. It was crazy, and mimicry was a big part of it. They even got down to the specifics of when they do something with their left hand, you do something with your right hand. It's called mirroring, and then there's another one called mimicking or some shit like that. I don't know, but the bigger purpose, I truly believe, with the mimicry is for you to identify, I've said this before already though, but it's for to identify what you do with them doing it in any way, shape, or form, really. It's an association thing. But the overall goal of the entire program should be a glaring red sign, and that is to assassinate individualism. That's what it is. That's what it is. But when you're not a materialist and you care not about the praises of influence on others, that's what happens. And you can call it mimicry or magic, but the shit happens, man. It's supposed to take your good vibes away from you, I guess. It's to make you lose progress. Because every day you grow up and every day you change. And you can't note the progress of you changing if you see everyone doing what you do. Because if you don't notice the level of mimicry, you won't realize it. You just don't understand the level of it. In my personal situation, when you see the level of it, the frequency of it, you'll see how it will affect the progress of you and your character, man. It's crazy because it feels like you're just stuck, man. In a way, it's like, how can you make progress when you don't see? If they do it frequently enough, you won't notice it every time they do it. And every time that you don't notice that they're mimicking you, you subconsciously don't know that they are. So it has an effect on your progress of character subconsciously because you don't identify it as you. The times you don't notice it, you genuinely identify it as them. And what's even more unfortunate is if you were to identify it as much as it was truly happening, then it would drive you crazy enough to become a lunatic level narcissist to where you think everybody's copying you. So you're fucked either way. It's a double bind situation. Every single one of the tactics is to put the victim into a double bind to where it will have an effect one way or another. As I said earlier, I'm going to start wrapping up this subject of targeted individualism and problem-oriented policing, community-oriented policing. All of the various tactics. I'm going to try to briefly go over them and sum them up the best I can and go back to them later and redirect my focus a bit for a little while, just for my health. I wanted to bring up mimicry one more time. And its effect on your self-influence. Especially after you break free of the illusion of power of the ego. You know, it's like when you realize how much pride truly gets in the way and you recognize it more as a weakness that can be a strength. There's several layers that you will shed over time that will clear the path of your vision more and more and more. And you'll be able to see scenarios clearer regardless of the amount of research that you do. You just won't have labels, but you'll understand the intricacies of what's going on around you. And with this mimicry, it has an effect on the influence you have on yourself that you will begin to notice when you don't let your pride and ego get in the way. And you'll see how it intricately molds society in such a way that it creates a personality where one-upmanship is the American way. And when you're not caught up in that mentality and you see it actually happen and how it's a big business, the mimicry doesn't do anything more than intrigue you or entertain you after that. You go through stages of doubting it happening until they make it blatantly obvious, along with mixing in validation of them invading your privacy and or belongings. And you see on a larger scale, all the way up to the level of who put the tactics together hundreds of years ago. You have to understand the intricacies of the effects of combining all of these tactics when you're constantly creating a level of confusion, self-doubt, and lowering self-esteem. When when you're creating an environment that's constantly doing that, it decreases the likelihood of someone analyzing the reasons for what's happening around them, especially with mimicry. But when you go all the way to the level of the desired effects and purpose of these tactics, even theorizing about it, as I'm doing now, you'll take comfort in the fact that it's to make you not be able to identify with yourself. It's assimilation coerced, in other words. You have assimilation, and then you have assimilation. And when I say simulation, it doesn't have to be a fucking alternate dimension or a computerized world. It doesn't have to be that. It's a simulated occurrence around you constantly. That it's to make you assimilate. This is not by chance. How are you to identify what's happening when you're in a state of confusion? They anticipate you to be confused to a level that you don't even notice certain things, much less identifying the reasons. But long story short, on the level of engineering it with certain purposes in mind, the mimicry is to make you not be able to identify the influence you have on yourself, and their fail-safe is you getting caught up in seeing them copying what you do. And you're going to constantly, if it's affecting you in a certain way, you're going to constantly try to do something different, or at least want to be different. If you don't care, you dig a little deeper, because they continue. And then you get caught up in the illusion that, oh, I got them now. They think that I'm going to act this way, but I'm not. I got them. And eventually you realize they don't give a shit. There's got to be something more. It's to, for one thing, it's to get you caught up in not knowing who you are, in a way. Because some people are going to constantly try to change up what they're doing to combat it, or stay different, or point out that it's happening and prove it. That's a distraction within itself, but that's not the larger reason. I think the larger reason, it's difficult to put into words. You always have to account for the state of mind they anticipate you to be in, whether they may or may not know that you're in that state of mind, because the tactics are simply based around what they are supposed to be doing. That's why you will be getting caught up in the same rehashed bullshit. Certain times they keep doing the same shit over and over. So when you keep in mind the anticipated perception they feel they've created in you, the overall effect it's supposed to have is for you to think, once you've reached a level of comfortability, that you've been influenced by other people and you didn't influence them. And in a way that's true, but it's when you create a level of opposition within someone, the reverse psychology works on a subconscious level. Almost like a hate for a parent will make you be them, because what you fight, you become. So if you rationalize the situation with the perception they anticipate you have, with that perception, then it will neutralize your influence on yourself and make you a follower, or you will perceive yourself to be so. It's assimilation, which is not the enemy. There's nothing wrong with groups and things like that. But it's coerced with reverse psychology because of the level of opposition that's been created within you, even without the perception that they anticipate they created within you. It's a subconscious effect.